Welcome, surf fans, to the famed Sunset Beach, an iconic wave that demands respect.
A lot going on and a lot to digest.
Crazy things just happened
Wow. I thought I was going to die.
There's just so much power and mana to it. You gotta love it. It's a beautiful, big, deep ocean wave.
Bouncing back from disappointing endings in 2022, Carissa Moore and Jack Robinson steamrolled the competition at Pipeline for stop number 1. Now surfing in yellow, both have won events here at Sunset Beach. Jack Robinson in 2019 and Carissa Moore 10 years earlier. With early exits at Pipeline, for those at the bottom of the rankings, the mid-season cut is fast approaching. It's time to start winning. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Good morning from Sunset Beach. We've got some surfers arriving. Panoa Igarashi there, Tatiana Weston Webb earlier, and there is Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson ready to lay down some tracks out the back, Pete. We have got some great surfing. That was Jack Baker out the back. Oh my gosh, look at this right here. We got Tyler Wright just laying down some big carves. The hype machine is on, and it's Mother Nature, Pete.
Good to see you, Strider. I'm excited for today. This is Sunset Beach. This is one of the most favorite events on tour, being that you've got to test those water person skills. You got to be physically adept. You got to paddle. You got to read the ocean. You got to read the changing conditions. And this is one of the most challenging venues we have on tour.
100%. My name is Strider Wazalewski. I'm here with my man, Peter Mel, one of the best big wave surfers in the world. Pete, we're in for a big show.
We are. Exactly that, Strider. And with our first heats underway here, we had a packed lineup for the warm-up, right? As you saw in there, the skills of all these surfers out here. But today's going to be one of those days that we want to watch from start to finish.
And you know what? The reality of the lineup, everybody's trying to get those warm-ups in, trying to get all the experience under the belt before that horn blows.
Why wouldn't you? You know, it's a Sunset Beach. You got to put that time in. You got to put those extra effort in. And this is one of those days. As a building swell, 6 to 8 foot, conditions are good. We got the winds lightened up. We had a lot of wind yesterday, a little less today.
Well, right now, Chief of Sport is down there with AJ. Let's hear what's going on for the day.
That's right, Strider. We've been watching the waves coming in all morning. We have Jesse here to give us the official call. Who's starting in the water?
So we're actually starting with the women this morning. We're going straight into our opening round for the women. We're then going into our elimination round. And we have the round of 16 and the men's opening round on hold. So we're going to make another decision for what comes after that. But yeah, we're going to have quite a few heats straight up.
And yesterday we were talking about this swell coming in. We've seen it come through this morning. What are you looking at for the rest of the afternoon? Sort of what are you basing it on?
Yeah, I mean, look, this swell is definitely here. There's a few really big waves out there this morning and really nice, clean conditions. It's kind of like classic sunset that we're hoping for. And this is meant to hold through today. It will start to drop in the afternoon for sure, but, you know, with the size that we have right now, that still means that it's going to be, you know, pretty much pumping all day. There's the chance for waves on the back end of this swell tomorrow as well. I think by this afternoon, and as we see the size and how big it's been throughout the day, then we'll have a better idea for tomorrow. But it does look good all day today, and stoked to have classic sunset for us.
Classic sunset, you guys. Could not ask for anything more for the first day of competition.
Thank you very much, Jesse and AJ. We're going to set the heat out in the water right now. The ladies are going to get going. Tatiana Weston Webb from Brazil, Molly Picklum from Australia, and Teresa Bonvilat from Portugal, hailing out of Cascais, very fun city down there. We love Portugal.
So heat number 1, this is always the first, you know, kind of guinea pig heat. We get to see where the scoring scales are going to be set. You've got Tatiana Weston Webb, who has done very well here at Sunset Beach, very accomplished, and also Molly Picklum, who we knew last year was a giant killer, getting all the way to the quarterfinals. Teresa Bonvilat, probably one of our first experiences at competing at Sunset Beach, but I would say that Teresa, coming from like you said, Cascais in Portugal, very accomplished in reading the ocean. This is an event where you really want to see the best waves being caught, but you have to have those instinctual measures to move around in the lineup. Conditions dropping and picking up sometimes. You got direction changes. So being able to read the ocean lineup is very important.
Well, to your point, Teresa made the finals at Haleiwa, got third place, so we know that she can handle herself in heavy water. So and there was the final day was pumping down there, and we saw her, rise to the occasion, just missing out on qualification.
So true. Well, she's here now as a replacement, so she's getting her chance, and that's why you want to capitalize on these moments. She's able to keep her points going forward, which is something that we've seen change over this year with wild cards, but she's going to be a replacement surfer, keeping her points, so she could conceivably get herself above the cut line and finish out the rest of the year.
That would be amazing for her. Right now, we're going to go through the surf line forecast here, the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. What do we got, Pete?
Well, we got that first pulse of swell, which is showing up right here and now, which is exactly what we wanted to see. It was a little bit delayed. It did we saw it last night as we were watching the ocean. It came up through the day today. The buoys are pretty impressive, but I think there's a lot of wind swell on top of that, which is a little deceiving. But ultimately, we're going to have consistent surf all day long today. And then going into the rest of the week, we're going into Wednesday, Thursday. Wednesday looks a little iffy with winds because we get a little more northerly angled winds, which isn't great, but there will be waves. So we'll look at that day. Thursday as well, a little better winds. Looking at today, 10 to 12 feet, dropping off slightly through the afternoon. And then let's hope that really doesn't happen until tonight.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have waves all day. The buoys did pop all night. There was definitely surf, in the 10-foot range on the buoy. So, like you said, the mix of swells though could be beating each other up.
Yeah. So we see another pulse again, and then even going further out beyond these next 4 days, there is opportunity on the back end of the waiting period. So we've got lots of choices to happen here. Winds will shift around a little bit. We got this jet stream honking towards us, and then there's a split right at the date line. So with that, it's going to change. The amount of that swell coming in at us closer because it gets split, heads north.
All the boys on the beach right there just coming in from their warm-up sessions this morning. Ian Gentile, Jack Robinson, our pipeline champion. There goes Bemi, the pit boss in there, Leandro. These guys are getting busy.
That's the crew right there. You gotta love it. And Leandro, everyone, he commands such respect, and he's so cool.
Dave Ridler was in there too. Don't forget Dave.
I know, not. He's over there on the side. He'll got a little quick chirp in the ear of the boys.
So it's interesting here. The waves are absolutely pumping all morning, right? And as the horn blows, it usually lays down, takes a breath, and then gets back into action, right, Pete? It's a funny ebb and flow of Mother Nature.
Yeah, well, we hype it up. Ultimately, though, you will go through today, and you will notice that there's lots of waves on offer.
Molly Picklum off the bottom, comes to the corner. Nice turn right there. She's going to come through the inside. Another beautiful lean back. And she's going to go for the closeout, little whitewater hit. Out the back. That was Bonefala jumping off as she tossed into that one. Hawaiian Water Patrol right there to pick up the surfers, give them a lift back out. There is a cutoff line where they can go to, though, Pete.
It's right at the channel. Yeah, it's kind of cool because it's going to have, it's going to obviously help with fatigue. Not that these surfers can't handle it, but ultimately the time. How many waves are going to be sea ridden? It's already pretty consistent, but this is such a broad lineup. They're going to go right out to the channel here. They're going to jump right off. So the wake won't be a factor at all. You don't want to go too far out because then the skis create a little bit of wake. Rebel skis, an awesome advent for here at Sunset Beach. Get you right out into the lineup, especially when it starts pumping. And you get caught. It's nice to be able picked up right on the inside there.
All that water moving. There's caddies in the water as well with surfboards, Pete.
That's right. This is the one event that you're allowed to have caddies. And so you'll see that there's some communication between a caddy and your surfers, which is kind of cool, a little bit different. Tahiti we can kind of get a little closer to, but ultimately this is the event where you're really able to kind of just get some words in.
Take us through this one, Pete.
Molly Picklum, again, very comfortable at Sunset Beach, understands what her equipment needs to be under her feet. She likes to ride a little longer board, and she draws out these really long, smooth, clean lines. This was a very well-surfed wave from start to finish. Not going to be a huge number because she was just kind of feeling the paces. Here, a little bit too deep for Teresa, just has to pop off, so just for a 0.5. But Molly's score, just kind of a bit of a warm-up.
Wow, that wave Teresa was on was a heater. Did you see that roadie thing? She could have got around the bottom. I'm just going to say it. That was a mistake for her not to be in the right position for that wave. That wave was one of the better waves I've seen through the morning.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer when you're just a little bit too deep. And that happens at Sunset Beach. You know, you're trying to line yourself up. You want to be deep. There's also no priority in this situation. So Tatiana could have been pushing her a little bit more up the point, which will happen. You know, you want to hold position. You end up having to paddle up the point and get yourself a little bit too deep. And, you know, it could have been a tactic by Tatiana just to push.
Yeah, 100%. There's so much going on in the water before you actually catch a wave at the beginning of these heats. The playing field is massive out here, Pete.
Well, when you see these sets coming from way outside, they'll lift on the outer reefs. You know, they're going to come from the east or the west. You'll see those lift on those reefs, and understanding that and knowing that when they hit those certain types of reefs, where they're going to go on the lineup at Sunset Beach, that's that instinctual stuff you have to have from experience in the water, but also just triangulating yourself, knowing where you are on the lineup so that you can move to the position where you think that wave's going to be. And it's an art. It really is. It's something you just kind of have to do out of experience, or sometimes innate people just pick it up and they are reading the ocean really well.
Well, I'd like to touch on that a little more, Pete, because you obviously are a master of the ocean and what happens out there in the lineup. We've got two different swells in the water, and those swells could merge and go different ways. And how do you pick up on that?
Well, and that's the whole thing. That's the art, right? It's experience and understanding it. That's why I put so much energy and time into looking at the way swells hit different reefs.
Tatiana Weston Webb grinds one off the bottom, comes into the lip line looking for more as she comes around into that inside section. Nice frothy turn right there on the face. Little setup cutty to get herself a score on the board. Looking solid, looks strong. Tatiana Weston Webb last year came in with the two highest heat totals on the whole year off of her J-Bay performances. She had the #1 and #3 highest heat total.
Pretty cool. I mean, she is definitely one of the surfers contending for a world title, you know, and she's had her opportunities. Sunset Beach is another place that she is very comfortable surfing at on her backhand. So this is a comparison to Molly Picklum's first wave, a little bigger wave for Tatiana, a nice size set wave. Had to deal with the froth a little bit. Critical late drop, which was very nice, and sets up this first maneuver here. Trying to accelerate off those bottom turns, it's so important because that's how you're going to be able to get that quicker arc off the top. Yeah, nice turn. I feel like this is going to be the best wave of the heat.
There she is on the Red Bull jet ski, getting the ride, getting dumped off in the corner, looking over to caddies, looking for information. You know, this is such a big playing field. There's so many elements that come into play here, like caddies, like current, like distance of paddling from even when you get off the Red Bull ski all out to the lineup. It's an intense mental and physical experience here at Sunset Beach.
That's right. That's like I had mentioned in the start of the show. This is one of those waves that you have to pay attention at all times. I mean, one of the best things about surfing is when you have those sessions where you have to be engaged the entire time you're surfing, you know, whether it's being your lineups or dealing with crowd or getting in position for waves. Like, those are the most invigorating types of sessions where you're completely involved the entire surf. Like, especially, that's why I love big waves. And this is a place that kind of has that same effect on you. You have to be paying attention at every moment during your heat, during your half hour out there in the water.
Well, paying attention on this one, Molly Picklum, nice setup carve. Looks like she's going to try and find some lip line, has to carve back into the bowl. Nice little down carve to finish. A lot of confidence out of Molly Picklum out there. I feel like she's looking for that in the lip turn because she's that aggressive surfer. She's young, she's fiery. You know, she's got a lot of inspiration from her camp to just go for it, and I feel like she's got that attitude.
One of her better results, the 5th place here last year at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And so, and the style of surfing that she carried there was exactly that, the ability to attack the lip. These waves right now that she's been able to pick up haven't had quite that opportunity. It's not that big vertical face, more shouldered out. So she's utilizing the flow as more of her expertise of Sunset, which I really love. But the scale is set pretty low, 3.33 for her first wave. This one's going to be maybe slightly better. Actually, it'll be better, and she'll get the lead back. But ultimately, I mean, you start soon seeing excellent numbers coming up is when you're going to attack and show high risk. And a lot of her waves are giving just this more flowy approach. And so these scores will be a little bit suppressed.
Well, now that all three surfers are on the board, Tatiana Weston Webb with a 4.5, Molly Picklum a 333, and Teresa just with the up and over, looking for a solid score out the back. And, you know, to touch on scoring today, we do have, you know, they're looking for the lip line, critical turns in a critical section, and that's why I think the scores are setting where they're at. We haven't seen them go to that lip line yet, and once we do, we're going to see the scores go through the roof. Big paddle right here, and a swing and a miss for Tatiana Weston Webb. That wave was coiling down the reef. Wow, it's just impressive today with how much water moves at Sunset Beach. I feel like this is one of those venues that you can have a high impact wave with high impact maneuvers, one of the better high performance waves, plus the tube is offered on that inside section. Looks like we've got Laura Enever over there in the Red Bull athlete area. What's happening, Laura?
Guys, yes, down here in the Red Bull athlete zone, it is popping off this morning. A lot of the surfers out this morning, out there early, coming in, getting all sorted. Down here we've got the coaches crew. We've got Caroline here working with Louis Egan, who's just popped up to get a coffee, and Richard Dog March, he's got his binoculars. So some are coming more prepared than others this morning. Dog, give us a try. You know, sunset is pretty far out, so you know, some coaches should take a look at what we got going on here, because this is how we do it.
Hey Laura, does the dog have his book? Is he writing anything down? Well, I want to get into the head of Dog Marsh out down there.
Yeah, Dog has his book. He brings it everywhere. He actually, it's got security all around it. There is crazy stuff in there that could be published one day, but he's got a tight hold on it.
Well, nice work down there from Laura. Thank you very much. She's going to be hovering around the athlete area. And you know what's great about Sunset and the Red Bull athlete area is there's a lot of athletes hanging out in there. It's a really good vibe. You've got the coaches, you've got the surfers, you've got, you know, all the people trying to take care of everybody, the physios in there. It's just a really good energy, and it's lifted here at Sunset Beach.
Well, and I was just going to say, it's different than what we see at Pipeline, whereas a lot of the surfers are actually either on the beach or they're in their houses, right? And so their locker rooms are kind of moved around. The athlete zone not as busy. Here, way different. Everyone's going to come here. This is where you're going to see all of the surfers getting warmed up, as you see Steph Gilmore coming up in the next heat. This is a different athlete zone. It's going to be a lot busier.
Stephanie Gilmore getting ready. She did not have a great start to the year, Pete. 15th place at the moment. She is the GOAT, though. More world titles than anybody on the women's side. And, well, she is getting ready to attack Sunset Beach. She must have a simple thought in her head of going out there and just getting it done. But in the far back, in the cobwebs, she might be thinking about the cut line.
I would hope not in this moment. She's right now excited as all heck to get out there in perfect Sunset Beach. I mean, that's the focus I would have right now at this moment. You know, and of course, yeah, that of being able to, you know, she puts a good heat in the books right now. Momentum, complete shift. She's already forgotten about that loss at Pipeline and straight into Sunset Beach. She is a past winner here, so she can take that good memory and bring it to that into the lineup.
Yeah, 2008, she was the champion out here. I believe it was the Roxy Pro back then, but this is one of those events that, you know, these ladies have been at this event, at this venue for quite some time. So she's not shy when it comes to Sunset Beach and getting out in the lineup and really knowing everything. She's doing a lot of warm up out here. I know that she's been out in the water with her coach Tommy Whitaker, and they've been riding different boards and just, you know, searching that lineup to see where the best place to sit. And, you know, when you're out there, are you looking at anything on the beach, Pete? Is there something you're watching for?
There's
How do they know where they're at in the lineup?
Yeah, there's a couple ways to do it. I mean, there's obviously the place you can be up and down the reef where you are in that positioning, but also how far out you are. And so you have to have those different lineups that'll give you that information. You know, and Sunset Beach is cool in that sense because you've got mountainsides that come down here, so you can kind of get a gauge. If you're looking to your right and towards backyards and V-Land, you can kind of get a line up there and figure out how far out you are, and then you look inside and you start lining up trees. As you can see, Love Hodel working with Carissa Moore, and this, you know, a surfer that spent a lot of time in this lineup. That's exactly it. You start thinking about where are those best waves at, and then once you figure out where that is, you go find your triangulation points, and then you go and sit on it. And you wait for that wave.
Pete breaking it down out here. Love Hodel, a local surfer from the North Shore, spent so much time in Carissa Moore's corner. Very smart for these athletes to tap into that local knowledge. Even though Carissa Moore is from Hawaii, she's usually, on the South Shore, but when she comes to the Hawaii time and North Shore in winter, she's out here every day surfing. But it's always nice to have that reassurance in your corner.
Yeah, I mean, I was able to talk to Chris Gallagher, who's here working with some of these athletes at this event here at the Hurley Pro. Every athlete's a little bit different in how they respond, but it is a psychological opportunity as a coach to say the right thing at the right times, and that's where you really have that extra magic. We've got some of the best coaches with tons of experience. And all of those things are super important in order to amp up your athlete.
Well, let's get your fantasy teams together. Zoe McDougall, the local wild card, is in next. And we'll be right back with more action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
I'm Kelly Slater.
I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back here to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. In the booth right now, Strider Wazalewski alongside my good friend Peter Mell calling the action. And saw a epic promo of Make or Break, getting deep into the lives of the pro surfers on tour. First 4 episodes dropping in just a few days on the 17th. That's going to be fun to watch. I can't wait. I actually learned something when I watched those episodes, Pete.
That's good, Strider. How long have you known each other?
Probably a solid
40 years, folks. This relationship has gone. And here we are in the booth calling action here at the Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach, in pumping Sunset Beach.
You called us a couple of crusty old surfers this morning.
Well, we are, aren't we?
We're not crusty, though. We're still in it.
Hey, look how crisp he is.
All right, well, Sunset Beach, Pete, I would like you to comment on
okay.
the reality of the forecast and what we have on offer today. I feel like these could be some of the best waves of the waiting period. I mean, the waves are just pumping out there.
I would say yes, but I will say that there's some change happening, right? There's some stuff changing in the system. So with that, I really do like, and you mentioned it too, the back end of the waiting period, even though it's still a week away, there's opportunity there. So, and a lot of things can change in those 5 to 7 days. So, yes, in the near future, this is probably the best of it for at least maybe 4 or 5 days. But ultimately, in the back half, there's still, I think, a lot of opportunity there.
There's hope for more action down the line, but just can't, counting on it is a rough one. Mother Nature changes her mind by the second.
Yeah, and hopefully, right now the vibe isn't great, so let's hope that it does change. And that's the thing, the jet stream really steers all of the weather underneath it, right? So the jet stream is doing a bit of a change. Right now at the date line, it's got this split, so all of a sudden you see basically there's just a high pressure punch in it, and it's splitting the storms, and they're not able to get a lot of energy. So we ultimately want that kind of to move by Hawaii, move more east, which is the trending situation at the moment.
Professor Pete breaking down the jet stream.
I got the glasses and everything for it.
I love it. And you know what? I like it when you go deep into all of the information that you've got up in that brain of yours. Here we go. Tatiana finding a wave on the inside corner. I feel like she's getting a little bit desperate at the moment out there. Scores for her sitting on a 4.5, and she's looking for something bigger and better. Teresa Bonvlat has not really shown up to the party. Only 7:36 on the clock, Pete. This thing has ticked by so fast. We've been having a lot of fun up here in the booth, but out in the water, imagine the pressure that's building on the athletes.
It's so true. That's Sunset Beach. Again, it's one of those times that you could go out there and only get one wave or even no waves. But ultimately, there was a set that happened during the break that actually caught a lot of these surfers, unfortunately, so they weren't able to do that. And that's what happens is all of a sudden you'll think there's a set, and you're like, okay, I'm going to hold my ground, and sure enough, it breaks 40 yards outside of you.
Well, Teresa Bonvlat in the water, our reporter on the ground out there. AJ's got some information about Teresa Bonvlat.
That's right, Strider. I got a chance to catch up with her friend and videographer, Binya, this morning, and she told me that Teresa has put in some time here at Sunset to make sure that she is ready for this wave. She didn't, I don't believe, free surf this morning, though. And you guys, I'm so curious because every surfer I talk to has such an opinion, right? You either free surf or you don't. There's very rarely someone who's like, we'll see how it goes. But I'm curious, as the first heat of the morning, do you guys think that what would you do in that situation? You're the first heat of the morning. Do you get your free surf in?
I feel like, thank you, AJ. I do. I feel like I'd be getting out there just to get a wave under my belt, but not too many because the older I get, the better I surf right off the bat.
Bringing age into it. But I'll tell you, for me, AJ, I believe that you go with what the flow is telling you for that day. I really do. Ultimately, if you feel like you're questioning equipment, get out there and try and ride your board. But if you're not and you're satisfied with it, you know what? You can just sit and watch the lineup because there's a lot you can learn from just scanning the lineup from the beach. And ultimately, you see where those best waves are. When you're in the water, sometimes you miss those opportunities because you don't get to see every wave. So there is different vibe, but I like to pick up on the vibe of what's happening in the day. And it depends on the venue as well.
Yeah, 100%. There's so much going on that you can gain on a vantage point just by seeing the lineup. Right now, if you looked at that shot earlier while you were going through your scenarios, Tatiana Weston Webb pretty inside and wide, trying to find a backup score. She's looking solid in this heat, but she definitely needs another score. Teresa Bonvlat can eclipse her with just one wave if she catches the right wave. So she has priority in this heat. 5:10 on the clock. There's time for that great wave to come through and pick that up. The patient game of Teresa.
They're playing their roles.
Pay off.
They're playing their roles right now. With third priority, Tatiana she's going to sit a little bit wide. And hopefully, she's going to get one that slips underneath that has a lot of extra energy on the inside bowl. That's an opportunity to get a backup number, which is exactly what she wants to do. Considering that Teresa, who really knows that she has priority, has to sit and grab a set wave. So she's going to position herself in that situation. It's just a matter of now what the ocean provides.
And like we saw her earlier, maybe getting pushed too deep by Tatiana Weston Webb, she's got free reign of the lineup. So she will find herself in a good position if a swell arrives. But that has to happen. We need to have those sets coming in, and it's up to Mother Nature to pump them through.
So crazy. We were watching the lineups right this morning, and it was literally wave after wave after wave. And the ocean just is funny like that. Sometimes it just, it sends endless waves. Because it was super consistent this morning. So it's a little weird for me to see that these opportunities aren't happening for this heat in 30 minutes.
Well, let's take a look at what's happened in this heat. A little heat recap right now with Molly Picklum coming off the bottom, Pete.
Well, she picked up this wave very early in the heat, so she's actually very happy with it because she has two numbers. This one came in at the 3.33, just showcasing her flow. getting tuned up in this morning. That was the very first wave of the event. Tatiana with the second highest number of this heat, a 4.5. Had to negotiate some of the froth on the inside here, but does so well. Very easy going for this wave here. Again, first wave of the event. And then Molly, a little bigger takeoff here off the main bowl. This one here came in at a 4.83, which is the best number of the heat.
Yeah, and Molly's showing a lot of style, but also power, and she feels like a veteran to me. She feels like the new Sally Fitzgibbons coming onto tour.
That's coaching. That's her own motivation. She wants to learn. She wants to, and she spends so much time watching heats. With Coach Micro Hall. Again, very accomplished. They go over all of the scenarios, but she's just really motivated. Molly Picklum is very motivated.
A high wide shot right there. We've got Tatiana taking off, coming off the bottom. A lot of bump on the face. Can she find that lip line? She does. Big bang into the corner. She's going to get one turn off right there, and that's going to be a solid backup score. I feel like her finding a lip line turn out there was the point of that wave.
Exactly. I mean, she picks this wave up. It was the first wave of the set. It slid underneath the pack outside. She picks this wave up. She's going to add maybe a couple points to her total, which again, really what that does is turns Teresa from a 4.31 needed to turn the heat, now probably going to be a 6.
The pressure is building out the back. Teresa Bonvillaut with 2 minutes on the clock. Tatiana under priority gets this one.
Yeah, and again, it's just the inside bowl section. Waited for it patiently, finally gets the opportunity, hooks it up off the top, and then the wave just disappears, goes flat, goes into the deeper water, and that's what happens at Sunset Beach. It ends very quickly, but it goes from shallow and then drops into deep. So that's what makes it so wild, is that you'll get the chops coming out of that deep water into the face, and so you have to have your timing so perfectly impeccable, your equipment dialed in, especially if you want to be able to pick those spots to get those maneuvers done.
Tell me about the surface of the water right now, Pete. It is just not the smooth, glassy, easy wave at Sunset.
No,
usually,
it's a big water wave.
Yeah, but this is an open water wave.
Yeah, it is. And so you're going to see, and we still have a lot of northeast wind swell that's kind of coming across the top of it, right? It's been windy here.
That was unfortunate for Teresa Bonvillaut going over the handlebars.
Yeah, a bit of a shocker right here for Teresa, unfortunately.
That is not what you wanted after waiting all that time. What went wrong right here, Pete?
Well, she's dropping in. She's trying to stay low to her board, which is so important, but then the lip just drives on her back, the nose pokes, and that's those extra bumps. You've got these northwest winds that are coming across the face, so all of a sudden you're kind of lifted, and then the wedge goes underneath you, your nose pokes, and you go down. That's this big lineup with all this water moving around.
You have to be able to adjust as you're taking off on a wave. You've got a wave pushing over your back. You've got wind up in the face. You've got chops coming across from the channel. And then all of that combined, the pressure of trying to get a score. She crumbled under pressure right there.
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate one there for there. She will get another chance, with 20 seconds. In the elimination round, she will.
Okay, not in this heat, though.
Not in this heat. Not with 15 seconds.
That was a tough call right there. And you can just think about the pressure that built all the way into that wave.
Just goes to show how important that first exchange was, too, for Molly. Picking up that 3.33, just surfing solid. It ended up being in her score line. She's going to move in to the next round, not have to deal with the elimination round.
Molly confidently paddling back to the channel. Great heat for her. She's going to take the win. Tatiana Weston-Webb in second. Teresa Bonvillaut is going to go back to the drawing board. And we will be right back here at the Hurley Pro Sunset with more action as we see the ladies laying it down.
The Hawaiian name for sunset is Paumalu. Sunset, it's a gateway to big wave surfing here on the North Shore. Mystery and beauty and terror, everything all wrapped into one. I started surfing when I was 18. I began by bodyboarding Sunset. I had the crash course on all the currents and all the vortexes of doom. It's the fastest way to learn a wave is to basically swim it. My first board at Sunset was a single fin. Single fins draw such beautiful lines, give you a lovely feeling on the bottom turn as you set up for the West Bowl to get barreled. In order to surf these waves, you have to move outside yourself into some other part of who you are, and it can really transform your energy.
A beautiful piece right there. Emmy Erickson, big wave surfer, Waimea Sunset, as you saw. Solid surfing going on. Right now, out the back, we've got Zoe McDougall, Stephanie Gilmore, and Isabella Nichols.
I got kind of chicken skin with that thing, and I'd heard it was good. That was the first time I'd seen it from Emmy Erickson and the Yeti thing. There's the gateway to big wave surfing. This is absolutely what this place was for me. When I was my first year here on the North Shore, literally caught a wave at Sunset Beach, and that's why I do what I do, literally because of a wave at this Sunset Beach.
Great comment right there. Gateway to big wave surfing as we see some massive walls of water coming through the outside. As you see those pushing through from the back, those swell lines coming in, looking like from the northwest and pushing through all the way down the entire reef here at Sunset Beach. This is going to be an incredible heat as this thing winds up.
The swell we have today, Strider, it's a new swell, came up. Directions around 311 is on the Waimea buoy, 305 out in Kauai. So it's in that zone of 300 to 310-ish zone, 315, as we watch a beautiful arc there.
Yeah, during the break, we had Zoe McDougall catch this wave, Pete.
Wow, beautiful arc. And you know what was cool about that arc was the speed she carried through it, right? In that lip right there, look at just through the arc, holding the rail. That's the style of surfing that's beautiful for Sunset Beach. We'll see if the judges acknowledge it.
100% they will. Coming in with that one turn, a 4.33.
Yeah.
She actually attacked the lip line, and that's what the judges want to see. Zoe McDougall is on my fantasy team.
Oh, nice. Nice work. I will say that was a distinct difference, right? I mean, we saw a lot of maneuvers done in that first heat, came into the 3.33. But ultimately, there's commitment, right? So the judges are going to reward that commitment. And when she carried the speed through that closeout move, that's commitment. It was easy to see on the eyes. And so you saw there was a full difference there. The speed in which she carried through the maneuver ends up being a good number there with a 4.33. So that's the scale set. Now everything's going to be based on that in this heat.
Zoe McDougall getting into this event as a wild card, the highest ranked Hawaiian on the CS Tour and the Challenger Series. And she hails right here from Sunset Beach. She has this wave in her back pocket, so she's constantly looking and surfing this wave.
And very confident, really. And she's got Chris Gallagher in her corner. They've been working together over the years. And so she has her as his team member for this event. And, of course, Zoe, first person down here this morning. We were down here in the dark. Sure enough, she's got pole position on the Red Bull Athlete Zone rack. The boards are all there. She loaded it up here with Dad, watching the conditions. So she is amped, ready to compete here. She has had Championship Tour experience in the past. 2018, she was able to surf at Honolulu.
Here goes Golden Gilmore as she cracks through the corner right there. Beautiful turn, back up into it. Wow, beautiful slice right there. Solid two-turn combo for Stephanie Gilmore. And she's just going to ride this one out, get to that Red Bull jet ski.
Oh.
Abe taking a little splash in the face there. He is the pilot, taking the surfers back out to the lineup. She's going to climb back onto that ski. Pete, Mel, I loved what I saw out of Stephanie Gilmore right there.
Such impeccable flow, right? I mean, and with that flow, she's carrying a lot of speed. And that's the secret, right? Is being able to have that flow, but as you're doing your maneuvers, doing it with a ton of speed. Equipment looked on point, nice and glidey. She carried the speed well through that. Knows how to ride the Red Bull jet ski pretty easy there. Just side saddle, jump out with jet ski assist today. Let's take a look at it. So why is she so flowy and good. She just knows where to do those bottom turns to keep the speed up and where to pick all that loading up off the bottom allows you to have the perfect timing to go into the face. So this isn't going to be a gigantic number, but it just shows what she's up to right now. She is definitely carrying great flow and speed.
Yeah, she looks super confident, which is something that, we look for in surfing. You see her go up into the corner and lay the rail down right there. That's something that's not easy to do, and then she does it again. Building flow and momentum on a wave, that's what the judges are looking for.
We saw it at the Rip Curl Finals. When she stood up on her very first wave at Trestles, she carried a bit of an aura, and that was basically what Destiny was. She ended up winning the world title. She came from all the way in those back few heats and was able to get it done each and every heat. She's looking on point here at this event, so this is going to be a good number for her, best number we've seen today.
Beautiful surfing right there in the corner, just laying it down. Stephanie Gilmore drops a 5.5. I feel like that was almost underscored. In my book, she cracked the corner. I love the way she was surfing. Laura Enever's down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What do you got for us?
Yes, guys, just a little insight on Steph's boards. She is riding a 6.5 DHD at the moment, but her backup is actually a 6.4 Tokoro. So deciding to take the DHD out today, but I know she's been playing around with a lot of boards in the last few weeks. She's been spending a lot of time out here at Sunset, and she's looking for redemption after that early loss at Pipeline. So she's been putting in the time, coming down. I know last night there wasn't many waves, but just every afternoon coming down and watching the lineup, trying to find everything she can to give herself an advantage out here and get back into that winning form that we've seen from her back in the day.
Have you seen, is Steph working with any camp? Does she have anybody down here? It looks pretty solo when I saw her on the warm-up.
Yeah, well, she's got Tommy Witts out in the water, and then her partner Harry's up there as well, so they've all been surfing and doing a lot of work together.
Here we go. Isabella Nichols goes to the lip line. Beautiful turn right there. Don't know if she's going to be able to back it up, but she'll ride it out to get to that channel of deep water so she can come back out into the lineup on the back of the ski.
This will be an interesting comparison. We saw basically there was one major maneuver there for Isabella Nichols and comparatively to Zoe McDougall's. And there were two different styles of waves and sections. So we'll see where this kind of folds in regards to, because she rode that wave a little longer, but there was just that one arc, and those waves that are a little deeper, which is where she caught this wave. It sees off this point almost. And generally that gives you a nice good outside section, which she does right here, whereas Zoe does hers on that inside bowl section, and they're two different style sections. But I feel like they're going to be pretty similar numbers, and maybe a subtle difference to Isabella on the lower end, but we'll see what the judges think.
Yeah, I agree with you, Pete. I feel like Zoe had a more critical section. She had it was more in control and high speed. Yeah. So I feel like she's going to have a bigger score, than Isabella Nichols. But Isabella on the board now, so all three surfers riding waves, and this heat is set and ready to go. Looks like we've got AJ down there with Molly Picklum, the winner of that last heat.
I certainly do, Strider. Molly, just out of the water, the first heat of the day. What did you see when you were getting ready for your heat that you wanted to make sure you took advantage of?
It was actually firing, and it was pretty consistent when I was watching, getting ready just before I paddled out for my heat. And then it really slowed up. But, the game plan then was just to catch waves, and I think that's honestly what got me through, because I wasn't sitting waiting for a sick wave or anything like that. I just wanted to catch waves and let my surfing do the talking. And I think I was the one that ended up on two waves, and the rest of them didn't, because there wasn't that many waves out there.
That seems to be a theme that we're seeing early in this 2023 season for you. Just get out there, attack your heats, let your surfing do the talking. Do you feel like that's a fair way to say that you're approaching each of these heats?
Yeah, I feel like after last year, I found a lot of belief. I already was pretty confident, but I kind of had belief in my team, and then now I have that, and now I really believe in myself, and owning my own things this year. And I don't know, I just feel really free to go out there and do me and be confident and trust that it'll be good enough.
And it's been good enough so far. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys.
Out the back, Zoe McDougall throwing down a carve, finding a nice clean face. A little sticky on the rail there, Pete, but a couple of turns. And then behind her, Stephanie Gilmore on a bigger, more solid wave, trying to find that lip line once again. Bango in the corner, throwing some buckets out the back. Stephanie will jump off.
Great timing on that final maneuver.
Right here, Isabella Nichols following up the three. Oh, takes a lip to the chest out there. That was like just just body slam. I mean,
cool,
that was a straight clothesline.
Yeah, she was going for it for sure. And now she's going to have to try and get herself into position here with 18 minutes, get that priority back. Because basically that's not going to be a top 2 score.
I do love when the sets arrive, we had 3 riders all catching waves in succession, meaning that there's enough waves for everybody to get on the board during these sets, which it keeps a great flow mentally for all the surfers. Unfortunately for Isabella, she came unstuck right there, but I think she'll be back out in the lineup first.
Yeah, well, that was the observation I had this morning. I felt like there was just going to be lots of opportunity in that first heat, just a little bit slow. Take a look at this first wave here from Zoe McDougall. Again, she is very accomplished here, looks very confident, equipment on point. Just a little bit of a rail dig there, which it took away from some of the speed, and then has to watch Steph Gilmore on a little bit bigger wave. Had to down carve this section, but it carries her speed well into this one, and then the timing was perfect right there in that steeper part of the wave. Just gouges her board, digs her rail in. That's commitment. It's going to be a good number for her. She's going to add to that 5.5. Then this one, just going for it. I mean, that wave, that's what's so radical about Sunset Beach is that, it changes right in that section. She just went for it and took a lip in the face. But I love the commitment. She was definitely going for it with all that speed.
What went wrong right there, Pete?
Just timing, where it was. I mean, she wanted to go into the lip. That was it. And then maybe a slight indecisiveness. Do you float that section or do you turn underneath? And that indecisiveness, unfortunately, created the error.
Zoe McDougall is a hometown surfer. Sunset Beach, Oahu. She is out the back right now in a commanding position with a couple of great rides. Surfing really well out here, looking really confident. I did notice a little bit of a sticky rail out there on those 2 turns that she did. Was that just the water surface, Pete?
Well, there's a placement of the maneuver, right? And it's speed carrying. When you go into a maneuver and you're trying to dig your rail in, that front rail will sometimes stick. And so that's that balance you have to have with how much pressure you're putting on your back foot with the amount of speed you have. When you have a lot more speed, you can kind of ride your board further up. But as you slow down, you want to really gouge that back foot. And she wasn't able to dig that back foot in, and so the rail stayed in the water and slowed her down.
Stephanie Gilmore drops a 4.6, putting her right up into the lead.
Which is interesting.
Looking really, really solid out there because she is sitting in the #1 spot at the back of the priority line. 15:37 on the clock, Pete. This is a good heat.
It is a good heat, and Steph is putting a nice pace performance here. I love that she was on that second wave. She really knew the lineup enough to be able to get onto that second wave. She was sitting outside of priority at that point. So good work for Steph to realize this lineup. And again, just a lot of experience. She hasn't competed here recently as much because we had that 10-year break of the women at Sunset Beach. But ultimately, yeah, she was able to compete in a whole different generation. And as a surfer, Steph Gilmore, the winningest of all time, that means she's surfed a lot of seasons. So she's transitioned a lot of generations. And that's something, very similar to Kelly Slater on the other side, even more so for Kelly, obviously. But being able to be inspired each and every season when you're doing it for so long, that's a secret that you have to have. You have to be able to refine yourself and refine your equipment or refine whatever it is to be able to be inspired to come back and showcase a huge performance.
And I feel like the inspiration came from the WSL as she got to march through those heats last year, win a world title. We'll be right back here at Sunset Beach and Stephanie Gilmore ripping through the lip. Stay tuned.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to beautiful Sunset Beach. We're here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach action all day long. The ladies are out in the lineup right now. Stephanie Gilmore is commanding the lead. Zoe McDougall sitting in second, and Isabella Nichols searching for a solid score coming from the back of the field. My name's Strider Wazalewski, and Peter Mell in here calling the action, having a good time. It's just like being on the couch watching surfing, Pete.
You realize that, remember when we did Mazatlan together as like, 15 years ago, doing heats together? So it's we've been doing this for a very long time. So it's kind of cool to be able to share this booth with you here for a championship tour event at Sunset Beach. Of course, you know, the winningest of woman ever in the water right here, Steph Gilmore. So, and pumping surf, gotta love it.
Yeah, it looks like we got a couple of lines coming through on the horizon right now. May have no takers for this one, but this playing field, I just want to get into the vast playing field, how much territory we're talking about when you're sitting on that line.
Yeah, and it even gets broader, right? When you increase the swell size, you start changing directions in swells because, you know, you get a real westerly angle, the point starts to get really good, so you start pushing it further, a little deeper there. But here's Steph. And an interesting note just on Steph here as she's going on this wave. You picked Zoe McDougall over Steph at Sunset Beach on your fantasy team.
You know, that was a funny call by myself. I love Stephanie, and the reality of it is I really love Zoe McDougall and how much fire she brings. So this is not over yet. We got 10 minutes left. Zoe could get a really great wave right here and put herself up over the top of Steph. But in the big scheme of things on the long haul, this is going to be a fun one to watch because having your fantasy surfers and who you have on the roster, you know, some of it's heart, some of it's stats, and you kind of have to mix the two.
Yeah, okay, I got you. I like playing with my heart too. It's cool, I mean, especially when you're a surfer that you put on there as your heart does well.
All right, well, we saw an up and out right there by Isabella Nichols. See, look at these waves just peeling through.
Doesn't need much. A 3.24 will able to get her into that second position.
This is Stephanie's wave, Pete.
Yeah, so a smaller wave, obviously, and it's pushed down onto the point. Sometimes these point waves will give you a nice steep section on that outside portion of it. So she was reading this well. She was actually in the lineup knowing that she was deeper on the point. It's not going to change anything. She's still going to keep the 4.6 as her best number. But ultimately, she's staying loose. And I like the Steph Gilmore look we're seeing right now. I feel like it's inspired. I think that she obviously knows that she has to do well.
Just going to go back to my fantasy picks.
Okay.
Because, you know, Stephanie looks amazing out there right now. And just a note, side note, I've never done well at fantasy.
Oh, okay.
Just, you know.
And you can still change it, too.
Don't follow my picks.
You do a lot of the heart, huh?
I do too much of that.
The numbers are, I mean, again, where you can change your team up after you look at this first round because ultimately that's part of the cool thing. If you really want to do well, that's a trick, you know. See what happens in that round of 16 before you...
Tell us how to do it, Pete. Actually, Kaipo Guerrero won.
He's coming in next. Talk to Kaipo.
Yeah, we'll let Kaipo drop the knowledge because Kaipo Guerrero won the entire season 2 years ago.
He had a formula.
It's just unbelievable.
He has a formula. Although he picks a lot of Hawaiians, so he does like to keep that. I mean, that generally didn't change much, but the Hawaiians did well, so they gave him numbers.
Walls of water arriving on the reef out the back. We've got some surf coming at us. 8:35 on the clock. Stephanie Gilmore still commanding the lead. Zoe McDougall,
different.
Sitting there waiting. She's Sunset Beach local.
I will say Strider, a little different here. See, the winds will come sometimes more out of the north, and when that happens, is you'll start to see these ribs kind of. And as the afternoon changes, you know, we get the land will heat up. You'll get the wind steering a little bit. Ultimately, this is kind of a period where you're going to see it's a little northward angle, and you see those little ribs coming down and actually entering the lineup. And then hopefully we see it go more east. And when that happens, the lineup cleans up because all that wind chop stays outside of the break. And there it is. As you look, that's the corner of the island. You know, we're all the way up there. That's Kahuku. Right around that, it goes to the east side. So you're actually literally sitting there. This is the 7 Mile Miracle. You think about how beautiful this place is. And this is, I don't think there's any place in the world that packs as many world-class surf spots in such a small area. So literally, you would say that this is the mecca of surfing. Ultimately, you have to be able to perform here.
Not to mention, within a 10-foot radius, you've got 2 different names of a wave. I mean, there's every little piece of the reef has been named out here, which is pretty fun to, get into all the different waves that are on the North Shore and the 7 Mile Miracle. Here we go in the lip line. Looks like going over the falls. Getting just annihilated under all that white water. Is she still under? Has she popped up yet? That was a beating right there.
You can see if she can come into the lineup here. There she is. That was Isabella Nichols.
Here we go. Zoe McDougall finding a wave. That was a mistake by Zoe, though, wasting a wave with priority right there, Pete.
Yeah, and then she tried to kick out early enough to maybe get the position in the lineup, and there's a little bit of a paddle battle right now, but I assume as you watch this, is underneath it, the timing was a little off. Again, this is why this place is so difficult, is getting yourself in position in the lineup, and right there, just a bit underneath it, and take that white water on the back, and it was just too strong. And here's Zoe, again, more pushed up on the point. So it's a steeper takeoff, but all that white water on the face, decides to kick out, not hit that closeout section, which you would think was a mistake. Ultimately, I feel like she was trying to get positioned by kicking out early.
I don't think that was her mistake. I think that Isabella Nichols was in her way as she went to do the turn and could not execute the turn that she wanted to do, because she is one that will do a turn right here. Watch this closely. She drops in, identifies the line that she needs, but look, right here, she's looking at the athlete, and right there, that's where she wanted to do a turn. Okay?
There was a full double take right there. Look, you saw that. You saw the look at her, look at the lip line, look at her, look at the lip line, and realized it wasn't the timing wasn't going to be right. So yeah, a good pickup.
Could have been the score she needed to catapult her into the lead of this heat. I'd be splashing water out the back if I was Zoe McDougall.
It's a perfect example of how you have to adjust and the quick thinking that happens on the fly. So because the ocean's moving, there's all these things that you have to be able to kind of instinctively make these decisions, right? And you have to be able to do it. And the surfer that can do those decisions, the right decisions all the time, are generally going to be the champions and the world champions.
So Zoe in a compromising situation here. She's in the back of the roster on priority. Now she's sitting in number 3 spot for priority. So she's going to have to wait as we go into a heat recap right here. Zoe off the bottom, Pete.
This is our best number, the 4.33. Beautiful carve with a lot of speed involved. And then you had Steph Gilmore picking up 2 solid numbers right out of the gates here. So he's able to get the 5.5, able to back it up with the 4.6, and making it look pretty darn easy. Great flow and speed through her maneuvers. This is a little bigger wave here. As you see, outside move. This was the 4.6, but look at this turn here. Just great timing. Speed carried through the maneuver.
I'm just going to say it. Stephanie Gilmore is the most pleasurable surfer to watch on tour.
Yeah,
she's
great
pleasant.
style. Yeah,
she's unbelievable.
Easy on the eyes.
Here we go. Zoe McDougall dropping in. Nice late drop right there. Finding an inside corner. Cracks off the top. One turn. Will it be enough? Stephanie Gilmore behind her, looking at wave selection. Beautiful slice back into the power pocket. Can she find another turn down the line? Can she get back out in front of it? She'll get a little turn off the end there. A little let down by the wave, but she was looking so intent on doing another real lip line turn through the end of that wave.
And utilized priority in that situation. Did look like it actually had a scoring opportunity on it for her for sure. So we'll see if the judges feel that the same way. I mean, she did kind of miss that inside section. She had to chase it, and finally when she gets there, get into deep water. So that's what happens at Sunset. It's like you almost get forced to do a maneuver because you know that it's going to end so quickly that you're like, okay, at some point it's going to give you the opportunity. You have to be able to time it perfectly. This was a beautiful turn, but just the one maneuver. So I don't see it being a major number, but it could be a slight improvement on her low score, which is the 2.83. This one, not as a critical a section as her first wave, which was the 4.33, but you can see that she has the potential to link up. If she can get 2 maneuvers like that style of surfing out there, she's going to get bigger numbers.
100%. And then Stephanie Gilmore found the better wave behind her.
Yeah, this was, again, we had the nice clean face on that outside section. But then here, chasing it, and finally she gets out to the open face, and the wave flattens out. That's Sunset Beach into the deeper water. But that first maneuver, again, so easy on the eyes, just gets the arms out. Beautiful style. Isabella Nichols.
That was a quick shot of Isabella Nichols dealing with an avalanche of white water. It just was an impressive view of all that water blowing up around her. Here she is with the replay, Pete.
Big set wave, and that's why she wanted that wave. She was like, oh man, that was the wave, but I was just a bit too deep. You can see a full section there. Would have been nice to be another 10 yards to her left, and that would have put her in better position. Right there, she's just too deep.
Look at all that white water blowing up 3 times over her head, and then she has to deal with that on top of her as she jumps off her board underwater. There's so much going on underwater that you don't get to see.
Sure.
And a lot of energy gets spent under there, just trying to fight for the surface.
That's why I feel like, finals day at Sunset Beach is such a physical task. I mean, you surf 3 heats out in competition at Sunset Beach. It is a huge day. It really is.
So this is interesting, she only needed a 3.61 to jump up into second place. Isabella Nichols, unfortunately, finding herself too far behind that section. You're saying that was positioning.
I mean, it's the positioning, in a set wave. You just got, that's why it's a challenge out here, Sometimes you can read it really easy, because when you come over the top of a wave, you've got 15 seconds to kind of analyze that next wave and position yourself at that moment. And surfers that have instinctual understanding, just like, will make that decision and paddle to your left. Oh, I got to go more towards the channel, or no, this one's going to double up. It's going to go towards the point. And those decision making, when you can see the wave and see what's going to happen with it, that part is so important, because then that it gives you that extra 5 seconds to paddle into position. And sometimes surfers can read it really easily, and sometimes you can't.
Well, it looks like this thing is going to wind down. We got 40 seconds on the clock. Stephanie Gilmore out in front. Zoe McDougall, the local, in second place. And our surfer in black, Isabella Nichols, is back into the lineup and slow rolling the paddle. She only needs a 3.61, Pete. If you're Zoe McDougall, would you be back in over there?
I tried to get away from the other competitor and really gave yourself some space. I mean, Steph is basically, I know what you mean. She's probably feeling at this point that there will be a wave that will slide underneath. It's only 5 seconds left, so you got to put yourself on the shallow portion of the reef in order to catch the wave.
But my point is, Zoe did not go to defend her, which I would have. Little things can go a long way here at Sunset Beach.
I gotcha.
Looks like Stephanie Gilmore coming in right there from that victorious round. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach will be right back with more action coming up with Kaipo Guerrero.
What was it like seeing her coming for you?
I was definitely at home watching it, and I'm like, should I be watching it? Should I not be watching it? And I actually was rooting for Steph because I was like, okay, she's gonna be tired. She'll be tired. This is great. So we want Steph to keep going. And then she got there. I was like, oh, all right, well.
Yeah.
Well, she has a lot of momentum, and I'm jumping in the water like cold turkey. It felt like I was swimming upstream that day.
One-on-one, you can catch it on worldsurfleague.com for the full conversation between the 5-time world champ Carissa Moore and Joe Turpel. Carissa Moore in a comfortable situation right now, right back where she wants to be in that yellow leader's jersey. I'm Kaipo along with Megan Abubo, who has been a finalist here numerous times at Sunset. Thank you for joining me, Megan.
Thank you, Kaipo. I'm really excited to be here. I've been excited to call this event since I saw it on the schedule.
Yeah, it's really nice that we have the women returning to Sunset Beach, Paumalu, that has a deep, deep history in surfing, not just surfing competition, but culturally in surfing as well. Here's our matchup in our opening round, heat number 3, Carissa Moore against Caroline Marks, and a injury replacement wild card in the way of Luana Silva. But Luana Silva, Megan, is going to be dangerous out here in that she's a local at Sunset.
Yeah, not only is Luana a local, but she's surfed many heats out here, even as an amateur, and that's something that makes the Hawaiian surfers deadly out here, is the fact that they have amateur careers out here as well, so they're pretty comfortable with the lineup in a heat.
Yeah, how important is it to be able to be on track in such a vast lineup that Sunset provides?
Oh, it is. I mean, Sunset Beach is probably one of the biggest lineups in the world. You have multiple spots you can sit on, and depending on the swell direction and the wave size, no, you know, some people like to sit further up the point. As you can see, some of the girls paddling a little deeper in this shot. Some like to hang on the West Bowl. Today, there's actually quite a few good sets coming through at the point, so it'd be interesting to see if anyone actually paddles up there a little more.
Yeah, having those different options as we see the women paddle over that first wave. Luana Silva, just 18 years old, was a rookie last year on the championship tour. Unfortunately, not able to make that mid-season cut. This is her 6th championship tour event. In contrast, another youngster out there, Caroline Marks, 20 years old, Megan. This is her 35th championship tour event. But when you put things into perspective, we need to recognize Carissa Moore. This is her 111th championship tour event. So it puts you into perspective on, you know, a relative rookie or someone who's new to championship tour surfing to someone who's right in the middle of their career, because Caroline Marks started so young, and then Carissa Moore, who has so much experience out here.
Yeah, what a great breakdown, Kaipo. We have all the different tiers of being a professional surfer in the lineup. You have your veteran, your rookie, and your, you know, mid-career surfer, as in Carolyn. And also note, Caroline Marks is a goofy footer. So I always love to see the contrasting styles and the regular footers and the goofy footers out at Sunset Beach. And, you know, it kind of reminds me of back in the day when we'd see Aki out here, you know. And Caroline Marks, to me, she is like somewhat of a female version of Aki in my mind. She's very powerful, very low center of gravity. So I'm really excited to watch her surf out here.
Yeah, Caroline working with another goofy foot, cool hand, Luke Egan. And we look at the history of this event as we see Stephanie Gilmore coming in victorious, and it's going to move straight into the round of 16. A couple of fans on the beach. A smiley face to boot. Carissa Moore. Nice opening carve. Patient off the bottom. A little section there to deal with, and Carissa Moore just kind of going through a compulsory routine for her start. Luana Silva behind her, high line snap, a little bit more aggressive. Wave's going to get away from Luana on her toes, and the whitewater finds more open face, gets back up for another aggressive snap before the wave goes into deep water and dissipates in the channel. Goofy foot here on the exchange, has to get a high line speed down the line, sets up off the bottom. Caroline Marks, and mistimes that, goes incomplete.
Yeah, Kaipo, this is great. I knew we'd see a little difference here. We have a couple Hawaiian surfers in this heat, and I'm seeing a contrasting difference. I see a little more length on their boards. They get a little more time to ride longer equipment, and to me, it looks good out at Sunset, and I could see that already on Carissa and Luana. They have a couple more inches on their board, and you don't see it chatter on the wave, the face of the wave, as much.
Yeah, longer rail line equals more stability for most of these boards, and just the paddle power, and to get into some of these waves, Megan, you can speak to, I call them sometimes mirages out here. We'll get to all that stuff because here's a replay to talk us through.
Yeah, here we see Carissa. It takes off. It's a little frothy, but beautiful first turn there. Nice carve. You can see she's just laying it all on her rail. Big, huge turns there. Again, she has a little bit more rail on her, so I like what I'm seeing. And Luana, next ride, she's beautiful opening turn there. Really aggressive on that first snap there. But unfortunately, that wave just kind of comes to an end. But I really like what I'm seeing here with Luana, how aggressive she is here. And look how she opens up her body there, hangs on, almost airdrops out of that thing. And Luana, she looks like she's riding nice equipment as well. Just a couple more inches under your feet, and it looks nice and smooth. And she's managed to look really smooth on that wave.
Yeah, looks like she's on a sharp eye. The mayhem under the feet of Caroline Marks with this replay.
Yeah, Carolyn like flying down the line here, but just trying to find that little opening, and she just has to kick out there. On your backhand, this wave it's tough. It's difficult. It's a big open face, and you're constantly trying to open up to see where the wave's gonna, where that best opening is gonna be to do a turn or to pull in. So Carolyn's definitely looking strong. It's just she needs to find that right wave.
2008, Steph Gilmore won a title here at Sunset. Can she do it again? Well, she's off to a great start, winning her opening heat. Steph's with AJ.
She is off to a great start, Kaipo. Steph, you got a chance to watch the first heat in the water. It seemed like the waves were a little bit more consistent for your heat. How did you want to attack your heat?
Yeah, I pre-surfed this morning, and it's always tough with the crowd because everyone's just so hungry to get some waves in. So I was just out there to see some lineups, and yeah, it's changing. The swell's kind of dropping off a bit, and there's like a big northeast mixing into it, and it's a lot more bumpy than it looks. But I'm lucky. I'm on my forehand, and I can just kind of draw out some really nice long lines. And I'm riding a 6.5 board, so it's probably a bit bigger than most girls are riding, and feels good. Just, yeah, take your time out there. You got to take your time, but you got to stay active. So that was my plan, was just catch waves. Sometimes you get stuck out there, you're just sitting, waiting, and this, the magical unicorn wave you're waiting for never comes. So it's all about just staying in a rhythm. And so yeah, that was my plan. It worked out really well. But Zoe's a tough competitor out here. She's a local girl, and I wanted to follow her around the lineup a bit.
It worked out well. You told me after Pipe, when you got eliminated, that you knew you weren't going to be able to just scrape by this season. If you wanted to get back to the WSL finals, you had to just come out and attack. How do you feel like you regrouped between Pipe and Sunset to have the start that you have today?
To be honest, I was just thinking about, I had such a poor performance here last year. I just couldn't put it together. Yeah, my first heat was horrible. Second heat just scraped through, and third heat had another shocker. So I feel like I was just out there trying to redeem myself from my performance last year. And that's the sort of things that I think about, like, oh God, that was, you're only as good as your last performance out here. So that was in my mind, and I just wanted to improve, and that was it. So that was the goal, and it worked now. But yeah, all of the girls on tour now, the experience is getting more and more. Everyone's so confident and talented, and yeah, going into scraping into fifth for the finals is probably not the smartest idea. So you've got to be on the gas the whole way from the start.
You were today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks so much.
Yeah, Steph Gilmore catching up with Luana Silva. Silva's first wave, a 5.17, gets her on the board. And we're going to be waiting for that backup score, Megs, of Luana Silva. As you can see her getting a little shuttle by the Red Bull Ski and Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Yeah, isn't that a nice addition to be able to get back in the lineup? Oh, here we see Carissa.
Big drop for Carissa Moore. And a little too far behind the peak there. And she's not going to get anything but a ride to the channel and one more attempt. That's going to just burn some time off the clock for Carissa Moore, with no score coming in for that one.
Yeah, I love how there's jet ski assistance, because it really, you can utilize the time in the heat. You don't have to worry. Back in the day, you'd be lucky to get 3 waves, as we see Carissa taking off here. At first, it didn't look like she was too deep. She looked like she was in a great spot, but sometimes you can see right here, I mean, it looks like she's gonna take off and be in perfect positioning, but the wind just took that wave and it just kind of went way in front of her.
And Luana Silva.
Yeah, Luana taking off here. I like the look of this wave actually here. She gets a nice first turn. Bogs a little bit on that turn though, but completes it and does a nice little cut back here. But then perfectly sets herself up for a nice re-entry on the inside. So a good way to back up her first ride for Luana.
Yeah, 3.5, Luana to the lead with 18 minutes remaining. Carissa Moore resetting herself in the lineup after just a fractional score for that third wave. Needs to back up her 6.83. Carissa Moore does have the highest single wave score, so she does still have the advantage in this heat at this time. Caroline Marks needs to get going. Caroline having priority right now, so there is an opportunity for Marksy, Caroline Marks. But when we look at the Goofy versus regular foot conversation, Megan, we haven't had a Goofy foot winner here for the women since Pam Burridge in 1990. It's been a long time.
That's a long time, and Pam was definitely, still is definitely one of the best Goofy foot females ever to surf out here. So yeah, I'm sure Caroline Marks is ready to get one win for the Goofies.
Waves coming through.
Yeah, you know, Kaipo, one thing to note about Sunset Beach too, it's a really powerful wave, as you can see on camera. There's a lot of wind, a lot of elements, and you really have to read Sunset Beach right, because you can't overpower Sunset Beach. I know early in the previous heat we saw Isabella Nichols go for this huge, like almost tail slide. On a day like today when the surf is almost 8 feet, you know, you can't overpower Sunset Beach. You really have to make sure that you draw the right line to utilize the power and the flow of the wave.
Yeah, that is true. And the goal through that flow is to score a 10. Carissa Moore, she's wearing a 10. And for all the surfers all year long, you get a 10, you get the bonus of a Yeti 110 Tundra cooler for all the 10s awarded this year on tour. That's a great addition.
Yeah, isn't it? 110 for a 10. And Sunset Beach does not give out a lot of 10s, so it'll be neat to see if we can get 10s. Sometimes, you know, they'll come from that inside bowl. Right now, everybody's surfing a little bit in between, kind of between the inside bowl and the peak. So today's a great day. You know, you can start your ride off with a couple turns and maybe the inside bowl will turn on for a barrel for you.
Yeah, that would be the combination, right, to get to that 10. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's going to be coming up in the next heat against Brisa Hennessy and Courtney Conlog. That is a very evenly matched heat, so that's going to be a battle when we look to heat 4 of this opening round.
Yeah, on paper, Kaipo, this is one of my favorite heats when I saw it. Brisa Hennessy won out here last year, and then Courtney Conlog is no stranger to heavy water. She surfs very well out here, and Sally Fitzgibbons also surfs really well out here, very powerful surfer.
We're halfway through this heat at 15 minutes and 20 seconds, flying above Paumalu, Sunset Beach. Carissa Moore, she needs a backup score. When's she going to get it? We're going to find out, but after this break.
All right, Kaipo, what do you have for us today?
Well, I hope you're ready for an extraordinary culinary experience. We're on site here at the Turtle Bay at the Alaya restaurant, and let's meet the chef. Hey, Chef, I'm Kaipo.
Kaipo, Chef Lyle, nice to meet you.
What are we expecting today?
You're gonna sample some good, fresh seafood here. And then also across the street, we have Kuilima Farms that we partner with. So top of the line, fresh vegetables straight from the ground to the table.
Wonderful. Straight from the sea, farm to table, and a magnificent view here at the Turtle Bay.
Can't match it.
Let's get into it.
Let's do it. This is from Kuilima Farms, our beet salad served 3 ways. And of course, we gotta have Hawaiian ahi poke, right? From the sea.
Look at the colors, AJ.
Here is our whole lobster from the Big Island. And here on this side, we sourced out a local chicken, Ludovico Farms.
This is beautiful.
All right, folks, ready for some sweets here?
This is a dessert combination that can't be beat.
Well, AJ and Kaipo, thank you for joining us at Alaya.
Thank you so much for having us. Nowhere else does it feel like you can get a meal this good, a view that epic, only at Turtle Bay.
It's true, only at Turtle Bay. Live action here, Caroline Marks dropping into this one on the backhand. A little sleepy section, mid-face turn there, needs to make some way down the line, and a chatter on the heels gets bucked off. Right behind her, Luana Silva currently in the lead. Silva, long bottom turn, top turn combo. Wind's been picking up, Silva picking a line here on the inside. Lip glide, does a good job to stay on board, looking to improve upon her 3.5. Megs, what you think?
Wow, what a good exchange there. You know, I love, again, the contrast between the goofy footer and the regular footer on that wave. And also love to see Luana maneuver around Caroline Marks, and she came out unscathed, both of them.
Yeah, that was just hanging on is what I saw with Luana Silva, and getting that completion. I see what the judges think. It was a risky finish, that lip line glide for Silva. We're waiting for the points and setting the situation in this heat at 11 minutes. Carissa Moore sitting on the back with priority.
I do think that Caroline's board, she was doing quite a bit of chattering out there. So I think once she gets her footing on that board, she'll definitely look a lot more comfortable. But right now it just appears to me that, you know, she's having a little bit of a difficult time finding that right line because it's looking a bit chattery. As we see Luana on this wave taking off. Nice first turn there. She's eyeing up down the line here. I think she's unsure what she wants to do. She sees Caroline right there and kind of does like a floater top turn around her.
Yeah, one more time on the replay. This is a 5.77 as we can see the judges' numbers for Luana Silva. So they did appreciate the risk in this final maneuver that she did, this lip glide. In some treacherous drop back in. So well done by Luana Silva and rewarded.
Yeah, I think with the combination of the first turn, which is really nice arc, I think that, and then as you said, she kind of got a little bit of air off on that lip line floater to get around Caroline. It looked pretty dynamic.
Caroline Marks as well as Carissa Moore both riding Mayhem surfboards, and that's a conversation with our CT Shaper rankings. The folks at Mayhem currently sitting number 2 after the first event on those Shaper rankings, how they earned the points. Mayhem, a quarterfinal finish for Gabriella Bryant, got Mayhem 4,745 points. And then, of course, Carissa Moore with the big score and the win there gave 10,000 points to the Mayhem team. Here is Carissa on that Mayhem. Nice little carve to begin with. Patient in the whitewater here. Gets skipped out a little bit, but arcs it through. Wave tapering off, however, into the channel. So she is just relegated to a few cutbacks. We'll see what the number comes in.
Yeah, she's just trying to improve on her second scoring ride there. A little bit, the wave face was a little bumpy for her. I'm sure she's going to be looking for a better score than that, but it's definitely going to improve on the 0.73 Kaipo.
Yeah, she'll get rid of the fractional score. She needs a 4.11 to take the lead off of Luana Silva. My gut is that wave is going to be right on the line. We get to look at it again, Megs. You tell us.
Yeah, taking off here. She draws out a nice bottom turn. She does a great little carve there. It's super windy and bumpy this wave, but manages to get a swooping carve there. With the replay here, actually, wave not looking too bad, Kaipo. She, on the fence there with the 4.11. Not a judge, but, definitely an improvement, but not sure if she's going to get the score on that one.
Again, the top 2 surfers in this round advance into the round of 16. So either first or second, you're good. It'll affect some of the seeding in that round of 16. But what you don't want to be is third in this opening round, because third place goes to elimination round. Elimination round is when we start having people pack their bags and eliminated from competition. Taking out a 17th is not a good thing.
Yeah, Kaipo, when you're talking about the CT shaper rankings, Mayhem, Matt Biolas, he shapes quite a few boards for the female CT surfers on tour. And I know in the past he's kind of circled through different number of women. It's been many years he's actually been shaping boards for quite a few CT women surfers. So it's great to see him get the points there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, let's go through the list. Caroline Marks is on the Mayhems. Gabriella Bryan is on the Mayhems. And Carissa Moore is on the Mayhems. Again, second in the shaper rankings here. 14,745 points. That is the combination of a win, 10,000 points. Carissa Moore gave that to Mayhem. And then that quarterfinal finish from Gabby Bryan for the remaining 4,745 points. Looking at Sharp Eye, Jack Robinson took 10,000 points to the Sharp Eye crew, and then 2 quarterfinalists in the way of Felipe Toledo and Tatiana Weston Webb. That point total at the 19,490 points. And I think this CT Shaper rankings is going to be heating up, because we all know surfers, they have pride, but shapers, maybe even a little bit more pride as craftsmen.
Yeah, and my favorite thing is to see how we change events and see which shapers come out on top at each event as well, Kaipo.
Yeah, that is true. And because, some shapers have a strong suit for maybe more of a point board or more of a reef break board, or as we get into, a beach break situation that we would have in Brazil post-cut. Or what makes a good pool board? What makes a good board for a wave system, Megs?
Right, Kaipo, and I think people are actually starting to make boards for wave pools, right? In the last couple of years, we're seeing an evolution in surfboards that even the buoyancy on the board is different, and even the shape, the nose is different, the length. So that's really interesting, because I'd say that would be almost harder to shape a board for a wave pool than it would even the ocean, because it's a little uncharted territory.
Yeah, I like that you brought up buoyancy, in that fresh water is less buoyant than salt water. So that being said, you have to account for that in the equipment when you look at a wave system in the freshwater versus the saltwater where we have here, where boards float a bit higher.
Right, and if it's cold, you're going to be in a full suit, so you definitely want to have that thickness. But I don't think you really need the length, because you don't have all the elements, right, when you're in a little more controlled environment. So maybe we'll see the boards get a little shorter. You can play around a little bit more with them. So it's really going to be interesting to see this progress throughout the year.
A little shot of the Red Bull Athlete Zone with Gabriella Bryant and her support with Jason Shibata there on the shoulder.
Yeah, Bots, he's been a great competitor when he was younger, and he's just an overall great guy and coach, a good mentor, and that's what you really want in a coach. You want someone to be able to mentor you in and out of the water, and Jason Shibata is one of those guys.
Yeah, and a unique feature of competition here at Sunset also, to your point, Megan, is that we have water caddies available for the surfers. So you have a in-water coach that can give you some information, but also have a backup board for you too. So there we go, a shot from the channel, and our water caddies sitting wide and over, but being very aware of the situation.
And it can be one of those things as a caddy in the lineup. Today is kind of a nice peaceful day, but I've had events. One year, Lisa Anderson was my caddy, and I broke 3 boards in an event, and of course she had to swim in. And this was before, if your caddy got rescued and taken in, then you'd get like DQ'd back in the day. So there was no assistance.
No.
So it's challenging to be a caddy out at Sunset, and you used to have to use the walkie-talkies, but hey, the watch now, the Apple Watch.
Yeah,
surfers
you get the information right there.
Yeah.
But it is, I mean, as a young man, I had my nightmare happen. I caddied out here for Tony Moniz, and of course, Tony broke his leash, so who had to give up his board and try to swim in? A terrified teenage Kaipo Guerrero had to do that.
And did you have a fin on you?
I don't think I had a fin on me, and Brian Carolina was on the stand-up jet ski at the time, not the kind that can pick you up and just says, stay in the white water, take it on the head, get pushed in.
And he was probably scolding you for not having a fin too.
Yeah,
Remember back?
all the things I didn't think of. But you know what, when we talk about water caddies and their assistants, I mean, we see 1, 2, 3, 4-time winner Lane Beachley out here at Sunset. She's very dominant out here, and I think some of the credit should have gone to her caddy, because a lot of those times she had Ken Bradshaw in her corner, and Ken knows this lineup like no one else.
Yeah, I believe I was probably in every one of those finals that she won, and Ken Bradshaw was in the channel, and he does know this lineup very well. And not only that, I mean, Lane lived here at Sunset, at Camiland, the entire time she was with Ken, and she would surf out here from 2 to 15 feet.
Yeah.
So
that's what made her so special out here. Let's take a look at this heat recap of the opening round. Heat number 3, Carissa Moore, Megs.
yeah, Carissa, nice opening ride here. Beautiful, huge arc to start that wave off. Just looking really clean and strong and powerful. And Luana Silva taking off nice and late on this wave. I love the look of this. You know, she's getting that first aggressive turn there, and she manages to not hit Carolyn Marks on that and drop into that air floater at the end there. And Carissa just kind of backing up her first ride here, but she's looking really strong. Her carves are big, beautiful rail. She looks like she has a little more length on her boards. I really like. So, you know, it's cutting through the wind and the chop really well out here. And that's what I'm seeing in this heat. You know, they're really utilizing their equipment well in the lineup.
Yeah. Being able to turn a little bit longer boarded is a decisive advantage out here at Sunset, in that the stability, right, of that longer rail line, the paddleability, and just the fact that you can get through the varied kind of faces and make your way down the line faster. I think in recent years, a lot of surfers have been undergunned out here in competition.
I agree, Kaipo. And I was wondering when we'd see, you know, a little bit more shift to riding more length again. There's that happy medium. Definitely, we were riding like, you know, 7.0s and like pretty big equipment back in the day, but there is a happy medium, and you have to think that what kind of turns are the judges scoring out here, and you're not doing the same kind of maneuvers you are out here as you would say at Bells Beach.
Yep.
So you need to match the wave with the equipment.
Here's our heat leader. Actually, was our heat leader, because last score for Carissa Moore, 4.67. Carissa in first. Luana safe in second. And Caroline Marks in third, needing a big number to avoid that elimination round. Marks with priority, but the clock's going to run down.
Yeah, Carolyn, she's been on the board, but she just hasn't been lucky with wave selection out there today.
That's it. Taking a look at our numbers here with Carissa Moore and Luana Silva moving on to the round of 16. We'll see Caroline Marks this afternoon. We'll see you after this break. Looking back at last year at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and the Costa Rican surfer Brisa Hennessy came out firing and took away her first championship tour victory, Megs.
Yeah, Brisa looking so strong and aggressive out here. Just her equipment looks dialed in here. I mean, surfing the Sunset Beach like it's just a playground.
Control over that big board, sticking the finish, wave selection, and adaptability all coming into play for Brisa Hennessy getting that sweet chair up the beach here at Paumalu. Brisa's out in the water, along with Courtney Conlog, who's up and riding right now. Conlog, always strong in powerful conditions, and just muscles through a couple of turns, looking very solid on her Tim Stamps board. And that's going to be the opening ride. Brisa's joined by Courtney. We're waiting for the score for Courtney, as well as Sally Fitzgibbons in this opening round, heat number 4.
No surprise that Courtney was up and riding on the first ride. I think when the waves are chunky and a little bigger, Courtney really likes to assert her position in the lineup.
Yeah, Courtney, 30 years old, out of Santa Ana, California. 12th season on tour. She'd be the veteran in this heat, along with Sally Fitzgibbons. Take another look at her opening ride.
Yeah, Courtney taking off here. Nice wall in front of her.
Yeah, and Courtney's able to get through that cutback. Strong rail, keeping it on rail solidly through here. A little caught up in the end, not going to matter too much to her score. And she will take an early lead. Offshore conditions here and dropping in behind the whitewater. Sally Fitzgibbons, and they're looking for open face, not going to find it for Fitzgibbons. Score in for Courtney Conlog, a flat 4 for her opening ride, as Carissa Moore making her way to the shore. Selfie time.
Yeah, Carissa has a lot of fans. She's a great role model, right, Kaipo?
Yeah, Carissa Moore with a number of different foundations. Moore Aloha Foundation. And remember, all you surf fans, Carissa Moore, you want that 10 on your back? You can do that, because if you visit the WSLstore.com, we got the new soft jersey tees with all of your favorite Championship Tour surfers, their name, their number. Griffin Colapinto right there, maxing out with his 99. You can get it. Go to WSLstore.com. What's your favorite jersey, Megs?
Probably Kelly's.
Kelly's.
I mean, the GOAT, you know.
I like it.
What about yours, Kaipo?
I like 77. Felipe Toledo. It's a blessed number, and it's a good luck number. And if I had to pick a number to put on my back, I like the 77.
But if I could choose I'd choose a 808, but you can't fit.
You can't. You only need to have 2 digits. People do 88 for sure. All right. Well, thank you to Hurley for this year. It's CT number 2. This is the second stop on the championship tour, and this first half of the year really is about eyeing the final 5. But most importantly, first up is surviving that mid-season cut for both the men and the women.
Yeah, and we have some pretty great waves on hand, you know, in the beginning of the season here. And it's going to be a testament, like there's a lot of heavy water, super diverse waves. So to try to, you know, get enough points there and not have, you know, get enough scores so that you don't have to have a throwaway, or, you know, you're not counting a last place, and you're not having to like score anything in your scoring line that you don't want there, as we see Brisa right here.
Brisa Hennessy negotiates that drop, and just going to have a couple of cutbacks into the corner here. Is lining up for a finishing oncoming section, and goes complete there on her Town & Country Glen Pang surfboard. Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull ski up for the pickup right here.
Yeah, Glen Pang, as you mentioned, great Hawaiian shaper. You know, I was able to use one of his boards back in the day to shoot this Bethany Hamilton movie. I did some different stunts for it, and I had never been on a Glen Pang before.
You like it? Yeah.
Yeah, and it was really, really good. And it's always different, you know, getting on boards after you've been with a shaper for so long and just trying out some new equipment. But I can see why he makes boards for really good boards for our waters here in Hawaii. And we can see Brisa right here taking off. She had just water and wind in her face, as you can see, trying to get it off her face there. Managed to score a little turn there, but trying to set herself up here for this inside turn. And she manages to squeeze kind of a little, you know, not the fastest start there, but definitely something to put on the board.
Carissa Moore looks good in yellow. What's she got to say, Laura?
Yes, Carissa. Yellow is your favorite color. Good morning. Do you feel brighter this morning?
Good morning. I do feel bright and happy. We had a beautiful rainbow this morning that welcomed us all to the beginning of sunset, so that was extra special.
It really was. And I was driving down here in the dark at about 6:50 a.m. and you were crossing the road to come in from your early serve. You must have been one of the first out there.
I was out there with Katie Simmers this morning, and I think everyone knows me as the vampire surfer because I think that's the only time I can actually get waves and get my practice in. So it's crowded. Everyone wants it. Everyone wants to get their warm-up in, so I was just out there in and out really early.
And obviously picking up where you left off, it must feel like you were competing at Pipeline yesterday, but back into it today. What have you been doing since your win?
I took 2 days to kind of rest and reset. I had a nice dinner with my family and my friends, and we did some WSL activations like rising tides and eat some good food and got a surfing here yesterday afternoon.
It has been tricky as there's been no waves, so how have you prepared? Obviously in the off season, a lot of prep here at Sunset.
Yeah, no, I feel very fortunate that I'm from the island of Oahu, and this is kind of my backyard. I live in town. I'm a born and raised townie, but it's only an hour drive to come over here and practice, so I got to spend some time in October, November, and December.
Amazing. Well, looking forward to seeing you in round 3. Hopefully today. Good luck. Anything you learned out there that you'll take into that?
Yeah, no, there's definitely lots that I can improve on. I made a few mistakes on wave choices and just a little bit on positioning, so I'd like to improve on that for the next one.
Amazing. We'll see you soon.
Well, there you go. Yeah, the Rising Tide, one of the great activations to inspire young female surfers, and that happened. And another activation that we have going on today is a beach cleanup, along with our partners, Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii and Mananalu Water. So a lot of stuff, a lot of give backs from the World Surf League, both on inspiring and mentoring young surfers, as well as being stewards and activists for sustainability and our environment. Sally Fitzgibbons makes her way after a windy drop there, and this wave is really in the channel, so it's not going to give Sal a ton of opportunity for points on that one, but she will get on the board and better her position because she just opened up with a half-point ride.
Yeah, we see there's that paddle back out. You're kind of on the inside bowl when you're getting back out, as we see Sally, and you're hoping, oh, I hope a set doesn't come and get me. As we see Sally take off on this one, she's really hustling to get into this wave. A lot of bump and chop on that drop, but manages to get around that whitewash. Just a small little turn over here. I know Sally'd like to see a little bit more wave in front of her, so picks out, but she's on the board.
Plenty of time in this opening round, 19 minutes, 45 seconds. Again, third place goes into the elimination round, which we're going to have later today, and that's when surfers start dropping off. And a loss in the elimination round would be a throwaway. And you're allowed one throwaway in these first 5 events on the championship tour. The remaining 4 results after that throwaway will count towards your ranking. For the women, we will only keep 10 women after event number 5, Western Australia at Margaret River. So that mid-season cut is on not just the women, but the men's and all competitors' minds.
Yeah, it gives you this sense of urgency, right, in the beginning of the year, as we saw Steph fall out at Pipe pretty early, so I think that's why she has that sense of urgency.
Sal, winding wall here, and a little snap under the lip for Sally Fitzgibbons. On the finish, 32 years old. This is her 14th season on the championship tour, so she's a veteran in this heat, and a nice pickup by the Red Bull Ski and Hawaiian Water Patrol for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Wow, incredible. 14th season, Kaipo. I remember when she was just a Grom. First in the water, last out of the water. As we see here, nice drop for Sally. Draws a nice big bottom turn. Just looking for that section. Squeezes a turn right before it closes out. You see the slow motion here. Tries to get under the lip there and hook a little turn, but just not a lot on offer for Sally on that wave. She really needs to get out. I don't know, unless I'm panned out and see where she's exactly in the lineup, but it'd be nice to see her get away with a little bit more wall.
Yeah, Sally Fitzgibbons as well as Brisa Hennessy, both on similar designs because they both have support from Town and Country and Glenn Pang, the shaper there. Fitzgibbons, as we look into the history of this event, Carissa Moore, we know she won it in 2009. Fitzgibbons was the runner-up to Carissa in 2009. And if you remember, Megs, they were both pretty young surfers at the time coming up and making a statement. And it was a bit of a changing of the guard, I felt, in that era.
Yeah, it definitely was a changing of the guard. And they'd been on tour for a couple years, each of them, and they're starting to solidify their places on tour. So that's kind of when you start coming into your own. So I'd say 2009, 10, 11 was total change of the guard. I don't think anyone from the previous generation, besides Steph Gilmore, who was a teenager, was left.
That's true. Yeah, that's when you saw, you know, the Sofia Milanoviches, the Melanie Bartels, the Lane Beachleys, kind of start getting overtaken by the new Sally Fitzgibbons and Courtney Conlogs and Carissa Moores and that whole wave of young female surfers coming up and raising the bar as well.
Definitely. With each generation, the bar is raised. And we can almost see a generational change this year as well. You know, not so much taking over, but we're seeing a change. And with that change, with each change in generations, you want to see it improve. You want to see that bar raised. And as a female surfer, to see what female surfing it has gotten to is amazing, you know, and I love that, you know, the women are kicking it off at the Hurley Sunset Pro in good 6 to 8 foot surf, you know. It's incredible to see the level, and as speaking of a future generation right here, Kaipo.
There you go, yeah. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson coming up in the next heat, along with Tyler Wright, and another youngster on the rise, the rookie, Katie Simmers, is going to be in that Heat 5. That's a great one. Betty Lou Sakura getting some words of advice by her coach and caddy, Ross Williams.
There is the occasional closeout, right? So if you see a wall, that doesn't mean 100% how I'm going, because someone will close out.
It's 30 minutes, yeah?
30.
Okay, sweet. That's good.
I like to listen in right there. So the words from Ross Williams to Betty Lou Sakura Johnson was, hey, the long wall ones, those are the ones you want. Might look like a closeout, but that's where the scores are, rather than, you know, kind of the tapered, peaky ones that go off into deep water and then all you get is cutbacks.
Yeah, Ross knows what he's talking about. I think the only time you want the tapered, peaky one is if that wave's going to have an inside bowl on it, and you're going to be able to make it through.
All right, well, at 14:30, next heat getting out into the water, and we're going to be stepping out to a quick commercial break. Remember, get your fantasy surf teams locked in right now. Looking back on 2019, the Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach, Courtney Conlog took it to the big walls at the Bells Bowl for a victory, Megs, and you can see the power in Courtney's approach to heavy water.
Yeah, Courtney, no stranger to the big walls, as you said. So it's going to suit her style perfectly out here at Sunset. Just really knows how to draw off the bottom and create that moment to get a really good turn off the top.
The Sea Tiger charging through, and of course gets the pleasure of ringing a bell. Short list of champs there. Special trophy. Back to live action here. Sally Fitzgibbons scratches into this one. Fitzgibbons in the lead. A nice long bottom turn to a swooping arc on the shoulder. Maybe a little bit more on the inside. Has to hang on through the turbulence. And Sal does so. Conlog. And Brisa Hennessy utilizing her priorities. So Courtney Conlog wisely straightens out. Brisa gets the shoulder here and a couple of snaps on that Glen Pang. And we're going to tighten up in this heat right now when those scores drop. It's going to be real tight between all three surfers out in the lineup, Meg.
Yeah, everybody getting a ride there in that exchange. Good. Great to see Brisa utilizing her priority. Sometimes in the heat of the moment when you have priority, you don't really want to do that to your competitor, but you know, you got to do what you got to do to make it out of your heat. So, and she got a couple of good turns out on that wave too.
Yeah, I believe we're going to have a little bit of a flip-flopping of standings right now. 2.7 drops in for Sally Fitzgibbons, keeps her in second place. Still waiting for the score for Brisa Hennessy, who already has a 3.5. All she needs is a 1.43 to take that second place. She's going to do that. She may even go into first as we wait for those numbers from our judges.
Yeah, Kaipo.
There she goes, 5-point ride, and Brisa does go into first.
Yeah, that was a good decision on her part. You know, Courtney may or may not have made that section. She was kind of deep. As we can see here, taking off. She actually might have had a good line, but Brisa got the best of it right here. She's kind of setting herself up for her first turn. Nice big carve there, or snap into another one. As we can see, slow it down here. Kind of like a high line snap carve. And then she backs it straight up right after that. Brisa, again, she's got some length on her board too, and it looks nice and solid. And then we see Sally taking off on this one. It looked like it was going to be a great wave right here, and then it just kind of had nothing more than just that one turn for Sally.
Yep. Sunset sometimes can be like a box of assorted chocolates. You know, you dig into the box, you never know what you're going to get. You could get that one chocolate with the wonderful nut center that I like, or you can get one of those chocolates that is just nougat.
Nougat, yes. I was going to say nougat as well.
Those are the ones I don't like. It's kind of like a tapered wave.
You could get a mint chocolate, you know.
You like those?
Yeah.
Okay. But that is what it is. It is just, you know, there's a surprise, and you can't really plan out an entire wave out here at Sunset, and it's such a long ride. It gives you a lot of opportunities. So for me, it's kind of how you put together the entirety of the ride from start to finish.
Yeah, Kaipo, and it's interesting in this heat. We're not seeing, the last heat we saw longer rides, so I'm wondering if they're sitting a little inside of where they were in the last heat, because we're not seeing them put together rides as long as they did in the last heat. So I wonder if strategy, if you know you need a score, if you paddle out a little bit more, or maybe position yourself a little differently, because scores are pretty similar in this heat.
It's going to be interesting as the day progresses and the swell matures, in that the positioning will change out here at Sunset, likely to be moving more from a northerly aspect further up to the point with that maturing swell. So we'll see how that plays out today, and the surfers having to adapt to the change in the lineup, which inevitably will occur.
Yeah, it will. Even the tide can have a lot to do with it. You know, a little more water on the reef, and the inside gets a little fatter. You want to move yourself up the point. And when you start moving up the point more, the surfing changes a little bit because you get a little more high performance as well.
And for me, and I'm going to ask you if you experienced that, there was a certain size where there's this like kind of dead zone between the peak and the point. And if you're in that area at all, it's like a little bit of a deeper water that it'll look like it breaks, but it doesn't.
Yeah, Kaipo, we're almost at that size, 6 feet. Like I'd say 5-6 feet is that size.
Here's Sal. Needs a 2.31 and gets into the open face, so now she can get busy. Oh, beautiful second turn rail work, taking it all the way around. Sally Fitzgibbons is likely to change the situation in this heat with those couple of turns there. Was really patient to get to the open face. When she did, she had a clean face and got a couple of nice carbs.
Yeah, Kaipo, that second turn there was probably the best turn of the heat. Those beautiful, nice arcs she did there. You could see her set up for it. And being able to utilize this, getting back out into the lineup, we see here. She has a nice wall in front of her. She's setting up beautifully. You know, just as kind of a small check turn there. But right here, sets up, huge arc. Love it. You know, Sally, she's super good on her rail when she's in the right spot on the wave. You can see that aerial view here. Utilize this first turn really just to kind of get that speed here, just to set the inside turn up for herself. There you go. Just leans into that rail there. Right here, you can see her just leaning on into that inside rail. Board looks great under her feet.
And Jay Bottle Thompson in the water. Just be there and supporting of Sally.
No stranger to Sunset. He used to surf out here really well when he was back on tour. Shall I say back when he was on tour? Sorry.
Number comes in at a 4.5, and Sally Fitzgibbons goes to second. Courtney Conlog now in danger of being relegated to that elimination round. Courtney with priority. Courtney needs a 3.21 at the moment. We got 5 minutes on the clock. Looks like we've got some lines as well too, Megs.
Yeah, we have some waves coming in here. It looks like for Sally's wave, they really love that second turn, Kaipo, because they threw a good number at her for that turn. This is always a cool angle when you see this shot right here, and you see a little bit of whitewash up to the corner of your screen to the right. You can kind of picture that some of the waves are breaking up the point. In the background there, you can see that's backyards. Boneyards, then backyards. You don't want to find yourself at boneyards.
Right. Tell us about boneyards, because it is that treacherous area between Sunset Point and backyards. Boneyards, why is it called boneyards, and why is it so treacherous?
Oh, it's exactly that, boneyards. I mean, it's bone dry up there. And it's treacherous because there's just coral heads everywhere. And you think, oh, this is fine, I'm going to paddle from backyards to Sunset, even on a small day. And all of a sudden, you're like dry docked on a piece of reef. So it's super treacherous. Sometimes if you're out at Big Sunset, you actually end up somehow over there because a west bowl will come and you actually end up paddling to the right. It's kind of weird because you don't want to be in the worst part of the impact zone because Sunset Beach packs so much power. And, you know, just maneuvering around that lineup, it's such a big lineup that just trying to find your way away from the big sets.
Yeah, you can get cleaned up out here at Sunset Beach, and that's not a good thing, a Sunset Beach cleanup. Takes a lot of energy out of you, you know, when you do get a cleanup set on you. But, you know what's the good part? Cleaning up the beach is what we like to see. We Are One Ocean got together today with Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii and Mananalu Water for this beach cleanup. Again, more activations from We Are One Ocean, and thank you to everyone who participated in the cleanup. And you know what? Even you at home, post on social what you're doing to help the environment and what you're doing to stay sustainable. Use the hashtag We Are One Ocean, tag WSL and WSL Pure in that post. We'd love to see what you're doing.
Yeah, take care of the oceans, take care of the land. We're also fortunate to be able to share this beautiful paradise.
Ma'alama aina, right? Like we take care of the land. Ma'alama kekai, we can take care of the ocean. And you know what? As a whole, we just want to ma'alama honua. Take care of the whole world because everything's kind of connected. Well,
Imua,
connected, really?
Imua.
Imua, to move forward.
Kaipo, I
With-
love.
with intent.
I still think we need to do Kaipo's Hawaiian word of the day.
Okay, I'm down for that. I got a lot of olelo to share with everyone. Today's Hawaiian word of the day will be makani. Makani is the wind, and the wind is perfect right now, as you can see as we fly above Sunset Beach.
Yeah, we
1
can-
minute 35, counting down. Courtney, though, in a tough position. 3.21 is what she needs, Megs.
Yeah, she doesn't need much. She has priority, so the lineup is hers. Courtney definitely is going to want to look for a good wave. She's not super scrappy. You can see her. She's the furthest, the deepest. She's looking for something big.
Megs, my producer reminded me that February is Hawaiian language month as well. So our Hawaiian word of the day comes right into the theme of Hawaiian language month here.
There you go, Kaipo's Hawaiian word of the day corner.
Hey, look at Courtney Conlog. Under a minute remaining. Now things get a little bit more hectic for Conlog. Has to seek out a wave and moving further up to the point to maybe find those little in-betweeners.
Yeah, this is where it gets kind of tricky because you start going deep at sunset and the wave just changes. When you go too deep at the point at a size like this, it's not always forgiving.
Yeah, actually right now, kind of in that in-between zone, I feel for Courtney. As you can see, she's taking a paddle back to more of the west peak at this point.
Yeah, that's where sunset's hard. Sometimes it's best to stay put. There's something here on the horizon maybe for her.
Well, 5 seconds on the countdown. And it will be Brisa Hennessy, Sally Fitzgibbons moving on to the round of 16, and we will see Courtney Conlog in that elimination round. And we will see you back right after this short messages.
Maybe give me a clap real quick.
My name is Caitlin Simmers, and I'm 17, and I'm from Oceanside, California. I usually go by Katie, but I really don't care. Probably my biggest life mentor would be my mom. One of the best things my mom has told me is to always bring a book somewhere, and a bathing suit. Because you never know when there's going to be a hot tub or a pool somewhere, or you're always like waiting around, so having a book is better than your phone. My mom's a hero. She's pretty sick. My goal is to probably just to make the cut, honestly, and try to enjoy it too. Yeah, I'm just gonna see what happens, I guess. Maybe do some roundhouse cutbacks, maybe get barreled. That would be pretty sick.
Welcome back to the 2023 Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach. We are in the opening day of competition, the opening round for the women. Heat 5 in the water as we speak. I'm Asia McCord alongside two of the best to ever do it. We have Peter Mel, Strider Wazlewski. Very excited to be joining you guys in the booth this afternoon. Morning?
You think about this
Still
heat,
morning.
right? You think about this heat specifically, too. It's just exciting surfers. You got Tyler Wright, who's in her best form that she's been in since the start of the season. Just amazing at Sunset Beach past winter. And then you got Betty Lou, who competes at a very tactical level. And then you got Caitlin, who off field. So there's a lot of everything in this heat.
Yeah, and I'm excited. Go ahead, Strider.
So I was just going to mention on Betty Lou, she's out there riding the, bigger boards, step-ups, but they're only 6'0". So, like these ladies, she's usually on like a 5'7", a few more inches. But all the athletes riding bigger boards out there in the water right now. I love that little just like bit of length. It shows their surfing so much.
And Stephanie Gilmore told me after she won her heat earlier that she's on a bigger board today, too. So you're seeing that a lot from the ladies today as they try to sort of figure out these conditions that we have. Like you mentioned, Pete, we've got Tyler Wright, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, and then Caitlin Simmers. Katie is somebody we have been so excited about watching. But let's see what happened in the break. This is Tyler Wright up and riding. What are you seeing, Pete?
Well, we'll see what she has for us here. First turn, she's got that layback carve in her repertoire. She uses it on the inside section there, so 2 solid turns, but also picking up a wave here. The local girl, Betty Lou. You can see a little bit more different in her equipment is that she's going to have a little more spice in it. And I don't know if she's using actual different epoxy cores, which the Slater Designs will have. And sometimes you can use a poly core, but ultimately Betty Lou on a little bit longer board, as you'd mentioned.
And Betty Lou getting the better of Tyler Wright on that first set of waves. She finished that one with a 3.77. Tyler Wright behind her at 3.33. Caitlin Simmers still waiting to get in on the action with 25.5 minutes left in this heat. And you guys, coming off of pipe, we talked about Tyler, Pete. You talked about how great of a season that she's been having and just the way she's attacking it this season. I feel like all 3 of these women are ones who came in with a very specific idea of what they want to do. Tyler, the veteran of the group, obviously has gone through so much in her career. Betty Lou, after getting knocked off last season, having to go through the Challenger Series, she's intent on making the cut. Katie Simmers, somebody who had the chance to join the CT last year, ended up deciding to go through the Challenger Series, re-qualified again this year. So we have sort of 3 very different tiers of experience, if you will, out in the water right now.
So true. It really is. And Caitlin, you saw that interview there. She was like, yeah, I guess the goal would be to make the cut, and it's a little bit of a question of it, like, because considering the way she surfs, she's touted as one to start talking at world titles. And I think that she's good, that she's pacing herself, just going, okay, let's put the bar right there to making the cut. That's the most nearest goal that we have going on. But like Caitlin has the ability to win events, like win championship tour events. So I expect that from her.
Katie's one of those ones who on every lay day, it does not matter. She's finding the water somewhere, Strider. Like she is just going to surf. If there's surfable waves on at the site that she is at for the contest. I remember when we were at the Open last year, she went all the way back down to San Diego just to catch some waves on just one of the days before the competition even.
Yeah, or the skate park.
Or the skate park.
Avid skater, so she's got a great new school flair and mix into her surfing. She's also got like a veteran's carve. We saw it at Pipeline. We saw her doing turns, and she's got a lot. She draws a very unique line, which I really like.
And I think that skating background too, it's something great to have. You have a lot of those surfers that cross-train either snowboarding or specifically skateboarding. Really, you look at those surfers that do that. Generally, they're going to have a different approach than their competitors. So it's kind of cool.
We have a set coming in. Everyone's sort of scrapping. It looks like Tyler Wright going to get into this. No, just misses on that one. And we've talked about positioning, you guys, and it seems like with the peak out there the way it is, you really have to figure out your spot, find it, but be ready to adapt because these sets can come in and have those slight changes that you've been talking about, Pete.
Yeah, and we've touched on it. We're going to touch on it throughout the entire event. This is a water person's type of event where you need to have all of your senses firing completely in order to compete well here.
Well, speaking of having all your senses firing, we also always have to have equipment dialed in. So let's go to the Hurley board breakdown right now, Laura, with Gabrielle Bryan.
Yes, guys, down here with Gabrielle Bryan. She's in Heat 6 coming up soon. Gabby, we've got a couple of boards here. What are you riding in your heat?
I'm going to ride a 6.6 by Matt Biolis. I was out there this morning on my 6.4, and with the wind, and I really want to get the sets, I'm just going to take out a little bit bigger board. I know I can turn it, and it's what I rode last year, so I know it works really good. So I'm super confident on these boards, and yeah, hopefully we get some good waves.
And you just said you rode these boards last year. Is that what you kind of do? You know, a couple of years on the same boards, but you feel confident on them?
Yeah, this 6.6 right here, I feel so confident on. After last year, I just iced it, and then I took it out here for a couple spins earlier in the season, and still works. So we're gonna keep riding it.
Amazing, love that. This board has the spark, and we can't wait to see you out there soon.
Thank you, Laura. I love that. She said, this is good for this break. I'm gonna leave it until I'm ready to get it back out right here at Sunset.
I love the icing of the surfboards. You know, I mean, almost every pro surfer I know does that with a magic board. They put it away for certain circumstances, and she knows what, you know, that just gives you a sense of confidence going into it, and she knows that mayhem is on ice for Sunset, pulled it back out, got a little warm-up, said, yep, it's still magic.
And I feel like that's why we talk about the equipment as much as we do, is because the conditions at every single one of these breaks can change constantly, right? From heat to heat. But the one thing that doesn't have to change is the magic board.
Especially when it works.
Exactly. Once it's a magic board, you don't have to change it. So I'm just going to stick with, I'm going to make sure the controllables are controlled and that I love the board that I'm riding.
And the thing about it is icing it, meaning that you put it away, you don't ride it, right? And so it's very hard to do because every time you want to surf, say, Sunset Beach, you want to go grab that board that's going to make you surf the best. But ultimately, keeping it in the, you know, in the rafters or in whatever you keep your magic boards, it could be in your bed next to you, who knows? But ultimately, you want to keep that thing in one piece, right? And when you're riding places like Sunset Beach, I mean, your board could snap in two, and all of a sudden, your magic board is gone.
And that's what you don't want coming into a
nightmares
competition.
will be happening at that point.
Where do you keep your magic boards?
I have them tucked away. I've got the best ones are inside. And then there's some outside that are in a rack, you know, ultimately. But those ones are, you know, not as good. The good ones stay warm inside with the heater.
I'm guilty of sleeping with surfboards.
Oh, are you now?
I love surfboards.
Sure, Lily
that
loves
much
that.
And I just put that thing in bed, and, you know, make sure they're nice and warm and toasty.
Special comforter for it,
man,
the whole
I
thing.
love surfboards.
I have taken
It's
a
like
nap.
being a little kid and going in and you get like, you know, that piece of candy off the shelf. And
After
you go
40
to a
years.
surfboard factory, go down to Mayhem, to the Lost Factory, you could look at all the boards, and then there's those boards that are made for you, and you just pull them off the rack, and you just you know,
Love it.
lining them up. You feel the foils. You're just like, this board is going to work so well. You put it under your arm, you can just tell.
There's no other feeling, really. It's one of those things is that getting a new, and anything that's got little subtle changes that hoping to, you know, just make you surf better.
So I learned something today. You know, most of the time when kids are growing up, eventually they have to stop sleeping with the thing, you know, their pacifier, their blanket, whatever it is. Surfers, you guys just go from pacifiers, blankets to boards.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. That's good to know. I don't feel like, I think the stuffed animal is probably a little
Don't ever
fishier.
take my magic board away.
All right, 19 minutes left in the opening round for the women here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We are in heat number 5. Betty Lou Johnson, Tyler Wright getting in on the action early. You see one score for each of them. Katie Simmers still waiting for that wave. And you guys, this is, for me, after 10 minutes of waiting for a wave, at what point, if you're Katie Simmers, do you start to look at this and say, I should need a score?
Yeah, it's a while still.
Okay.
Ultimately, being that she has priority, right? And we know that there's sets, and the biggest waves and the best waves are going to score the best. So sitting with priority, you don't want to waste it by going in too early. I mean, ultimately, if we were to go another 10 minutes and, you know, we're down to 8 minutes and you start thinking about, oh, hey, you know, Betty Lou and Tyler Wright are holding on to these threes, you know, you start thinking about it a little bit more. But at this point, chill, wait for the next set to come in. But ultimately, when you have priority, the toughest part is, you know, is it the first wave? Is it the second wave? Which ones are going to be? And that's where you have to study the lineup. You have to know where to be. And that's where sometimes those caddies can be very helpful.
Yeah, the homework's done right before the heat, so you know which wave you're going for. But the reality of today, I feel like we are on the back side of the swell.
Already.
So
The energy's getting taken away. I mean, we wanted it to kind of fill in through today, but I think, you know, you take a tempo of the ocean, right? And you start to see what happens as you go to another side of the swell. The consistency of those sets are less and less.
Let's talk about it. The Surfline forecast for today, as you can see, the morning 10 to 12, dropping off in the afternoon. But we have some action here. Caitlin Simmers using her priority, up and riding. Little bobble there, gets the turn nice all the way back into that foam, trying to make something else happen. Another big turn here before the wave is going to die out. So she waited a while for that one, and Betty Lou right behind her. Another big carve back into the foam. Searching for another turn here and cannot find it. So up and out for Betty Lou, but back-to-back waves, similar to what we saw to start this. Tyler Wright getting in on the action, using her quick priority, big turn, heading back up into that lip line, into the foam. Some nice big cars from these women on this set. Tyler again, though, finding that wave dying out rather quickly once you get those first 2 turns in.
Pretty cool to get to see all 3 competitors get a chance in a set, you know, and ultimately you can kind of see where they're feeling. In my feeling of this, seeing Tyler Wright got the best of the exchange. The outside turn there was a bit more committed, really gouged that rail in for that layback turn, and then nice flow through the cutback. We sought to see Caitlin Simmers. She did some roundhouses for us. She wanted to do roundhouses. She got 2 on that wave. But ultimately, roundhouses don't always score great. I mean, if you link them with other maneuvers and it times it into a good section, stuff like that, but it's not a super difficult move. And that also shows that the wave itself is flattened up. You know, here it gets the first carve. This was nice, you know, into the pocket, tight all the way back to the foam, but then here's the roundhouse. Holds that rail at first and then drives all the way back, but that's the style of turn she had to do on that type of wave. You know, getting back to that power for the foam bounce is important.
There's a lot of bump on the first wave of the set, too, so her taking the first wave of the set, I think she could have waited for a little smoother face. It was hard for her to negotiate that. Look at the next wave. Look at how clean it is. So I think this is a big point of contention here in this heat, is the fact that each wave is different. The first wave that arrives after the water's been laid down is super bumpy. Then they get smoother and smoother. And Tyler catching the last wave, but the best wave.
Yeah, and it was. It just hit the reef a little bit better to where it was positioned. You know, the wave for Betty Lou, unfortunately, died out really quickly. So it almost came into the energy of the last wave of Caitlin, whereas the outside wave here, just a little bit further up the reef, so she got that outside steeper section and then straight into the bottom and another carve. And again, bit of energy on that carve, but look at the technique. Just the arms spread out, driving the arm through the waist. So much power here for Tyler Wright. She's going to get the best number of the heat.
On technique, what you're talking about there obviously was the arms opened up, the shoulders turning, and the core strength in those low center of gravity turns. All that accentuated by the style and the technique. I feel like that all plays into what you're looking at as a judge as well.
I mean, you could say that, like, ice skating and a ballerina, where your arm placement, you know, turns your pivot point. Like, where do you? So when you're wide open like that, you can actually draw a longer line. And you saw how she drove her arm through down the lower waist.
We see Gabriella Bryan getting ready for her heat, getting that Apple Watch on, so she has another way to figure out the situation in the heat, in addition to, of course, everything we have on the judges, the big board, the big priority board, the announcers telling her what's going on. As we pick up the live action, Betty Lou, I believe, over the falls there, trying to get into that wave, just not enough. Going back to that technique, Pete, in gymnastics, it's the same thing, which was a sport I did growing up, right? So if you want to get those turns tighter, you really have to make sure.
Pull your arms in, right? You pull your arms in or up, right? And if you're going to do it like that, driving it across your chest. And surfing, as we see this here, just never got into it. And with the wind and the extra bounce, she just rode the lip over the top. It's almost like snowboarding, riding off the top of the cornice. Unfortunately, they're not able to turn it around. And there's a lot of wind blowing up the face here, and it just made her stuck up there. She thought she had the opportunity to get down underneath that ledge. Didn't happen. Just stuck with it.
Oh, man. The amount of water coming down on your head right there, too. That is not fun dealing with that in the middle of a heat.
Not fun at all. 13.5 minutes left in this heat. Tyler Wright up right now over Betty Lou and Katie Simmers. We'll be right back.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Shiseido, official sunscreen of the World Surf League. And by Craft 1861, official health and wellness partner of the World Surf League.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro at Sunset Beach. We have 11 and a half minutes left in the opening round of the women who are kicking off the competition. We are in heat number 5. Tyler Wright on top of Betty Lou Johnson and Katie Simmers. Seen some action, and the ocean looking like it's trying to give us a little bit more, but Tyler Wright really coming out and trying to establish the turns that we were talking about, Pete. And as you see Betty Lou take a look at that wave, decide not to go. We're seeing that some of these waves in this heat in particular, they look really good, but then maybe it's the wind with Betty Lou, or that they're dying out. You can't get as many turns in, so we've seen Katie Simmers kind of go to those roundhouses with 11 minutes left. Again, I'm going to ask you about Katie. She was the last one in the heat to actually find a wave. She got those roundhouses, but as you see, got her the 3.07. Do you stick with that method? Do you stick with that strategy for the last 10 plus minutes?
Well, and I think Strider alluded to the point that she did choose the first wave of the set, which is a little bit more challenging to surf because of the fact you're going to get the channel bump kind of entering the lineup. It doesn't allow that wave to kind of smooth out the lineup, which we saw. Although Betty Lou on that second wave, cleaner on the outside section, but only earned a 2.17, right? So it didn't really help her out. It's in her top 2 at the moment, but it's not a great score. Whereas Tyler Wright picked the third wave of the set, gets the 4.83. So you're going to understand that. Your Apple Watch is going to give you that information. You're going to know this going into it. So ultimately out there right now, maybe she waits a wave or two and doesn't execute that priority on the very first wave.
Tyler talking about how this year she really wants to stay in her process. She really says her underlying values for this year and what she wants to do is to be connected and present in every single heat, leaning into that, feeling really grounded in her process. And you guys, in these first 2 events of the championship tour season this year, I feel like we're hearing so many of the athletes talk about that process and staying grounded in it as they go through these first two events of the year, because this is when you figure out if all that work that you did in the off season, all the warm-up that you decided, this is how I'm going to lay it out, this is how I'm going to get ready, this is my equipment, my team, is it working so far?
Well, I was going to say straight out of the gates that Tyler Wright is looked the best she's actually looked in a very long time. In my eyes. I mean, just looks free and loose. You talk about her interviews. She's very relaxed and understands what she's doing. She's not questioning anything. Equipment-wise, she's on a Paizel, which is obviously great for Hawaii, being that the shaper has grown up here shaping these boards for this place. So she's confident in that. So I think everything's just really good for Tyler Wright. Personally, and I think that translates into performances. If your personal life is just all set butter, your performances are going to be right there with it.
Without a doubt. She's somebody that, again, when we talk about experience, right, she knows what she wants to do on these
She knows how to win here at Sunset.
Exactly. 2-time world champ Tyler Wright in the water right now with Betty Lou and Katie Simmers, waiting for the ocean to try and bring us a little bit more action in this heat. Katie Simmers sitting with priority, as you see, Tyler's wife there on the beach, rooting her on.
Yeah, and she loves it. This is, again, just traveling partner, personal life, set. And again, performances are going to follow that very easily.
Saw the 2 of them a few days into the pipe window. We caught up while they were walking down the beach, and she just said that the 2 of them, when we're there together, we're in our zone. We're happy. And so that goes exactly what you're talking about. When you have your support team, both from a surfing perspective and a personal perspective, it's a really important aspect of feeling ready and prepared for these competitions.
And then you throw the equipment element in there, which is another huge portion of it, especially with John Paizel, who is making the boards for Tyler these days. Again, John being a pilot, test pilot, what better pilot to be, looking at design. And I think that, John's very interested in development of surfboards and, whether it be flex patterns, constructions, and different unique designs. I mean, for me, John brings an element that hasn't been seen in a long time, where he's actually refining equipment. Kelly was one of those guys that did that very well, and Tyler's reaping the benefits of it because she's able to ride this equipment that's been tried and true on every surf happening here on the North Shore.
And we saw Katie Simmers go up and out on a wave. Tyler Wright back in it again, looking confident, trying to find that corner, gets to it, big turn here again, trying to find another section, but not anything other than that one turn. So we saw a few things happen there. Katie Simmers just going up and over the falls there on that last one. Tyler managing to get one turn in, but you know she was looking for a little bit more. She is in a good spot where she is in the lead. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson now finding her wave, gets into it well. Big turn off the lip, searching to find another maneuver, and here it is. Back into the foam with that turn before that wave also says, that's all I've got for you. So Betty Lou managing 2 turns. Katie Simmers back in action, going down the line, making the turn off the lip. Another turn here for Katie Lou, that roundhouse that you're talking about, Pete Strider, which we know she wants to do before getting the wave. So we're really seeing you got 1, maybe two maneuvers on these waves if you are, pick the right spot on them. And so those first turns really critical for you to decide what you're going to do.
Well, I think Sunset's one of those waves too where you really have to get some work done quick. You have to kind of premeditate what the wave is going to do. So, getting up into that lip line is ultra important as soon as you can.
And Tyler Wright, like we see, quickly fighting to get to that lip line, Pete.
Yeah, and you can see there was a sense of urgency there. She knew she had to get around it before the wave was going to go into that deeper water and dissipate. So getting that one turn is done. This is a beautiful wave here for Betty Lou. The quality wasn't really there, but ultimately where she placed her turns and the speed she carries through the maneuvers, she actually surfed that wave up as far as the quality of what she probably saw right out of the gates. So this is going to add to her point total. And again, it's the quickness. You see that driving arm. She has a very similar technique as well where the arms are spread out, but she turns that arm earlier than Tyler Wright does. And again, one more time, again, driving that arm through. It really helps you sink the rail and keep that speed through the turn. Nicely done there for her. Unfortunately here for Caitlin, this wave was always going to be kind of going into that deeper water. Yeah, nice turn, but the wave just flattens out quickly right there. So this is going to be a lower number. So ultimately getting, having priority, the mistake costing big time for Caitlin Simmons there because she basically came from behind once again in this, in that 3-wave exchange.
So earlier, with Brisa Hennessy, the winner of the last heat, catching up with Laura Enever.
Brisa, defending champ, how does that feel to be back here where you had those incredible memories and out there in your first heat?
Yeah, pretty surreal. Honestly, I can't believe how fast this year has gone, and to be standing here and kind of feeling the emotion and good energy from last year, I'm hoping that it carries me through.
And talking about equipment, you're on the exact same shape, the exact same size as last year, and you have your winning board as your backup. So talk us through your equipment.
Yeah, I'm super, super honored and proud to be representing TNC and Glen Pang. They've been with me for, over 10 years, and that relationship has continued to grow. And I feel like no one knows Sunset more than them. They understand the Hawaiian power and just water, and I just feel super comfortable, and I'm grateful to bring in some new colors. It's very bright, so my mom can see me, even though I have a red jersey on. It never hurts to be brighter. But yeah, I'm super, super stoked to be working with them.
Absolutely amazing. And talking about the lineup out there, you were saying it's tricky, a big playing field. It's big, it's not huge out there today, but just a big playing field and a lot of water moving.
Yeah, this arena feels very different to any other place. I think the biggest comparison I would say is maybe Margaret River, but you feel like you're in a football field. The energy and the power is so different, and it's easy to get in your head and get lost out there. And I think it's so important to listen to your instincts and trust that it's going to come and manifest, those waves.
Absolutely amazing. Well, we'll see into round 3. You must be pretty rapt to get that heat 1 done.
Thanks, Laura. Gracias a todos en Costa Rica. Pura vida y mucho amor.
As we pick up the live action here, Tyler Wright getting into trying to find that little corner, doesn't end up finding one. We have a few waves that we are waiting on scores from. Betty Lou right now, while we're waiting for the waves to drop, she needs a 4.04 to move her into first. Katie Simmers with this same situation that needs to be updated. She needs a 5. But we saw Betty Lou in that interview take off on a really good wave that I saw both of you reacting to.
Well, and of course, it came in as the best number of the heat. Not by much, but it did come in and it actually took her to the lead. So
5.0.
Nice read there by Betty Lou to be able to pick up this wave.
Wave was a canvas. Look at that face, nice and smooth, and she attacked it. She had a beautiful opening carve there. She comes around for another sweep and then finishes on the inside. This turns so hard with all that water moving around her.
So it's good enough. Betty Lou with a 5.0, which puts her at a 9.13 total for the heat. She moves into first place. Tyler Wright now needs a 4.31 to catch up to Betty Lou, and Katie Simmers sitting with priority. She needs just over a 5.09 in order to move into and out of, I guess, out of the elimination round conversation right now. But no.
You know, that elimination round, you get put there, all of a sudden it's psychologically tough. And if you were to end up walking out of here with that result, it is a throwaway number, and your cut line is definitely looming quickly.
That said, correct me if I'm wrong, but Katie Simmers found herself in that situation in pipe and had to go up against Stephanie Gilmore and ended up eliminating the defending champ during the elimination round. So Katie Simmers, if anybody has already faced that pressure and gone through it, Katie's one of those surfers. Tyler Wright up and riding yet again. Nice little turn here, finding that lip line like you've been talking about, Strider, but just buries the nose on that one, takes the fall. So she needed a 4.31. Now we're looking at Katie Simmers, needs a 5.09 to advance. Big turn up into the lip line. You see that rail grabbing, just managing those bumps. Another big turn here. See if the wave offers her one more, maybe a little bit, almost, but probably not. She's going to go with those first two maneuvers. Betty Lou also in on the action this set. Big roundhouse turn from Betty Lou. Looking for that lip line, finds it again, spraying cameraman over there, and then Betty Lou up and out as well. So a lot of action on that last set.
Another set. 3 surfers picking up in the exchange. Again, Betty Lou, and now finally Caitlin getting wave number 2 helped out a lot for her. Where Tyler, you know, taking that wave number 1, unfortunately, probably not going to go into her top 2. But this is a very tight heat now at this point in time. We're now looking at Caitlin's last score and Betty Lou. Betty Lou feels like she's going to improve. Let's take a look here at Tyler.
Tyler trying to get something going on this one. Does a quick snap into the lip, but then has a tough go right there where she pokes the nose coming out of that. The wave went into deep water, which, you know, cupped that water back up at her, and unfortunate for her. But this wave, I really like it. I know it's a little bouncy, but she attacked it, you know, and she's throwing her board around and her shoulders turning down. So, I mean, it could be a pretty solid score. I don't know if it's going to be what she needed, but I do love the fact that she's regained confidence and enough to actually come at this wave. Look at this turn, Pete. She's just throwing it down the corner.
And she's going to better her situation, but ultimately, is it the 5.09 at this point? It feels like it's, considering that we'll see Tyler Wright won't improve, so is this a 5.09? That's really kind of the question for the judges. Feels like Betty Lou is going to take the win.
Betty Lou, absolutely ripping out there. She dominated this heat in the back half. She decided that she was going to authority. She got the right waves, and she executed on all of her turns. She was surfing so clean and smooth and strong. I'm really impressed with how well she came back in that heat, because like we talked about, Tyler Wright has been looking as the best she has all year, but in this heat, I think that Betty Lou outsurfed her.
You see all of the coaches, or all of the surfers catching up with their coaches who are caddying for them out in the water. Katie Simmers, we are waiting on a score from her. She needs a 5.09. We're waiting on that final score to drop. You see some of the judges really like, one of the judges giving her a 6, and then we have 4.8, 4.8, 4.5, still waiting on one more, a 4.7. So that is not going to be enough for Katie Simmers to improve her situation, get herself out of the elimination round. So she will be surfing again this afternoon. Betty Lou Sakura Johnson taking the heat win here. Tyler Wright finishing with the 8.16. She also moves on. When we come back, we've got another heat. We'll be right back on WorldSurfLeague.com with the Hurley Pro Sunset.
My rookie year was very hard. I think it was harder than I even thought it was going to be. The level of women's surfing is insane, and from the moment I surfed my first heat, I was like, wow, these girls are serious. They are not going to be friendly in heats. Like, it's like game on. After Pipeline last year, I was like, I got to step it up a notch. I did good at Sunset. After that, we're already like thinking about the cut.
All the pressure sitting on the shoulders of Gabriella Bryan at the moment.
So at Margaret River, I had to do something amazing.
Gabriella Bryan advances through into the finals, and she has officially made the mid-season cut.
Looking back at it, I was like, wow, that was intense. So ready for Sunset. I want to go further than I did last year. Yeah, I would really love to go further than semis, and that means final and hopefully a win.
There's only one place to go from semifinals, and that's to finals, which is where Gabriella Bryan wants to go. Lakey Peterson in the water now. We see her up and riding into the lip line. It's a little bit of the lip there before she gets up and out. Lakey, actually this morning, I saw her after her free surf. She broke the board she was riding during her free surf today, and she said, that happens here at Sunset.
Luckily, she's got a team member in Channel Islands. They've got a quiver for her. So from what I understand, I've got Brent Power, who's the pit boss over there at Channel Islands. He's saying that Lakey's on a 6'4", 18.5, 2 3/8. It's a Rook, which is a tried and true rocker. The Lakey does have in her stable and rides it very often.
So we have Lakey Peterson, Gabriella Bryan, our Hurley surfer, in the water, as well as Macy Callahan. Lakey, the only one with a wave so far. You see she got a 2.67 on that one. But we've seen a lot of the surfers take the approach of, with their heats today, talking about let's just get some waves in. Get some waves in, get some waves in, stay active, because you don't want to wait for that magic wave and then have it never show up. So Lakey getting in on the action early. We have 26 minutes left in this heat. As you see, little bit of action, and it looks like, no, it looked like Macy was trying to get into that one, but Strider, that's sort of the second time we've seen, I don't know if she got necessarily blown off the wave like we saw Betty Lou, but that wind feels like it's starting to play a little bit of a role in the takeoff.
Yeah, it's definitely blustery out there, but here we go. We'll see how they negotiate.
Macy Callahan up and riding again, trying to get in front of that foam. Big turn off the lip, back into the foam, trying to find another spot for a maneuver, a little roundhouse here, back into it. Macy with some very smooth riding on that first wave. That felt a little bit like a feeling out for Macy of how am I going to turn? What is the wave offering here? What do you think?
I would agree with that. Ultimately, you want to get kind of going. Your first wave of the day, your first day of the competition, it's always nice to get those little jitters out, because you're always like, there's those butterflies. You're competing, and it's a big event, obviously. So yeah, ultimately you do want to kind of get into your groove, and that helps a little bit by getting that first wave.
Especially because we're now at the point where even if you did free surf this morning, right, the conditions have probably changed quite a bit from when you free surfed this morning.
Yeah.
So,
and if you're riding a certain board, though, it's kind of nice to be able to feel that board out. Again, if you're super comfortable with your shaper and so forth, you don't really necessarily have to do that.
Very true. We saw the first heat of the day. None of those ladies decided to free surf because it's the first heat. They were like, I don't want to get out there and get tired or have something happen to the board that I want to ride, whatever it is. So a lot of these surfers though did get a chance to do a free surf this morning. Lakey Peterson, like I mentioned, one of those surfers. So she's riding a different board than what she mentioned. Pete, you had the intel.
And she broke a board that she probably thought was the one to ride, right? And so is that something that could affect her performance today? Ultimately, I don't think so, just being that she's probably got a quiver. And I know that even if you walk over to the Channel Islands house, which is just up the road here, there's plenty of boards she can pull from the rafters.
Gabriella Bryan out in the water. She was taking it all in earlier today with her mom, Rochelle, from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Gabby looking like she's just feeling very confident. She said she did get into practice sesh. She was in between riding her 6'4" or her 6'6", she told me, and a lot of it depended on the wind. So we're seeing her try to just get into position here, get in to her first wave. She does have priority. Looks like she's taking a look at that one. Not going to be the one she goes with. Instead, looking for the one maybe to come after it. But we are in Heat 6 of the opening day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
situation in the water. We have Macy Callahan, Lakey Peterson, Gabriella Bryan with priority taking off on her first wave of the heat. You see her getting up into the lip line, throwing some spray there, trying to find space for one more maneuver. Cannot find it. Instead, just rides it out. So again, we're seeing one maneuver, maybe two, but you really have to make that first maneuver count, Pete.
So true. And ultimately, you can get a huge number with just one big move. If it's a super special move, we've seen it go into excellent range. We've even seen it before. So it can happen. Right in that moment there for Gabriella Bryant, she's probably going to match the numbers that are already there. And she, getting that one opportunity, she probably in her eyes knew that was going to be the case. So she really dug into that turn. And when you dig into that turn as far and get all the way back into the foam like that, you're basically giving up the opportunity to get down the line. And but you're making the quality of that turn better.
Luke and Caroline Marks there getting ready. Caroline preparing to surf in the elimination round a little bit later on today. Carissa Moore and Luana Silva, beating her out in her heat earlier.
It was an interesting stat that I saw from Macy Callahan is, she's been, she had to fight back on the Challenger Series last season. And, the year before that, she was able to get into the round of 16, pretty much could not get out of the round of 16. Year before that, on the championship tour, she had a lot of that same thing, 9ths and 13ths. But she did have one glaring great result in France. She was able to get herself into the runner-up position, getting second. But, I mean, if she makes quarterfinals, she goes all the way to the final. Yep. There's no in between. It's literally, if she gets there, she's going all the way to the final. I mean, you look at her Challenger Series results as well as her championship tour results, that's the case. She gets in the finals, she gets to the quarters.
Somebody who wants to get into the finals and made a very good start with her first heat win of the event. Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, she is standing by with Laura Enever.
Yes, Betty Lou, a third place here last year. It was your best result of the season on the CT. But how does it feel to be back at Sunset? You just said that you haven't surfed out here in 2 months until this morning.
Yes, there hasn't been much swell to really practice on other than preparing at Pipe. That was kind of my focus throughout this beginning of the year. But yeah, super happy to get back out there and get some heats done. So happy to be back.
But you have a great relationship here. Obviously that third place, amazing memories, but you've grown up surfing Sunset. So you just said to me, it's just Sunset.
It is just Sunset. Even though it's open water, there's definitely some little techniques and spots to sit out there. So definitely growing up here has helped a ton, and happy to just keep moving forward and keep that momentum going.
And what have you been up to in between now and Pipeline? It must feel like a few days ago you were in the semi-finals back there.
Yes, that was like maybe 5 days ago or something. We were last at Pipe. Kind of was just like resting and chilling and hanging out with my friends and enjoying life. And then now we're here, time to focus.
Amazing. What were you riding today?
I was actually on a 6.0 slated Tokoro. One of my favorite boards out here at Sunset. They always work super good, and yeah, I added some purple on it, and I love it.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into the round three.
Thank you so much, Laura. I love the added style from Betty Lou Sakura-Johnson, adding a little bit of purple to her boards. I love it. As we saw, Macy Callahan got a wave there. What did you think, Pete?
I liked it. Actually, there was a couple nice arcs on it, but I just wanted to touch on the fact that she was like, hey, she hasn't had any time out in the water out here in like 2 months. It's interesting because there is such a short time period between the two events that you don't really get the practice time. And
yeah,
it
let's talk
definitely wasn't
about
any
Macy's.
waves. So
let's
here's
talk about Macy's.
Yeah, the arc here first was great, but this turn I really liked. A little bit more whip into it. Again, having to tighten the arc slightly, getting that arm above the, and that's where you tighten the arc.
Yep.
And she did great technique there. Not going to be a huge number, but ultimately I like that maneuver.
She looks super strong. I feel like just winding it all the way back to Lakey Peterson. We saw her on her first wave. She looks shaky. Mm-hmm. We haven't really seen her get back into this heat, and I'm kind of wondering where she's at in the lineup. What's going on with her out there? I feel like she's
there she is.
A tiny bit off kilter, if I could say.
Well, and Strider, you were talking about too just how the winds are affecting the face of the wave too, and so I kind of wonder, is there some element of you're really feeling out these waves, because as we know, the wind can change on a dime.
And is she feeling out the new board?
Exactly.
Because she broke her board, and that's probably a board that she was confident on. Maybe there's a little bit of headspace that needs to adjust and get confident to get herself back into this heat.
And I will say this morning too, the wind was not as strong. We're going into that more afternoon breeze, and it's definitely stronger. And when you start to get that wind underneath your board, you feel it. It's a different feeling. So again, just you talk about shakiness, that's probably a little bit of it. It just gets a little bit ball bearings under your board, and you're like, whoa, got to control the smoothness of it.
Trucks are a little loose.
Yeah. So exactly, and you just got to adjust.
Advantage skaters, right?
Yeah.
Trucks are loose. Advantage there. Macy Callahan
And
with
speed wobbles.
gotta be able to manage the speed wobbles. Macy Callahan with the best score of the heat so far. She had a 6.0 on that last ride, so she is in first position with a 9.67. Gabriella Bryan needs a 5.81 to overtake her. Lakey Peterson just has that one wave right now with the 2.67. She needs a 1.21 to get into that second position. 17 minutes left in this heat number 6.
Judges liked it. The tighter arc, that's one thing where she carried a lot of speed and really hooked it back there. It was a little bit of a surprise for my eyes. I was like, wasn't expecting it. I think the judges kind of feel that same kind of emotion. That's why that number gets up. Well, let's see the good range there. And again, just a little different approach, a little different look can help you in elevating those scores.
There's a huge separation in the lineup right now. If you watch the surfers, that last set that came by when we saw that aerial view, a couple 3 waves came through, nobody even on them. And then, you see Lakey there on the right of your screen with priority shooting back over to the point. We have a variation of swells in the water right now. You've got that northwest swell coming in, and then there's an underlying east-northeast swell. So you've got definitely a split decision, of where to sit out there when you're in your heat. And it must be, I can't imagine as a competitor, it just torment you, right? And it looks like to me that Lakey's been on the other side of the rhythm, kind of paddling around trying to find that wave.
As we see a set maybe coming in here, it looks like Lakey took a look at it. Ended up nobody on it. So I'm curious, Strider, because obviously here at Sunset we have caddies in the water, right? So oftentimes that's your coach, whereas other times we've seen them on the beach. You have the hat waving around, you have some sort of board signal of which position do you want to be in. So if your coach is in the water, it feels like they lose that sort of land perspective, if you will. So how do you, as a coach or a competitor, how do you describe the difference of having them in the water with you versus having them on the land?
Well, I feel like they're doing a lot of work before they get in the water. They're doing, they're in the water with them surfing, free surfing to find lineups, which is very key at Sunset Beach, because there is a defining lineup out here for each swell, and then it's picking your spot in your heat, because you do have 2 different swells in the water. So then you have to figure out, all right, you count waves, so to speak. You understand where they're coming from during the heats and where the most consistent spot would be out there. So there's a northwest lineup, and then there'd be an east-northeast lineup on the point. Right now, they all seem to be picking that one northwest lineup. And from the water perspective, as a coach, you're there for support, to tell them what they could do better on their waves while riding them, and what the needs are for them, because it's really far out there. Luckily, they have their Apple Watches on, and they can understand what's happening across that platform, but also having some reassurance from your coach as to what you need to do on the wave physically. So a lot of turns will go down, and somebody might have said, hey, Macy, tweak that turn a little bit harder, and you saw her do that on her wave. So it was really a good look at what you need to do to get a higher.
That in-the-moment feedback, so incredibly critical for these surfers. Just under 15 minutes to go. We have Macy Callahan in the lead. We will be right back with the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Super Surfer is dropping soon. Visit Hurley.com to download when it does.
How's a cliff jump right into the wave?
I mean,
Smooth as silk.
And there's
That's
a
the
toe,
only way
there's
I'm
a
gonna
jet ski with a toe in. I'm calling Barton Lynch has something to do with that.
Super Surfer. Can't wait.
I love it. I mean, that's going to be the best way for me to feel some of these things, because I'm not out there.
We know
dropping
you're a
into
surfer.
Bombs that are like.
Come on. We know that you've hit in the lineup.
I mean, yeah, there's hitting the lineup, and then there's
hitting the lip.
Then there's getting towed in and all that
Okay,
jazz. It's
gotcha.
a little different. Just saying. Jamie O'Brien though did get me
Some
dialed in over there at Turtle Bay, helping
Awesome.
me out with some lessons.
Yeah, he knows how to do it. And the
Yes,
guy's
he
a
does.
very accomplished surfer. So good, the Jamie O'Brien experience.
I
right?
know.
You had
it's
the
great.
experience.
I did. Strider's helped me with some waves so far this season. So
Strider's
listen.
World.
Yeah, we had a little
Strider's
coaching
World.
sesh on the sandbar. I said, right there's your spot, but don't deviate from the plan to get out there. And she went out there and killed it. Got
Went
a
out
bunch of
there.
waves, came in with a big smile.
That's what it's all about.
I was stoked. I was having a blast. All right, 11 minutes, just over it, left in this heat between Macy Callahan, Gabriella Bryan, Lakey Peterson to wrap up our opening round of the women's first day here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Macy Callahan with that one big score, the 6-0, really putting her in a strong position in this heat with 11 minutes to go. Gabby Bryan at a 3.87, Lakey Peterson at 2.67. So Gabby needs a 5.81 to get into first. Lakey 1.21 to advance.
Yeah, and this is an important priority for Lakey. She needs to make sure that she's going to stay in pace in this heat. If she makes a mistake here with 10 minutes to go, she's going to have to work her way back up the priority list. It would be a bit of a bummer. So she needs to execute here and at least match something close to Macy Callahan to make sure that she can get around through this one.
And Gabriella Bryan, to me, has not, done what she wants to do in the lineup right now. She's definitely got a lot more in the tank, and I feel like she's one of those surfers that is frustrated with herself right now. Because that she has this place on lock. She's done really well here in competition, and she's right now she's sitting on one wave, with a subpar score. So she wants a lot more out of this heat.
Made it to the semifinals here last year, and you heard her in that piece just a few minutes ago talking about she wants to make it further. And the only way up from the semifinals is the finals. But it starts here in the opening round. And I think that's one of the things that, you have all these really lofty goals, but you have to stay right in the moment.
And another thing about it, just to touch on the leader of this heat right now, Macy Callahan, she would have the least experience at Sunset Beach. Never being able to compete here. She wasn't on tour last year, which means that she didn't get the chance to compete for the first time that the women had been back in 10 years. So really no competition experience for her, and here she is leading the heat.
But Macy, also one of the ones who has competed very recently in that Challenger Series last year and really built a very great showcase for herself. She got a couple of seconds, couple of ninths. She took first at Ericeira, and then she finished with a 13th at the Hollywood Challenger.
And you mentioned that. I was saying those big events, like the Challenger Series last year, she did 3 events in a row on the Challenger Series where she literally, when she made the quarters, it went all the way to the final. She got to 2 seconds in the win. Again, but everything else, if you look at her average, she's a lot of ninths, more ninths than any other result she's ever had. She's got some 13ths there. She has basically 0 fifths and 0 thirds, but a bunch of seconds, and a win. So, like I said, the game day stuff, Macy on finals day, she's a tough one to beat.
She's on those finals days, and especially on those days where you're surfing multiple heats.
Unridden perfection going by right there. So I think there was some interesting look at the lineup and where the surfers are and in position-wise. And, I was watching Gabby just kind of sit off wide there, and I feel like she was almost dragging Lakey off the peak so that she wasn't on that set.
A little bit of tactical, huh?
Could have been.
It's also wild, though. When you're sitting at Sunset Beach and you start to see these waves come in from the northwest like that, it makes you want to dive to the channel. You feel like you're going to be deep, but ultimately they'll swing back to the point, and you can get yourself out of position if you don't understand that that's what happens sometimes. It just moves, and it moves really quickly. And you think one thing when you see your first instinctual move is, oh gosh, it's going to land on my head, I got to get to the channel. When in reality, it ends up moving towards the point.
Well, to that point,
yes,
Martin Potter told me a story about being in the lineup with Michael Ho, and all he wanted to do was paddle to the channel. And it was a big day, much big. It was larger than it is right now on screen, but to the point, all he wanted to do was get away, and Mike said, hold.
Yeah, stay
Hold
here.
the line. This is where we need to be. He had his lineup on the beach, which I actually is very distinct, and I know exactly what he's talking about, that they held the line, they stayed where they were supposed to be, and sure enough they were on the spot when those sets arrived. They looked like they were just going to tear them to pieces, and they backed up into the corner, and they both scored great waves. So hold the line out there on your position and your point of reference on the beach.
And Sunset's one of those places that you know that thing lands on your head. It makes you want to run for the hills.
You're like, never again.
Yeah.
I don't want this
I mean,
to
because there's
happen.
those times you do hold and the set does break on the West Peak and lands on your head.
Yeah.
That's part of the risk. But ultimately, the best waves, they come back onto the shallow part of the reef. And if you can sit in that zone and hold the line, ultimately, you're going to get the best wave in the lineup.
Hold the line. I love that. And know your point on the beach. Know your point on the beach.
And also, you might be holding the line of your leash, climbing it to get back to the surface, which
That's
I've done as well. So.
Yeah, that's if you make a mistake and don't run for the hills when you need to.
Exactly. A set coming in here, and it is Lakey Peterson taking off on this wave, getting the drop. Big turn up to the lip, back into the foam here. Another little carve back into it. So 2 maneuvers so far for Lakey, winding up for a last maneuver. So 3 for Lakey on that one. We hadn't seen her in action for quite some time, but now she got 3 maneuvers in on that wave, gets the jet ski to help her get back out. Strider, what did you think of that?
Well, it was just more like it. I like that she kind of found, she looked like she was a little unstable, but started to settle into the wave as the wave progressed. And I feel like she's getting used to this board, Pete.
And I will say that she is fortunate because she takes this wave and then there's no other waves behind it. So she's going to get second position. Gabby's now has priority. But ultimately, there wasn't a second wave, and we've seen a lot of these waves where there's 3 waves back to back to back. So it's a great choice by Lakey, identifying that there was just the 1 wave, so she's going to get herself into that second and advancing position. It's not going to be a gigantic number. It'll be her best number, and it will get her definitely into second position.
And with 5.5 minutes left to go in the heat, she really needed it. This was the time where you say, I'm sitting on 1 wave. I absolutely need another one. Scores dropping for Lakey Peterson as we speak. She comes in at a 5.33 for that last wave. So not as good as Macy's, Strider, but pretty good.
It was solid. I mean, you could see that she was a little bit of a tenderfoot where she wasn't sinking the rail and really tweaking in the lip, but she did have some arc. She had the body language. It was almost a full package, and that's why the score came in under. But I feel like there's also a lot of confidence that just got yelled at her by Mike Parsons. And you know that Mike Parsons
Michael
has been out in the water, and he is out in the water yelling at these athletes.
No, he is just kind of...
He's going, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I've heard him, and he's going, yeah, go get another one. Like, it was pretty impressive to see the amount of energy that gets transferred from coach to athlete in the water at Sunset Beach.
Pretty cool to watch, especially, like you said, having that coach in the water. So we are in the women's opening round, heat number 6, but standing by with Chief of Sport Jessie Miley-Dyer is Laura Enever to give us an update on what we can expect for the rest of the day. Laura?
Yes, Jessie, it's been a great opening round of competition for the women. Elimination round and the men's opening round are on standby. What are we going to see this afternoon?
Yeah, so we're actually going to see part of the men's opening round. We're going to come into the men now. The 2 options that we've been looking at are the 8 heats of the men's opening round, or both the round of 16 and the quarterfinals of the women overlapping. So we're going to go for this men's round, and it also means that looking forward to tomorrow, we have the option to do the 4 heats of men and the 4 heats of their next round, in case we have a half day.
Awesome. And forecast-wise, what are we looking at this afternoon?
It's actually meant to, hold. I think it has dropped a little bit. You can kind of see everyone looking at different spots in the lineup to this morning, but there's definitely some size out there. And looking into tomorrow, I think depending on how big it really is or dark today, we'll be able to see, what we have for tomorrow. But it does look good still for tomorrow to potentially have some action.
Awesome. Well, buckle up. We're ready into the men's after the women's, and in for an exciting afternoon, Monday afternoon. Let's go.
Best way to start the week, Laura. Thank you, Jessie and Laura. We had a lot of action while Jessie was talking about what kind of action we can expect for this afternoon. All 3 of our surfers in this heat finding waves. You had the last one I believe we saw was Gabriella Bryan taking off on 1. She's getting the jet ski assist as we speak. So with less than 3 minutes to go in this heat, Macy Callahan holds the lead. Lakey Peterson right behind her. She needs a 4.35. Gabriella Bryan did just get another score, so this will be only her 2nd wave of the heat. We're waiting on the scores from those for the judges. But as we were listening to Jesse and Laura give us what's the update for the afternoon, let's see what happened. This is Lakey Peterson up and riding, Pete.
Well, I think she was just looking at this wave going, I'm going to bet her the low score of the 2.7. She was not going to be, she was sitting third priority when she got there. I don't feel like it's going to be quite the number for to expand on it. But this was an important wave for Macy. She wants to solidify that lead, and then unfortunately there has the fall. And then you got Gabrielle O'Brien, who's sitting in third. This is her second wave, needs the 4.17 here. And nice, beautiful carve to start it off, and then a second, more out on the face for those maneuvers. So it'll be interesting to see where the judges go with it.
Well,
Strider?
I unfortunately think for Gabrielle O'Brien that she waited a long time, and I don't feel like she was ready to attack that wave. And the wave kind of let her down in a sense too, because she was loaded up, ready for a big turn, and the wave kind of laid down on the corner.
Oh, the number.
Oh,
exactly,
wow.
it is.
So
the same number she needed, she got.
1.7, exactly what she needed to move into that second position. Gabrielle Bryan does get. So with 1:23 left in this heat, we have a brand new situation. Macy Callahan stays in the lead, and then we have Gabrielle Bryan moving into second with the 4.17 off of her last wave.
And this is a huge part of the Apple Watch for Lakey Peterson. She's way out there, and this is the information she needs to know right now, because she just got pushed to third, and now needing a 2.71. All that info is right there on her wrist. So it's, again, look, she's taking a look at it. Yeah, she would have realized that.
This is good stuff.
And a minute to go. So she has the time there as well on her wrist. So look, and an opportunity maybe.
And second priority for Lakey Peterson, so we'll see how Macy utilizes her priority to potentially, but they're so far away actually, it doesn't even matter. Lakey Peterson in position, 40 seconds left. She needs a 2.71 to advance. Cannot get into that wave. You could tell how badly she wanted it. She knows the position she's in. You heard her listening to the beach announcers, checking her watch, her Apple Watch, to find out what exactly she needs. So she knows she needs a 2.71. Does this wave give her enough? Let's see. Lakey up and riding. Little turn here. Again, just a 2.71. She's got to do something sweet. Big turn off the lip there. Is that a 2.71?
Oh, you're not going to put me right on the spot right out of the gate.
I think she just did, Pete.
Okay. Well,
Okay, Strider, you take it.
There you go.
You
Thank you,
take
AJ. Right on.
It is going to be on the line.
Okay, so you're playing,
All right,
you're
let's
playing it
watch
on
it
the fence.
It's
watch it
basically, and this is not it so far. It's not. But this wave did have a closeout section. The wave was really small, but she belted that last turn. So all the points are going to come in that last turn. It wasn't the score. Was it the score that she needed? A 2.71. I like it. I think that it's going to be right on the line. Might even just be the exact score she needed, just like Gabrielle O'Brien got.
It's an important number, too. I mean, you think about it in the scheme of things. She did get that other opportunity. After she missed that wave, she probably would have been kicking herself. Then went, oh, look at this. And there it is.
The scores come in. A 2.97. Lakey Peterson finding out that she got a little bit more than what she needed to avoid that elimination round. So Macy Callahan and Lakey Peterson moving on from this final heat of the women's opening round. Gabrielle O'Brien going to have to surf in the elimination round in just a few minutes, which is coming up right after this. But before we go into the women's elimination round, we would like to share this tribute for our friend, Larry Haynes.
It's with a heavy heart that the surfing world says goodbye to legendary waterman and filmmaker Larry Haynes. A staple of the North Shore community for decades, Larry was a singular force in water cinematography, lending his talents to everything from major Hollywood productions to WSL broadcasts. Perhaps more important than his unparalleled professional talents, Larry was renowned for his kindness and stoke with everyone he encountered, whether they were multi-time world champions or interns during their first day on the job. As impactful a contributor to the surfing tapestry as one could find, the absence of his presence both in the water and on land will be felt for generations to come. But the mark he made during his time will ripple across the surfing world forever. Thank you for everything you did, Larry, and thank you for who you were. Rest in power and safe journeys.
back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And we just got the word on what we're doing today. We're going to eliminate some of the women's in the elimination round, and then we're going to move into the opening round for the men's. That's why you see Michael Rodriguez preparing for this afternoon, Kaipo, along with Megan Abubo. And your thoughts so far? You saw the women's opening round.
Yeah, it was good. It's challenging out there. It's perfect sunset, you know, big lineup. I really like what I saw. I saw some really good surfing, good rail carves. I'd like to see a little bit better wave selection maybe in this next round.
Relatively low numbers, actually, when we look at that women's opening round as far as, you know, two-wave totals, a 9.67 two-wave total. Won the last heat. Let's take a look at the elimination round, Megs, and your thought on this elimination round. Heat number 1, someone is going to be eliminated.
Yeah, this is going to be a good heat, though. I think Carolyn is really out to improve off her first heat. You know, her showing out there. Gabrielle O'Brien is a standout out here, and again, she just missed out on that last wave, that last exchange there in that last heat. And Teresa, too, looking to improve on her first round. So I think it's going to be a good matchup.
Double goofy foots out on the water against a regular foot in that elimination round. Heat number 1. Heat number 2, featuring the youngest surfer on tour. Caitlin Simmers is going to be matched up against Isabella Nichols and Courtney Conlaw. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this heat. I saw Isabella do some pretty radical turns out there. Didn't complete them, but I think she'll be able to buckle down in this heat and hopefully find some good waves. And Courtney Conlog was definitely on the other side of the coin than I'm sure she wanted to be on. She's definitely a favorite out there. And Caitlin Simmers, she's on fire this year, surfing really well. So it'd be good to see her in the lineup out there too. When you're a rookie, you know, it's never easy to figure sunset out, especially if you're not from here. So it'll be neat to see what she does, what kind of heat she puts together out there.
Yeah, that's right. So Katie Simmers, we'll see if she's able to surf up to her natural talent that she has, but put it together in a competition situation. We're waiting for the start of that elimination round, heat number 1. And our surfers are out in the lineup. We do have a jet ski assist for our surfers today. The Red Bull jet skis with Hawaiian Water Patrol will take the surfers and drop them off into the channel, into the caddy zone.
Yeah, such a huge advantage. You wouldn't be seeing so many waves ridden as you're seeing right now, because it is a long paddle back out, Kaipo, as you know. So you not only get more time surfing, but you also your body saves energy because you're not paddling the whole time.
20 years old, out of Kilauea on the island of Kauai. Was a semifinalist last year. Let's learn more about Gabriella Bryant.
My rookie year was very hard. I think it was harder than I even thought it was going to be. The level of women's surfing is insane, and from the moment I surfed my first heat, I was like, wow, these girls are serious. They are not going to be friendly in heats. It's like game on. After Pipeline last year, I was like, I got to step it up a notch. I did good at Sunset. After that, we're already thinking about the cut.
All the pressure sitting on the shoulders of Gabriella Bryan at the moment.
So at Margaret River, I had to do something amazing.
Gabriella Bryan advances through into the finals, and she has officially made the mid-season cut.
Looking back at it, I was like, wow, that was intense. So ready for Sunset. I want to go further than I did last year. Yeah, I would really love to go further than semis, and that means final and hopefully a win.
Now, one of the new faces of women's professional surfing, Gabriella Bryant, on her second year on tour, getting some words from her water caddy and a guy that knows Sunset well, Jason Shibata. Red Bull Jet Skis is going to take her out there, and we are anticipating the start of Heat 1 of this elimination round.
Yeah, it's always great to have your coach and just right in the lineup with you. I always thought that was gave you a lot more confidence than when your coach is on the land, because it's almost just that energy vibe. And sometimes they paddle out with you while you're paddling out, like if you catch a wide one, so that can be beneficial to you.
On the sidelines there at Sunset Beach, Horton sounds, and that's going to be the start of our 30-minute heat in this elimination round. Again, a reminder, third place in this heat will take an equal 17th out of Sunset Beach, and that is a dangerous finish for any of our championship tour competitors. That's a throwaway, that 17th for the women.
Yeah, we heard Gabriella saying how after sunset, she was already thinking about qualification. So already after this event, your head's thinking about that so early on in the year.
Yeah, I mean, and you win an event, that's going to almost ensure that you make that mid-season cut. Last year we can look at 2022, I'm sorry, and Kelly Slater won the first event, but then after that, in the first half of the season, I think he only made 2 other heats. But those 10,000 points are so valuable when you look at the net on that and making that mid-season cut. A reminder, that is the top 10 women after Margaret River, and the top 22 men after Margaret River will make that cut.
Yeah, right, Kaipo. It's such a big jump in points. It really solidifies your spot, and you can be a little bit less consistent after a win.
Yeah, a little bit of adjustment. In previous to 2019, a second place on the championship tour would be 8,000 points. Since 2019, that second place earning is 7,800 points. So it makes those wins and those 10,000 points even that much more valuable. Flying over here, what do you see out in the ocean to start off this heat 1 of the elimination round, Megs?
Well, I see some beautiful conditions, actually. This is perfect conditions for Sunset Beach. We have beautiful trade winds on offer. As you can see, that crisp sea breeze off the lip there. And then I just see a pretty active lineup. You see a lot of bumps in the ocean. You see movement outside of the surfers. So I see a lot of activity, which is what I want to see at Sunset Beach.
Still open priority amongst all of our surfers, and no waves ridden yet. So positioning is how you get possession of your wave in this opening portion of these heats. See, paddling into the shoulder, maybe spot something. That's Teresa Bonvalada. Actually, what she spotted was a mountain of whitewater, because she's going to have to handle this duck dive.
Wow,
still underwater.
What a cool point of view, right, Kaipo? That's what the surfer really feels. You're in this, almost like we call it a washing machine, right, Kaipo? When we're trying to paddle back out, we're like, I'm stuck in a washing machine, and you can see why.
Yeah, another duck dive there. And you can see how you get pushed back as well with those duck dives. Deceptively powerful. When you watch this wave from the sand, you're like, why aren't they hitting the lip right there? And then you get out there and realize why that's the case. A lot of water moving.
A lot of water, more than you realize. And another thing to note is, as you mentioned, duck diving. A lot of times at sunset, the wave's actually too big and you have to bail. So you have to position yourself in the right spot too, so that you can bail and your board doesn't break.
And we see right now with the conditions, another interesting phenomena is it feels like the wind's twice as strong out there compared to what you're feeling on the beach here. Just because the way that the reef is out there, how you're exposed, and how some of that wind, especially this east-northeast trade winds, wrapping around from like Turtle Bay direction.
Yeah, definitely. And it's blowing in your face. So when you're taking off on a wave, sometimes it's really hard to see. So you can see a lot of surfers when they're taking off, they're wiping the water from their eyes just so they can see down the line. Because a lot of times you take off blind out at Sunset Beach when it's windy like this.
Surfing by Braille, using the force sometimes just to make it down the face. And we've had a long history of surfing out here at Sunset, both in competitions as well as culturally and developmentally amongst Hawaiians, that this place, Paumalu, has been in Mo'olelo in legends for centuries, and its significance here. Gabriella Bryan up. Gabby just sweeping through that first turn. Steepens up on the inside here for Gabriella. Nice carve on the Mayhem. One more time off the bottom, off the top, finding a nice rhythm for the 20-year-old before she kicks out.
Yeah, good to see Gabriella busy early in this heat because she was kind of sleepy in the beginning of that last heat, so I don't think she wants to make that same mistake there.
Do you think that was a purposeful adjustment that she's made after the download from that last heat?
Yeah, sometimes when you're watching the waves and you're not in a heat, you tend to think it's better than it is, or there's different waves sitting where you're not. As we see this little replay, she gets a little first carve there. She's just trying to build upon that first turn. Nice snap under the hook, under the lip there. Another good carve. I like this opening wave for Gabby. I do think Kaipo that as you can see in this replay, her aerial shot, which is beautiful, she's really trying to start early in this heat because she was playing catch up the entire heat, that last heat that she surfed.
Yeah, coming out of replay here and into some slow motion.
Yeah, she's got really good rail work, Gabby. As we can see right here, coming off the bottom. She's just square off the bottom. Beautiful carve. She puts everything into it and just really leans off that back foot. She's got a lot of power for a young surfer.
Scores coming through. It looks like it's going to be a flat 5 for the opener for Gabriella Bryant. And I think that in context to what we've seen today as far as two-wave heat totals, that is a keeper. That's going to be a keeper score, at least the backup. Well, 9.67 was enough for Macy Callahan to win that last heat and avoid this elimination round. Let's hear from Macy.
Down here with a happy and smiling Macy. Macy, that was your first ever heat out Sunset Beach. How'd it feel being out there? It's a huge playing field and just with 2 other women.
Yeah, I was a little nervous but super excited. I feel way more comfortable out here than pipe, so I was happy to get in the Rashi, and it was a little weird without all the free surfers and just 2 other girls, but yeah, got a couple.
And you're out there early this morning preparing. You know, there hasn't been a lot of waves the last few days. What have you been doing between Pipeline and here?
Not a lot, to be honest. Just been hanging out with you and the girls. We've had Coco and Steph and Timothy, so we've had a good girl gang. We're keeping it fun.
And back into comp mode, I feel like looking at the calendar and seeing how you surf, I would toot you as being one of the top girls out here. Do you feel that confidence?
Thanks. Yeah, I feel like this suits my style a lot better than some of the other places on tour. So yeah, I was really excited to head out there today.
Amazing. Well, we've seen to the round of 16.
All right, well, there you go, Macy Callahan. We'll see her again in the round of 16 when we pick that back up. Again, this afternoon, we're going to switch gears after the women's elimination round, moving into the men's opening round. We haven't talked about Teresa Bonfala yet in this heat. The Goofy Foot out of Cascais, Portugal. Just 23 years old. She's a CT replacement surfer for the tour this year, but she comes from a long, long line of competitive success at a very young age. More on Teresa, because we may have Gabby going for that backup. So Teresa, you know, she had her first go at a championship tour event. 2013, she was just 14 years old, was a wild card in Portugal for that CT.
Yeah, and you know, the waves in Portugal are kind of similar to here. It's just you're wearing a full suit. So although she's not super familiar with competing out here, I'm sure there's a couple of waves she can familiarize herself with.
Oh, there she went. So quick up and out, and I guess the hands did leave the rail, so just be an offer. Little judges slang there. Offer is just a score that's under 1 point, so it's kind of just a fractional score. It's a place filler, really. We haven't seen any of those offers, if you would, factor into any heats, win or lose. But what happened there?
Yeah, it looks like, I mean, it looked kind of good for her. She's paddling into it, but I think she just kind of, as you can see here, she just was a little too far up on her board, actually, it looked like. And sometimes new equipment, you know, maybe not used to riding longer boards, wind in play, everything can kind of displace you and dislodge you where you want to be on your board. And again, Kaipo, she's on her backhand. Backhand surfing at Sunset is not an easy feat. All the elements are kind of against you. You know, the wind, your body's faced that way, yet you're supposed to kind of torque the other way to turn. So that's another factor that's kind of different.
Yeah. Another woman on her backhand out there is Caroline Marks. 20 years old, 5th season on tour. If you remember back, Megan, Caroline was the youngest surfer to actually qualify for the championship tour. It's at 15 years old. This is Caroline's first event, however, at Sunset. So I think there may be an adjustment period or a learning period for Caroline out here.
Yeah, there would be. Sunset is a very unique wave. There's other big waves on tour, but the amount of water that Sunset packs, your equipment has to be up for it, and just spending the time out here. And it's such a big lineup, Kaipo, to, you know, throughout the entire heat, you tend to move throughout the lineup, and you could start on the point, end up at the bowl, maybe catch one in the middle, you know, and to know that each part of the wave, you surf differently as well.
Well, just that 5-point score, you can see it up in the scoring bug there, is just glaring at us right now because it's the only meaningful number so far. 10 minutes into the heat, 19 minutes to go, and this one is going to be really decided upon on the back end of this heat, I have a feeling right now. Scratching into this one, Marksy, Caroline Marks on the backhand. Some pressure on the heels, a nice snap, mid-face snap from Marks. Waiting for this wave to build up on the inside. A little froth on the face, no problem. Stabs it in the lip, gets down to the bottom nice and early for the completion.
Yeah, nice opening account for Caroline. Her board looks a little better, and it just seems like those reps under her feet, you know, out at Sunset, seem to give her a little bit sense of calmness when I watch her surf. She scratches into that one, picks off pretty late. Nice check turn there to get down the line. But coming up here, this is where we're gonna see where Caroline shines. She has that huge hook on her backhand. I love the ending of that wave.
One more time from above for Caroline Marks.
Yeah, nice first turn there. Kind of a turn, check, turn. But here, it's all, this is where the money is, setting up for a nice inside turn.
Live action here, Gabby Bryant, wave number 2. Some white water to deal with. No problem for Bryant. Big snap off the top. The wave burps just a little bit. Rattles off the bottom. Keeps it smooth on the rail through that cutback. And why not bank the oncoming section before it goes into some deep water there and the jumble begins. So Gabriella Bryant likely to start pulling away from the rest of the pack in this elimination round, Heat 1.
That was a bouncy wave, Kaipo, but she did a good job to stay solid on her feet on that wave. As we see, look how much wind is in the face of this thing as she's trying to set up for this first turn. You know, nice first turn there in that frothy white water. Sets up for another check turn here, but she was hoping the inside was going to have a little bit more to give her, but and we can see here, setting up for that first turn, draws that carve out. Beautiful. She didn't bring it around too much or else she would have lost too much speed there. So I think she was keeping her eye on that next turn. Nice arc there. But unfortunately, the end didn't give her enough. But yeah, you're right, Kaipo. Gabby's going to be sitting in a nice position after that ride.
Yeah, there she goes, 4.5 combined with that 5-point ride, and is really starting to pull away from the other two surfers in this heat. Caroline Marks with a 3.33 and Teresa Bonvalo. Teresa yet to get started. Teresa does have priorities, so the priority is going to be valuable at this point because she's got a ton of time on the clock.
Yeah, priority is going to be really important. And, you know, we see some lines out on the horizon, so she's got a few waves she can choose from if she's in the right position out there.
Well, we got decision time right now, and the surfers need to know the priority, right, Pete?
That's right. And of course, there's a visual key right here over my shoulder, as well as on their wrist. If you look at the Apple Watch, that gives you the information. But ultimately, if you don't know that, you can look in and see up on the judges' deck. This is where all the judges are over my shoulder. There's priority 1 in the white jersey. Very big board. So ultimately, visually, you can see it. Obviously, it's on your hand as well, which is a nice supplement that we have this season to have the Apple Watch.
Thank you, Peter. Yeah, and also, you know, your in-water caddies can keep an eye on there as a landmark, also those priority boards, and yell at you like, hey, you got it. You know, I mean, how much yelling did you get from your water caddy when you were competing out here?
Yeah, there's yelling. They have a walkie-talkie, or they'll scream at you while you're paddling out. But you know what? If you're already outside and somebody gets a score and you can't hear your caddy, that Apple Watch is invaluable. Like, as we can see live action here.
Gabby Bryant, our heat leader, just in the groove. You know, it was little missteps in her last opening round, but right now, kind of in the groove. That was an unfortunate error at the end of that wave because I thought she was onto a larger score in the complexity of this heat. Red Bull jet ski there to pick her up. Hawaiian Water Patrol Kyle Pa'o grabbing her.
Kind of thought we were going to see that from Gabby. I thought that she was going to be able to let her hair down a little bit because she's got those two pretty solid scores. So that allows her to open up and go for big maneuvers. As we can see here, you know, that last turn, she really goes straight up into the lip, but gets bucked off of that one. She's setting up. The inside bowl is no joke to try to, I mean, she hit that thing square, but just a little too much power and speed on that thing, and it just kind of flung her.
Well, coming out of this replay, Gabby Bryant in the lead, Caroline Marks trailing. Teresa Bonvala needs to get it going. We'll see what happens right after this break.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, you know, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Make or break as we come back to the Hurley Pro. Sunset Beach, Caitlin Simmers walking down the beach with her caddy and coach Tom Whitaker. Isabella Nichols, she's got a former champ in her corner in the way of Miles Padaka taking to the water with Isabella. Kaipo along with Megan Abubo in the booth, and I like the caddy choices there for both Isabella as well as Caitlin Simmers.
Yeah, I do too. Both of those surfers, amazing out at Sunset. But I have to say, if you ask me, my favorite surfers out at Sunset, Miles Padaka would be one in the top 5 for sure.
Miles Padaka came into the dark horse winning in 2001, and he'll be out on the water assisting Caitlin Simmers. I mean, Isabella Nichols, I'm sorry. As we just saw, Teresa Bonvala, again, just having trouble with the takeoff there. Goes down, and that's going to be another fractional score for the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, you see her just trying to get through that soupy whitewash on the inside. It's always tough after you take a wipe out, and then you have to get back through the lineup, and you have a bit of ways to go.
Yeah, and you know, you lost your priority. You didn't execute on the wave, so now, you know, I call Sunset Beach a time bandit, because it seems like he just steals minutes off the clock, and before you expect it, the 5-minute warning is blowing out here, and you're just like, where did my heat go?
Great analogy. Yes, it is a time bandit. I remember, you know, sometimes you'll have a heat at Sunset, and just to get 2 waves it can be a challenge. And like you said, Kaipo, you could go over the falls on a wave, and then all of a sudden there's like 8 minutes, and then you're like, where am I?
That's why I like the adjustment for Gabriella Bryant, Migs, who got busy really early within the first couple minutes of this heat. And now it's really paying off for her, because now I feel like Gabby has this comfort level to her. She's got the lead. She's got first priority. Looks like it's smooth water ahead for Gabriella Bryant at this point.
Yeah, and she's got confidence out here. Of course, we all know that. And she has priority, like you said. She's really just now, I think, searching for a really good wave. And Gabby Bryant, she knows this lineup pretty well. She has bots in her corner. So I'm sure with 9 minutes remaining, she's only got excellent scores on her mind right now. She knows she's got 2 pretty average scores, and these guys have to hunt now just to get ahead of her.
Heat coming through here. We'll see if we have any takers from our surfers. Looking like it's a bit east there. The adjustment we talked about before, where we suspect the waves moving further up the point as the day progresses, Migs.
Yeah, when we got here at dark, you could see the lineup was pretty much directly in front of where we're sitting. And then it's gradually moved over to the right more and more, as Piper you said.
And again, Teresa, the windy conditions, you know, the challenging jumble of the drop once again. And now I feel for a talented surfer like Teresa Bonvalo, this is kind of a mental battle that she has to fight through right now to get a wave, make a drop, make a wave.
Yeah, maybe just slow down a little bit as well at the same time, because she just picked off a pretty bad wave choice, and then she had another one, so maybe she just needs to slow down.
Caroline Marks, nice turn off the bottom, off the top, combo, sets up, real patient, and another hook on the backhand. So Marksy is going to back up her 3.33. She's got a couple of cool nicknames. Marksy, that's her Australian nickname. Caralupo for a comparison to Mark Ocalupo.
The Aussies have the best nicknames for everyone, don't they?
What's your Aussie nickname?
Oh my gosh, what was it? I don't know if I can say it on camera. But you can all guess.
I didn't mean to set you up for that. Let's talk about this replay.
Here we go. Carolyn looking nice and loose, square off the bottom there. Yeah, she's looking loose off the top. Right here, hooks it. She's surfing well on rail. Not the longest wall in front of her, but I like how she put everything together, and she's looking smooth as well.
Yeah, really smooth and planted right on the board, and surfing big. Judges, they like it, 3.57. So Caroline in a solid second position. Here's our heat leader, Gabriella Bryant. Nice wall in front of Gabby. Oh, and a big turn off the top, committed turn. Nice rail control to finish, Carve, but I really like that opening turn and the amount of commitment that was in that turn.
Yeah, Kaipo, that's the Gabby we know out at Sunset, what we saw a little bit of last year. So powerful. She's looking not as hesitant right now. She's been, again, she could let her hair down, really opening it up as we see here. She has a nice wall in front of her. She's gaining a lot of speed and momentum here, setting up for this huge first hook. And then sets up for another big carve. I just love that. Right here, that aerial view, you can see how much speed she has going into this first turn. It's almost like, you can't call that a check turn, it's a huge check carve. But she had to do it fast because the wave would have passed her by. See that? And look how much spray off her fins there. And then she sets herself up square off the bottom, and beautiful carve there. Just full rail, that's Gabby for you. Tons of power, always on rail. She's happy with that.
Caroline Marks with a long wall in front of her. Hits the gas pedal and then now hits the eject button. So nothing on offer there for Caroline Marks. We're still waiting for the score for Gabriella Bryant. We're suspecting that Gabriella is going to pull further away in the lead once that number drops, because she had a couple of committed turns. Number in 6.67, Gabriella Bryant is showing her dominance now in this heat and making up for that opening round loss.
Yeah, she's making up for it. She started early. That last ride was great. Her first turn, judges always love to see you start a wave off with a great first turn. Instead of set up and maybe do a first check turn, she actually did a beautiful opening turn. And Gabby's just looking strong. I still think there's enough time out there for her to get another ride if she wants to.
4 minutes, 40 seconds on the Hurley clock here. And men's heat 1, Kanoa Igarashi is going to be up against Matthew McGillivray and Michael Rodriguez. Kanoa getting some advice from Snips, Mike Parsons. Some visualization happening right now in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
Yeah, surfers are always you're gonna always land surf, right? With your hands and your mind. No matter where you are in the world, no matter who you are, you're always gonna mind surf a wave, and that's put your body almost with your hands. It puts you, see how he's doing there?
See,
Put you
he's
in the
carving
rhythm.
with that index right there. Look. Oh, yeah.
He's in rhythm, Kaipo. He's
Got
feeling it.
mad rhythm right now.
It's almost like he knows we're talking about him.
3 minutes, 45 seconds. Teresa Bonvala. Here goes Caroline Marks. And Caroline with a committed turn right on that steep inside section.
Yeah, super steep. You could tell, Caroline, when she winds up, she comes so square off the bottom. And the way that she releases off the top, she stays so low to her board, so compact.
See, I think that's where she gets that Marco Calupo comparison, because right here you can see she'll sit on her bottom turn before committing to the lip.
Yeah, and that's what they teach you. Yeah, you're right, Kaipo. They teach you, so the lower you get down and the more to the bottom right here, you can square off the top more powerfully, and you can put more muscle into it.
I think it's a really basic fundamental of backhand surfing, and how important is to dig your heels in, be low, and sit on that. And it gives you, on the backhand, a chance to really adjust your line and gives you time to see, where am I going to tag? Because once you're up in the lip, you're blind to it.
That's true, and I think that's what makes backhand surfing at Sunset so difficult, because a lot of times you are blind to it, right? So you have to go by feel.
Yeah. All right, well, Caroline Marks at 4.04 on the paddle back out. She got the news, and she knows that she's in a solid second place. And second will get you out of this round. That's all she needs to do. Teresa Bonvala, priority, needs a big number, 7.14. 2 minutes remaining.
You can always tell when a surfer's stoked. They give it that little stoked kick when they're paddling back out.
Oh, well, 2 minutes remain, 2 minute drill right now. Thank you all locally. Mahalo for watching us on the Spectrum Surf channel, channel 20 and 1020 in HD. Greg Fujimoto and the crew. And if you missed any of today's action, remember, the replay is right after the conclusion of today's action. You can watch it all night if you like. Pressure for Teresa at the moment, Megs.
Yeah, she's got some pressure on her shoulders. She needs a pretty tall score in order to advance in this heat. I mean, it's not impossible, but she needs wave selection, and that's something that she hasn't had in this heat.
And it's kind of a quiet Sunset Beach at the moment. Again, we're on the back end of the swell, so we will be expecting some of the lulls come into play. Clock management is going to be very important for success this afternoon, and adaptability, because no doubt this lineup will continue to morph through the tide and the maturing swell, and how that angle changes.
Yeah, we're going to see some different faces, like you said, and maybe a little different approach in surfing. Board sizes might even drop, because the wave's going to get a little bit more playful the more up the point it goes, more rippable, sometimes longer, but not as much meat in the wave.
Last ditch effort for the Portuguese surfer, and unable to paddle into that one. That was really unfortunate, and it just illustrates how difficult this is. We talked about the wind, We talked about the bump out there, all came into factor there for Teresa. Gabriella Bryant and Caroline Marks survived the elimination round. We'll see them in the round of 16. Heat 2 elimination round after this. Our opening ceremony in honor of Paumalu, Sunset Beach, considered a wahipana, or a sacred or storied place here in Hawaii, and the site of the second stop on the World Surf League Championship Tour event. Elimination round, heat number 2 out on the water, and that's the opening ride for Courtney Conlog out there in the red jersey. Courtney's joined by Isabella Nichols in blue and Caitlin Simmers in white. Third place is eliminated from competition. Kaipo along with Megan Abubo. And your thoughts on this heat, Megs?
Yeah, this is going to be exciting. Oh, we see Courtney right here take off. Starting early, Courtney. She's looking for that section to give her something out here. She managed to get a nice turn over here. A little late in the wave though, so it's not gonna, I don't think it's gonna be a keeper for Courtney at the end of the day. This is always that tricky time when you go, oh, should I stay on this wave or kick out? Because the Sunset's such a big lineup.
Yeah, Courtney opens up with a 2.83, the 30-year-old on her 12th season on the championship tour from Santa Ana, California. She's got 13 CT wins to her credit. She had a 9th last year, losing to Joanne Defay. Nobody wants that 17th, as you can see under the scoreboard. First place, second place moves on to the round of 16. Third place eliminated and gets that equal 17th, and that is not what you want in your rankings at all, because that's a throwaway.
No, you don't want to. You definitely don't want a 17th. I'm interested to see what coaching that Miles Padaka is going to hand down to Isabella Nichols, though. His knowledge out here is invaluable. Lives right across the street. I used to live up the road from him, and you know he's always out here. And got so much history in surfing heats out here, as well as free surf. So he'll have a lot of knowledge for her, as well as Tommy Whitaker for Katie Simmers. He's surfed a lot of heats out here and very well.
Isabella Nichols, she's sharp. She's in university studies right now to become an engineer. Last year, in her rookie year here in Hawaii, she was actually doing studies in between heats online. That's commitment. As we take a look, again, Courtney staying busy out there, catches that one in the chest, unfortunately, and goes down.
Yeah, you just, out at Sunset Beach, you can't do the same things you can at anywhere else. There's just so much water and wind and Mother Nature just coming at you from all angles.
Yeah, that looked like it was unexpected as well. It looked like it caught Courtney by surprise. Right now she's paying, but our expert Hawaiian Water Patrol and that Red Bull jet ski is zipping right in there. Got to get to the sled, though, before the whitewater. Get it. Isabella Nichols, good-looking wave here, just a little too deep, and that's unfortunate for the Australian.
Yeah, she almost looked like, she was like, oh, come on, stay open.
So, again, the Time Bandit Sunset Beach is just going to take a lot of time off the clock, a lot of energy to duck dive the whitewater out here, and you can speak to how powerful this wave is, even at this size.
It is, it's really powerful. Sometimes you'll duck dive, as we see here, Courtney, so much wind in the face for her. Just tries to go up into that lip, but she's just overpowered. She almost catches like a bit of air, actually. That's what happened. The lip just slams her in the chest. And that can be a dangerous wipeout. So Courtney was lucky she came away from that unscathed.
Yeah, I mean, that's a way to dislocate some ribs.
I had to get ambulanced out of here one semifinal one year. I think it was the year Sophia won the finals. And I had to go to, I fractured all my ribs that year.
You did?
Yeah, I did. And it was pretty bad.
Board or water?
It was actually the water. I
Yeah.
fell down almost like, it was like an 8-foot drop, and somehow I fell perfectly on my rib and I couldn't move, and Rock actually picked me up on the ski and I couldn't breathe. But there were a few moments there prior to that I didn't think I was going to make it because there was sets on the horizon.
Yeah. Hey, great story. That would have been 2007, right? With Sofia Milanovic winning that event. And yeah, water's hard, especially at sunset. Download for Gabby Bryant. Congratulations. Her work's done for the day. And she can prepare for the women's round of 16, which will happen in our future run days. We're going to finish off today with the men's opening round.
There's something that's so grateful to have the Hawaiian Water Patrol out there when you're a surfer is, although it's a dangerous wave, you know that you can really go for it because you do have those guys on your side that are ready to pick you up, and you can have that confidence when surfing Big Sunset that they're right there.
The first responders out there, some of the best ski drivers in the entire world. So, and there they are. So you can see the Red Bull jet skis. One of them actually has a grabber in the back there. And so that second person in the saddle is there to assist if if you're really in a dire situation and you can't get onto the sled, which is behind that jet ski on your own account. That grabber is going to grab you and pull you out of danger.
Right, and they'll help you get on that ski and just gives you that extra confidence. Or if you're hurt, right, and you cannot even move. And I'm not exactly sure, but that might be Pomai on the front of that one ski.
Yep.
Amazing waterman. We recently were at Waimea, Rochelle and I sitting on a ski watching the day after the eddy swell, and he went body surfing.
Of course he
was
did.
still huge.
Of course he did.
Testament to how incredibly talented these Hawaiian Water Patrolmen are.
Yeah. Pomai Ho'opili on that Hawaiian Water Patrol. Gabby Bryant, she's happy. She just won a heat, Laura.
She did, Gabby Bryant. She actually surfed an hour-long heat out there. How are you feeling? You didn't have much time to, even go back after that first heat. You just had to stay out in the lineup. And what did you take into the elimination round?
I actually think it was good for me not to have time to think about it and go right back into it. I would have been happy to make my first heat, but I wouldn't have been happy with my performance. So I think that since I got another chance to go back out there, I really just wanted to surf and do what I know I can do. So I'm glad I got some waves in that elimination round and made it through.
And What were the major changes you think in that elim? You obviously found the waves you're looking for.
Yeah, it's so different than this free surf this morning. So I don't know. I had to adapt, and it's like it was so different. And my first heat, I was like going out there waiting for the ones that I saw this morning, and they weren't even out there. So I think just the way that I had to adapt was something that I think I did pretty good and helped me in my elimination round.
Well, you were in the elimination round last year and you ended up with a 3rd place here at Sunset. So it could be a little lucky thing you got going on there, but you got so much confidence now and you surf this wave amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, I love Sunset so much. I've surfed so many contests here in free surf. So hopefully we get some good waves, and yeah, it could be an exciting event.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into the round of 16.
Courtney Conlog, big drop there. Finds some open face, control on the rail, slashes. A little layback turn to finish off. Conlog already with a 2.83, and she will remain committed into the lead with 19 minutes, 15 seconds counting down.
I like Gabriella's positive attitude in that interview there. Use it as a positive to make the second round. Actually, that was Katie Simmers. Looks like she landed on her slow motion, gets to her feet, but I mean, stuck in that foamy whitewash, and I think she eyes up and sees Courtney right there. Oh,
that's interesting.
Yeah, that could have slightly hindered her when she was like taking off on that, right? Or just made her not.
For sure. And there's Courtney. Wow, we'll watch this replay with Courtney Conlog. We're waiting for the score, and she's going to remain in the lead, but that exchange with Caitlin Simmers, having to actually adjust her line, I feel, on the drop, with Courtney Conlog paddling up the face. Yeah, that was interesting. We may get back to that later. We got lines coming through here. Right again, look at here.
Yeah, she's taking off, but you can see where her eyes are looking. She sees Courtney.
Yeah.
She can't really, I mean, she's got too much momentum and speed. That's right where she would have kind of taken off, and that was in her line of surfing. So very interesting positioning for Courtney on that.
Isabella Nichols back here in real time. Open over 1.5, just has a half-point ride so far to her credit. So doing everything she can do to juice out of this wave. May get that inside, and a big snap for Isabella Nichols. Great job for her to hang on to that. There was no interference call in that situation between Caitlin Simmers and Courtney Conlog. And of course, I mean, Ezekiel Lau ran over Jack Robinson in 2019 out here at Sunset, and that wasn't interference back then. So didn't expect that interference call to happen with Courtney and Caitlin. AJ, what do you got?
Well, so you have Isabella Nichols in the water right now. I got a chance to catch up with her after she took her first surf for the day, and she showed me this tattoo that she has on her right forearm. It's a mini Viking ship, and she says it's to honor her Danish heritage and her mormor, which is her grandmother, and her Danish grandmother, and her birthplace of Denmark. So she said that she really wants to bring that Viking mentality to her surfing, and I asked her, what does that mean? And she says it's resiliency. She said her grandma, all the way up until she was 85 years old, she would go down to the beach with her Viking club. They would get to the water, take off all their clothes, hop in the water, at any temperature. They would chip ice off the top of the ocean, no matter what. Rain, shine, sleet, they were always in the water. So she said that she really wants to bring that part of her heritage into her surfing. Certainly having to compete in the elimination round today, she told me this is a great chance to show off some of that resiliency.
Thanks, AJ, from the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Actually, Isabella speaks fluent Dutch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's incredible. I don't know.
Not only is she an engineer, she's mastered a couple different languages too. She's got some stuff going on. Isabella Nichols, and she just dropped the 3.6.
Yeah, that must assist in her surfing IQ as well, Keiko. I know you like talking about surfing IQ.
Heat IQ, yeah, one of my catchphrases. You got the 3 Ps as well, Megan. Paddle, pick, and perform. We got Sunset Beach over here as a time bandit. By the way, I'm going to list off, like, these are kind of my catchphrases. So I don't want anyone stealing my catchphrases as we progress through this. Courtney Conlogue swinging through a couple of turns here. She is the heat leader. Needs to improve upon a 2.83 if she wants to distance herself further from Isabella Nichols and Caitlin Simmers. Katie Simmers yet to really get a start after, you know, that bobble on the takeoff for the young Katie Simmers, just 17 years old. Again, Megan, so talented, but has to apply that talent in the framework of a heat. Here she is. Nice carve. And a little bit of a jumbled water here. Bonus inside. Let's see how she attacks it. And hooks. Nice layback turn on that Chris Borst design board. So that's more like it. That's going to be a momentum builder for the teenager.
Yeah, definitely an improvement on that first ride of hers where she just came unhinged. She's so smooth, but then she'll just bust out this huge turn. So for me, she's just super rock and roll. You see her take off here. I love this bottom turn. She draws it out, no double pumping. Nice first turn there. And then just smooth as ice. Tries to go back into the whitewash. But she's not done yet. Here she's going to do a huge hook. You know, she drops turns like this, you know, and she just makes it look so easy when there's so many elements around her. Look at that huge layback there.
Is that a hammer right there?
That was a hammer.
Big turn for Caitlin Simmers. We're waiting for that score, and it just came through to 4.33. So now she's got a meaningful number, actually the single highest wave score of this heat. So she's poised to get into advancing position. We're going to find out if Caitlin can get into that advancing position right after this break. Kanoe Igarashi, he's getting ready for men's opening round.
Maybe give me a clap real quick.
My name is Caitlin Simmers, and I'm 17, and I'm from Oceanside, California. I usually go by Katie, but I really don't care. Probably my biggest life mentor would be my mom. One of the best things my mom has told me is to always bring a book somewhere, and a bathing suit. Because you never know when there's going to be a hot tub or a pool somewhere, or you're always like waiting around, so having a book is better than your phone. My mom's a hero. She's pretty sick. My goal is to probably just to make the cut, honestly, and try to enjoy it too. Yeah, I'm just going to see what happens, I guess. Maybe do some roundhouse cutbacks, maybe get barreled. That would be pretty sick.
Katie Simmers at Sunset Beach, the rookie on tour, takes off under the lip here. A little buck down the face for Katie Simmers. Beautiful rail carve for the teenager one more time. And accentuation through the back half of that turn. Already has a 4.33. He's going to add to that. Perhaps take the lead in this heat, Megan.
Yeah, just she's so original for being so young. And honestly, I just love seeing her take off. Hair wild always, you know, never holding back. And that's what I think she's so refreshing to see on tour right now.
She is a refreshing personality out of the water. In the water, she is a refreshing approach. Just her body mechanics that she employs, quiet up her body. You saw in that turn, that last turn she does, where she gives a little bit extra push through the back half of the turn. She finds barrels everywhere. Well, let's take a look at this replay.
Yeah, even just taking off on this wave, super late, takes off with the wave. But I just love her smooth transition into that first turn. As you said, Kaipo, just the way that she moves with her upper body, it just has this level of silkiness to her, you know? And at such a young age to be so refined, but then never really knowing what she's going to do. It's pretty unexpected, each maneuver she's going to bring out. Like on that last wave, how we saw her do that big layback.
Yeah,
right.
One more time here. Check this.
Yeah, just silky smooth turn there. I love it. But she keeps her projection and her speed and keeps her rail on this whole entire turn into the whitewash. It almost reminds me, and I don't see this often with a lot of female surfers, but she has a bit of John in the way that she surfs. Really.
It's that quiet upper body and that extra push at the back half of a turn that brings those John's comparisons or similarities, and the way that she surfs, that sometimes she does she draws unexpected lines. And so that originality on land, in the water, I welcome it. I said, you know, when she first came on the scene, I'm all just, hey, don't change. Like, you are refreshing. What you're doing is refreshing. Your honesty in interviews is refreshing. Your surfing's refreshing. And here she is. And she's in the lead with 8 minutes to go.
I agree. And I think what makes it unique, too, is she skates as well, right? That kind of skater surfer background. And they're really punk rock to me.
I'm a skater surfer. Her shaper, Chris Borst, is a skater surfer. He was an Animal Chin, Paul Peralta rider in public domain. Ripped the vert ramp over there at the Encinitas Y when everyone had to drive from all over California back in the day, find that vert. You had to either have a private facility or you could pay your dues over there at the Encinitas YMCA and partake in some vertical skateboard stuntman action. And Katie likes to skate as well.
Yeah, thanks for the skate history lesson. I only remember like the half pipe.
I'm a skate rat. I'm just all broken these days with my age and stuff. I love it.
I love it. It's the action sports, right? We love all our action sports, don't we, us surfers?
Yeah. And skateboarding, you know, the one thing I've told kids, even my own kids growing up, is like the thing about skateboarding is it teaches you how to get back up and dust yourself off. Because if you skateboard and make it your hobby and commit to it, you will get hurt. You will break a bone. You're going to go down. Everyone does. It's just part of it, and it's how you come back from those injuries, because I don't know a skater that's never been injured. It's just part of the deal.
Do you think skaters are a little tougher than everyone?
For sure. MMA guys are pretty tough too, so I don't mess with them either. Baron Mamiya, look at the eye of the tiger on the warm-up in the Red Bull athlete zone. Defending champ and a son of the North Shore. Steely focused. He's going to be in heat number 2 against Kyle Belly, who's been on a roll, and 2-time champ out here, Ezekiel Lau. That's going to be a big heat. That's heat number 2 in the men's opening round.
Yeah, and they're going to treat this place like a little playground.
Well, the wind has picked up. The swell has been morphing a little bit out there. The bump has come into play, Megan. The adaptability of our surfers are getting put to the test here at Sunset. And we got a set coming. Isabella Nichols needs a 2.4. She's got the blue jersey. She's deep. She's got priority. It's hers for the taking at the moment. Looks like there's a few waves in the set.
Yeah, they almost look like they're scratching for the horizon here, so hopefully they're in the good position, but they may be a little deep.
Oh, yeah, they are. Except for our heat leader, finds the corner, Katie Simmers. This thing's going to stand up on the inside. Katie negotiating around some big white water, and she can't find the open face, but she got on the corner there, got out of harm's way.
Yeah, she's like right there trying to get herself through that whitewash. That's always a tough spot to be in because you have to try to get picked up by the ski, waves landing on your head, you're duck diving. You also have to put yourself in a position to get on the back of the ski.
Yeah. See, the ski sometimes has to take a pass, right? Red Bull Jet Ski just couldn't get in there. He's going to have to take another lap around and see if he can grab Katie Simmers.
And this is where, Kaipo, when you were saying earlier, the heat just tends to run away from you sometimes out at Sunset Beach. This is when it can happen.
Yeah. Well, for Katie, I mean, no harm, no foul. It's going to eat up some time on the clock for Katie Simmers. She is in the lead, and if you're in first, you know, you can even drop down a place into second place, say if Isabella Nichols turns this thing around, but you're still going to advance. Only number 3, the third person, is the elimination. Take a look here.
Yeah, she had to swing on this. She was in perfect position for that wave. She set up beautifully with that late drop and kind of turned into it. It looked like it was going to set up perfectly for her, but she just couldn't get around this section, and it just kind of shut down for her. But by far the biggest wave of the heat.
Yeah, good signs that the swell's hanging in there. Isabella Nichols is an important wave. Needs a 2.4. Sets it on up, carves it on down. Double pump off the bottom, carving off the top. Nice rhythm through this section. Bangs that one. Some commitment for the finish. And Isabella Nichols will move into second place.
Yeah, you saw her at the end of that, kind of checking her watch. She still has opportunity to get another wave if she gets back out there. But I like, you know, she's improving on that 1.5. As you said, Kaipo doesn't need a big score, so it'll be interesting to see what she gets on that last one. It's definitely going to be right there.
It is, and we'll wait for it. We'll take another look at it next.
Yeah, Isabella taking off on this wave. She's drying out her bottom turn. Nice first turn. And then kind of like a half check turn there, but beautiful right up into the lip on that one. I like the way she ended that. So I'm going to have to say that's going to be it.
Yeah, she got a 6.17 for what we're watching right here. A lot of it to do to this commitment to this turn, Megan.
Yeah, straight up into that section in front of her. And beautiful. She was really committed and with a lot of speed and flow.
So I just love that. Courtney Conlog didn't like that. She's got 2 minutes and 10 seconds, Courtney does, to come back. Here's all the judges' scores. A judge went as high as 7. We threw that one out, and we threw out the low of that 5.5. Averaged out the remaining 6s, and 6.17 was the average. Courtney Conlog now needing a 5.99. Courtney with priority in the red jersey. Courtney's already has a 17th in her leaderboard showing so far. She has a 17th at Pipe. To get a 17th for Courtney Conlog at Sunset is going to be a tough call for the surf out of Santa Ana.
Yeah, Kaipo, nobody would have predicted this. Unprecedented for Courtney Conlog, because these are the types of waves that she really thrives in. Understandably, you know, she lost out at Pipe, but she definitely was one to stand out for me at Sunset Beach, and I'm sure many of you out there. She's definitely hoping that she can get that in this last minute. Courtney really just kind of needs the right wave to come through for her, and in the last couple of waves she caught, it just didn't build up for her.
Still got time. There's a minute remaining. Needs to put on a better than average performance. She needs a better than average wave. So a lot of things have to align right now for Conlog. And the sea, as the clouds pass, becoming a little bit darker for Courtney Conlog, the tour veteran in this heat.
And any other wave, you know, needing a 6 isn't the tallest order, but out at Sunset, it can be on a daily.
20 seconds. It's going to be go time right now for Courtney. And we're down to 10 seconds. So on the paddle here, and the clock's going to let her down. And we're going to see Courtney Conlog bow out of competition. Another 17th for the Tour veteran here. And some whistles and claps from the beach for Caitlin Simmers, who is going to also advance along with Isabella Nichols. We'll be back with men's opening round, heat number 1, Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It is back on. We have the men's in the water, and we're talking about where we're at right now, Pete.
Oahu, the island, most populated island in the 8 islands of the Hawaiian chain. And we are at Sunset Beach, which is the Mecca, the North Shore of Oahu, one of the best surfing regions in the world. You've got a bunch of world-class waves packed right here, and this is one of them. You've got the Point, the West Peak. Today, we're pretty much like at the in between the peak and the Point with the size of the swell we have running. There is that west-northwest swell at about 310-ish, you know, give or take 5 degrees either direction. Got big channels that focus a lot of the swell in here. You know, when you have deep water, the swells like to run down it, and the shallower water grabs it. So we've got a big arm that sticks out and grabs the swell and steers it into the reefs here at the inside of Sunset. The inside bowl, you can get yourself a big breathing barrel. That's one of the epic parts of riding Sunset Beach, is that big, huge barrel that happens on the inside bowl. Today, not really there, so it's a bit more high performance Sunset Beach, but we got the men's underway.
We sure do. McGilvray falls out of the sky, bottom turns, bang off the top, big sweeping turn. Looking great out there. Off the bottom, right back into the lip line. It is on and popping. Matthew McGilvray not finished. Big carve again. Wow. This young man loves big forehand carves, and we got to see it right behind him. Another big wall of water coming in. Rodriguez, Emrod from Brazil. Big lip line turn. Wow, that was a huge waterfall drop for Rodriguez. That was unbelievable performance right there, opening up this heat. This is going to be a really fun one, Peter Mel. My name's Strider Wazalewski. Peter Mel sitting next to me. I am excited, buddy.
You are, dude. You're spitting flames.
Woo! Well, come on, man. We back on the mic. The performances are through the roof.
Gotta love Strider.
Got a lot going on in the water right now, Pete.
Well, and we saw, felt like a little pulse in the swell. You know, there's those moments, there's ebbs and flows. That last heat had a few bigger sets. Right here to start this one off, we got some great waves started by Matthew McGillivray and Michael Rodriguez. Where was Kanoa Igarashi in that set?
Unfortunately, left out to dry, but I'm sure he'll get his fins wet in a minute. Kind of talked about it earlier. I might have said a comment about it laying down out there on the backside of the swell, but Wow.
Yeah, it ebbs and flows, right? I mean, it's just how it works. The ocean, the wind does the same thing. It gusts for an hour or two, and all of a sudden you get a big pulse of swell that's going to show up. If we watch that beautiful drop, and this wave loaded up with a bunch of energy. Great wave choice here from McGillivray, riding his 6.5 Proton, which is an older designed rocker, but it's made for good waves. And there's a couple surfers riding this Proton rocker in this event, and it looks like this is the type of board that Matthew McGillivray is liking. He's out there with Brent Power as caddy, and look at the drop, just in the wind, loaded up.
Clarify, this is the Channel Islands model.
Yes, it is, Proton. And the 6.5, so just slightly bigger, but it's a high-performance, bigger wave board is what it is, and it's designed for exactly this style of wave. You know, double overhead with a lot of power, so you can do these types of maneuvers. A lot of rocker in it, big single concave, and it's carrying speed. You know, it's accelerating through the maneuvers. This wave loaded up. I mean, this is the first wave that we've seen with actually 3 huge maneuvers, right? I mean, but we've seen 2, maybe a little third, but that another late drop out of the sky, Michael Rodriguez. So the swell's still there. Beautiful wave for him too, as well as this attacking the lip. That was the maneuver. That was high risk, on edge, and going to be a great number for both these surfers.
Yeah, big fist pump right there into the lip. Michael Rodriguez representing the Mayhem label, dropping out of the sky, reconnecting, and you know, I'm really into this whole thing. Here we go. Igarashi gets bucked off. Uncharacteristic for Igarashi right there, because you know he has been so sure-footed throughout this.
Always sure-footed.
Just wanted to just throw it into the CT Shaper rankings right now. Sharp Eye out in front, Mayhem in second, Paizel third, Channel Islands number 4. In on the inside. Here we go.
Kanoa.
Igarashi. A couple of slams on the back foot there. That's more like it out of him.
Runner-up last year, so this is an event that he would feel comfortable. He does very well in Hawaii, and I like to think that a lot of that experience comes from the fact that he came here at a very early age, knowing full well that Hawaii is an important part of the schedule, whether it be for qualification in the Challenger Series or whether here on the Championship Tour. You have to be able to surf these waves, and Kanoa does so well. Always has great equipment under his feet with the Sharp Eye label. Little misstep there, but lots of time, right? We've given 30 minutes to these surfers in the heat, so you can make an error here and there and come back from those mistakes.
Well, errors are not acceptable in my book at this stage.
All right. They're pro, right? They're not supposed to make errors. Then everyone does a little bit here and there.
Yeah, maybe there's that 0.1%, but I don't like to see it at this level.
All right. Sorry, Dad. I won't make any mistakes, man. Sorry.
Kanoa Igarashi, you know, he's not shy. He loves Sunset Beach. He's had some solid results out here, second last year, so, you know, he is on fire.
Look at those scores. You know, Michael Rodriguez, the on edge, gets himself the biggest number.
Well, you know, Michael Rodriguez falling out of the sky like that, it just goes to show you that we like the commitment. So coming up with a 6-point ride, Matthew McGillivray, a couple of beautiful arcing turns, 5.5, and then we're waiting on a score for Kanoa Igarashi of substance, which will drop and will put him in the game for sure, because, you know, it's going to be a small score, but I like he's building momentum.
Well, you can see that the ability and the surfing ability is there. He's just got to get himself on the right waves. And that was that one mistake, and then he was quickly on it to erase the mistake, get himself a medial number, which probably won't go into his top 2 at the end of this heat. But ultimately, he got himself out to the channel and the escalator back out. When you catch a wave, you can put yourself a little further inside, and you can take a few on the head. But ultimately, he was able to ride that wave out to the channel, and here we go, more action.
Rodriguez up and riding, finds himself a nice open face, goes to the lip line, drops the wallet, throws a nice power carve back into the lip line, comes away with it nice and clean. He likes it. Fist pump out the back. We've got Igarashi dropping out of the sky. What's he got for the lip line here? Big layback carve, comes straight back into it, does his version, but comes off and goes over the handlebars. Not at this level, Pete.
That's the second mistake, unfortunately, there for Kanoa. See what if it comes back to bite him.
McGillivray backing it up. Doesn't like it. He's up and out over the back. A lot of action right now. Rodriguez looking like he's sure-footed and solid on that Mayhem. Unfortunately, Igarashi going over the handlebars on the Sharp Eye. And McGillivray looking to stack up yet another one to get back out there to get priority on his Channel Islands Proton model.
Rodriguez is going to get another pretty good number here. If you watch that 2-for-1 where he's able to just go straight into the rail. So the first turn here, hacks it away, the layback carve, and then straight to the bottom turn rail and into the lip. And then that actual quick redirect in the lip is so difficult to do at Sunset Beach. Anytime you're touching the lip here at Sunset Beach, you're risking things, and it's high risk. As we watch this replay here, similar style type of maneuver that we saw Rodriguez do, but the execution unfortunately didn't get the completion on the second maneuver. But the layback carve straight to the bottom turn, little drift right there, almost maybe lost a little bit of the speed needed to get himself out in front of that whitewater section. That ever so slight little hesitation on the bottom turn, that's it, and then puts him out of timing for the finish of the closeout move.
Well on his way to the best score of the heat right there. And making that mistake at this level is going to hurt. You know, there's some serious pressure building for some big names right now to get to that final 5. And you know what? It's a tough go. There's some serious names here. Colapinto, Ewing, Ferreira, Igarashi, Slater. Will they make the cut? These guys all coming up short in the first event at the Billabong Pro Pipeline here on the North Shore.
Yeah, equal 17ths aren't enough to get yourself in through the cut line. They really aren't, especially when you want to get to the end of the season, when you finish in the final 5. You have to have big results. You have to have wins. And Igarashi right here putting a little pressure on himself, and now at 19:50 to go, still plenty of time, but ultimately he's behind right now. So he's going to be feeling that pressure. Does not want to walk out of here with another 17th. We just saw Courtney Conlog, unfortunately for her. That's her second event where she's bowed out in the first round, in the elimination round. So she's going to have a very good run in Portugal and through Oz.
And there's only one throwaway here in the front half, right? And then every result counts after if you make the cut. So these events are just ultra important.
Yeah, you got to come out of the gates firing. It's just straight up how it is. It's a whole different way to competing now because your first half of the year is so weighted so heavy on these first few events. You got to come out of the gate. You can't just do this little warm-up session. You know, you come in and kind of pick your results up. You got to get results right out of the gate.
So scores have dropped. We've got Michael Rodriguez out in front, Kanoa in the second position. Matthew McGilvray only needing a 184 to jump back up, so he's just got one wave of substance. And McGilvray is a fierce competitor at Sunset Beach. This kid, he's got so much talent out there. He got 9th last year out here. He got 9th in 2019. He got 9th in 2018. So he knows how to progress through heats at Sunset Beach. Here we go, Rodriguez. Big turn off the bottom, looking for more lip line. Wow, he looks sharp out there. I really like the way Michael Rodriguez is surfing right now, Pete. It's kind of invigorating.
He is, and again, Matt Violas has picked him and touted him and supported him from the very beginning. He hasn't had any major sponsorships, and really his major sponsorship has been his Mayhem. And you see he rocks the hat. The logo's predominantly there, and Matt definitely believes in this kid, and there's obvious reasons why, because he is so good at all the venues on tour. It's just a matter of now trying to figure out a way to keep consistent. Like if he can consistently get himself into those 9ths and above, into the quarters, that's where you're going to see him start fighting for that world title and getting into even the final 5 at the end of the season.
Beautiful wave right there. Replay of Rodriguez. What do you think, Pete?
Well, we'll see where the judges go with this one, but I mean, it was excellent surfing on a smaller wave comparatively to we saw him earlier, so we'll see where the judges go with the high-performance style surfing with a wave maybe half the size. Are they putting a lot of level on the fact that he's throwing water out the back on a wave just a little bit smaller? We'll see where the judges go with it. I mean, he's going to have to better the 5.07 to add points to his total.
Here we go, live action. Igarashi jumping off, pin drops to get back under. That's a clean technique to get through the water, Pete.
It is, the pin drop, but you got to make sure that when you're doing that pin drop, that you penetrate the water perfectly. You don't want to be doing a little side kiltered or you skip, unfortunately. You just got to be able to go, and if you can get that penetration, you're right through the back of the wave. So it is a great technique.
Had to duck dive to get through, to get back out to the peak there. Well, we have a heat winner from that last one down there with AJ.
Isabella just making it out of the elimination round. You're on to the next round. Coming into this heat, how did you want to attack it?
I think in my first heat I just put a little bit too much pressure on myself, and this one I just went in, I just wanted to surf and have fun, and this wave here is one of the hardest waves on tour, so it's like a bit of luck, a bit of like time in water, and I feel like I'd spent a lot of time out here over the past couple of weeks, so I had trust in where the waves were going to come through and my support crew telling me what the best place is to sit. But you never know with Mother Nature. And yeah, I was lucky. I just got a wave and it actually opened up, and that was the first wave that I had in the last 2 heats that actually opened up for me. So stoked.
You did what you could with what Mother Nature gave you. You and I talked about this morning how important your Denmark and Viking heritage is to you. You have the tattoo on your right arm, and you told me the biggest part of that you want to carry into your surfing is your resiliency. How do you feel like that played out today?
Yeah, I mean, I love both sides of my heritage, the Aussie and the Dane. Yeah, I got a little Viking ship tattoo here. It actually signifies, it was in tribute to my Mortmore, my grandma, who would go swimming every morning in the ice, plow a hole in the ice, and I mean, that's the epitome of resilience for me. And if I can embody some of that Viking spirit in my heats, I mean, that's all I can hope for.
You did it today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, AJ. And Isabella Nichols showing that persistence will pay off. She had so many swings at that out there where she just got caught behind the set, caught behind the set, caught behind the set, finally got one that opened up, and she was rewarded. So nice work on putting her head down and making it happen. Right now in the water, 14:53 on the clock. This heat has set up to be a heater. McGilvray sitting down there with priority at the bottom. Looks like Igarashi asking for information when he had the arms up. They want to know what's going on.
Yeah, it's a time when you can actually hear it, right? I mean, considering that you are so far out there, it's a good opportunity to try and ask for that information. You know, and because it's obviously not as loud, so that the beach announcers can get it out there. But there is information. I think he's asking for scores. Obviously, priority is on the board there. He can visually see that.
And as you can see, that bird's eye view of the beauty, it looks so playful from that angle, Pete, but the reality of Sunset Beach and how much work it is out there, it's far from playful.
No, but that's why it's a challenge, right? I think that it's something there's certain surfers that get attracted to that challenge of reading the ocean and being in big water. You know, there's we always used to say back in the day, like there was the kind of the sunset surfer, and then there's the pipeline surfer, and there's you know, those surfers were attracted to one or the other. These days, I mean, I think that like a guy like Jack Robinson is a prime example of who is, you know, at the top of the game on both venues. But there is certain surfers that feel more comfortable. I mean, for example, when we were growing up, you loved pipeline. That's where you focused your energy. I focused a lot of my energy at Sunset Beach, and so we were kind of different styles of surfers. You know, my challenge was trying to feel a way to poke it down the face at pipeline, and looking at the shallow reef was sketchy looking. Whereas I didn't mind getting held underwater for a while.
Yeah, Pete, you're a warrior, as you said and heard earlier on from that piece that we saw on Amy Erickson. The gateway to big wave surfing is right out here, and it paid off for you, Pete.
Yeah, it did. I mean, the thrill that came from riding such, you know, where you finally all of a sudden feel this sense of speed that you've never felt anywhere else in the world. And that's, you know, you're at the Pacific Ocean. There's no reefs and shallow water really to slow these waves down. So there's a certain amount of energy that when you're surfing in Hawaii, you feel. So it's epic stuff.
All right, you guys, looks like there's a break in the ocean. We're going to take a little break here. We'll be right back with some more amazing action as we watch Rodriguez fall out of the sky. Welcome back to the Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach. Matthew McGilvray coming around the corner, trying to find some open water. Does that, hits off the top, little foam climb, and he's out. Probably not exactly what he wanted out of that wave, though. He waited quite some time to put that number up, Pete.
Yeah, I would say that when he took off on that wave, though, it looked like he had an opportunity. It looked like a really good wave, but he just got a little bit too far behind.
Igarashi finding some feet. There you go. That's more like it, stomping it down on the inside. That's the kind of surf we want to see out of Igarashi. And Rodriguez looks like he's looking for some open water. Got a lot of speed. What's he going to do with it? Racks it into the corner, and then he's out the back.
Yeah, well, again, I mean, all three of these competitors actually looking on point, you know, in regards to their equipment and the style of surfing. We had a couple falls from Kanoa, but other than that, he's been looking pretty darn solid. I mean, the maneuvers are definitely there. And you can see with, conditions today, the swell's still holding. And I think that our chief of surf will be watching today very, very intently in regards to how we go, thinking about tomorrow. We're going to run, 8 heats, I think, this round, right? Yep. The opening round for men. So there's still 4 heats still of the opening round that will be on showcase hopefully tomorrow. We'll see if the swell will hold.
Water Patrol dropping off. Michael Rodriguez there and Kanoa Igarashi as they're going to paddle back into the lineup, kicking and scratching. Here's a replay. What do we got, Pete?
Whitewater takeoff from the belly. This is a push-up with, a couple, probably 30, 40 pounds on your back when you have to do that. The momentum and the gravity as we see just a beautiful arc. That's the style of lip ride off the tops that he rode all the way to success last year into the final. So Kanoa knows how to surf this wave, and he knows what the judges want to see from him.
And then Rodriguez backing him up, didn't do what he wanted with that wave. He got let down at the end there. It was a lot of effort for not a lot of score there. But regardless, Rodriguez out in front right now. Igarashi only looking for a marginal score, 3.84 to jump up into second place. McGilvray back in the lineup, sitting there with priority, 8:34 on the clock, knowing what he needs. And there's plenty on offer out there, Pete. I feel like there's a good flow, a good tempo. We've had a lot of action in this heat. All 3 surfers having multiple waves, so it's not like we're wave starved.
No, it's not. And again, we've seen a little consistency lift here. It could be the tide. Even though the tide isn't a huge coefficient in Hawaii, it does affect the surf spots, especially places like Sunset Beach where the tide can move. All of a sudden, a little more focus. The swell focuses on a good part of the reef. The water's not moving, the currents aren't as strong, and so that tide movement does affect the lineup. It feels like right now we're at a good opportunity in tide.
Here at Sunset Beach, I think we're looking at a low tide at around 12:30 or 1.
Yeah, it's right now then, right? I mean, we're sitting at that time, so it's like in the low tide.
1:11 p.m. We're down to a low tide out here, which it is enjoying. It's sucking off that reef. The swell's still pushing, and that wind is whipping out the back, Pete. Is that a huge factor?
It is when you're trying to paddle down the face, for sure. It accelerates as it goes up the face, especially when you've got a bigger face like Sunset Beach. So ultimately, you got to be underneath it. You got to paddle really hard, because if you get too much, you're going to get blinded too. The wind will come into your face and you won't be able to see. So yeah, it is a challenge. It definitely plays a part of the role here, and especially when you're actually flying down the face too, when you're on your feet, and that wind kind of chatters under your board. Your equipment feels different. You're going super fast. You've got air under your board, so it feels a little slippery maybe at times.
And also, you said it. Kanoa Igarashi had to do a push-up with G-forces as he took off on that wave. There is a physicality side to the thing that we haven't touched on either, Pete.
Well, the paddle. I mean, we are using jet ski assist, which is always very nice at Sunset Beach. Don't always get to use that as part of the championship tour. We get a little extra love for the competitors, so that helps. It's not like they're getting a ride all the way out. This is just a use of it on the inside, which will bring you, so it's saving probably a good 30-40 seconds of paddle out time, and maybe even more at certain situations, especially if it gets bigger. So yeah, this jet ski assist is valuable. It's still a lot of physicality to it. Ultimately you're going to still have to paddle from that channel all the way out. You're going to take a few on the head, and that can always take some wind out of you.
Oh, That was a mean drop right there from McGilvray coming out of the sky, having to try and find open water, bangs it off the up-and-coming section. Beautiful, aggressive turn right there, but that's it. He's going to have to duck out underneath that. He's going to put up a pretty solid score, though, for that turn. That was actually really solid. I like how quick he came to it. I like that he really aggressively hit that lip line.
And he was hitting the lip, which is, again, high risk. So there's commitment there.
Out the back, Igarashi on a beautiful wall of water. Nice sweeping cut back into that. Looks like he's going to go for lip line here. Wow, beautiful slice and dice on the top line. And then he's going to lay it back in. He's going to just come through with a massive score. I'm calling he's taking the lead with that.
Yeah, well, all those mistakes early, you know what? He's now made up for it. Those 2 waves back-to-back are going to be the numbers needed to get himself into advancing position, if not the lead. But the arc, the second arc on that wave, beautiful. He started off with the cutback, which isn't a ton of points there, but it set up the next maneuver. And that next one, you watch his angle of attack happens on that wave. I mean, this is probably going to be the best number of the event so far, being nice sizable set wave too, right? So a big drop and then the big arc, but this sets up this nice steep section. But look at the angle, straight up almost, and a big arc, right? And then drives it down, and then the finish move is just as strong, just a little different. So he showcased a little bit of variety, which is something you got to do. It's part of the criteria. Yeah, I'm backing you. This is going to be the best number of the heat.
Beautiful surfing by Kanoa Igarashi, representing Japan. This young man was born in Huntington over in California, and his parents moving over there to create a platform for him to rise to the occasion of what we see now. And
Look
it's
at this.
paid off.
Watch the footwork. This is Kanoa, and this is one of the things that he's able to do is he'll move his feet around in the perfect opportunities. He's a little shuffle to get himself on the back. Right there, a little shuffle, gets himself a little bit back on the board, right where he's going to do this maneuver. Boom, gets through, comes out, sets up the next one here. Watch that again. Just the footwork, amazing. It digs it in right there. Look at that. Again, showcasing the variety, a little different angle of approach. And look at the number.
Yeah, 817 drops in for Kanoa, going excellent. Here's the replay of Mr. Matthew McGilvray.
He did put a 3.43 up for this wave, so it did improve his situation, but he's not in that advancing position, so he needs more. It's a beautiful attack of the lip here. Just unfortunately he was stuck behind in the beginning part of that wave, but that was a great move. Really, the 3.43 really just off that one maneuver.
Beautiful surfing, just not enough of it, right? Michael Rodriguez falling out of the sky. What's he got for us? Now in second position. Nice hack off the top, little foamy face, but negotiates it well. Comes around the corner, another little laid back jam. Gets a little under the hood coverage and finishes with a little tap off the inside corner.
I think those waves or those maneuvers are strong enough to improve on the 5.47. I mean, he's got some pretty good numbers already.
Yeah, it's a 50-50, a shake of the hand at that. Just wanted to point something out. Matthew McGilvray caught that wave, first wave of the set. Right after him, Kanoa got the excellent ride. You got to be on the second wave of the set. You got to identify the fact that those waves are going to come in sets, and you really need to clean face to execute.
I would agree. You know, again, a little error in wave choice, unfortunately.
McGilvray swinging again, back up into the lip. Beautiful lip line float. Unfortunately, one turn, but wow, commitment right there was incredible.
That was aggressive for sure. 5.98 needed. You know, and we've heard that, you know, one big move can fetch pretty good sized numbers, but that was a pretty major move there on a bigger set wave. And the outside section, which we don't always get to see, a lot of turns on those outside sections were on the face. That was in the lip. Impressive.
Well, I'm up against the fence right now because that was an incredible turn. Oh, that was a mean duck dive out the back to negotiate getting out of that by Igarashi.
Oh, that was hammering that section. I mean, you talk about commitment to the lip in a critical section. That was all of it. Just unfortunately, like you'd mentioned before, just the one maneuver. You know, again, look at the lip is pitching. He rides up and over it, compresses, and then airdrops to the bottom and pulls it off clean. So very impressive work there. And conceivably could be enough. We'll see where the judges go with it.
We'll find out. I was saying I was against the fence, and the reason I am is that McGilvray is on my fantasy team, but Rodriguez, he's on my CT Shaper rankings, Team Mayhem. So it's like, I'm just like, who's going to win it?
Torn?
I'm torn.
Well, Kanoa's got the lead now. right?
Oh, yeah, we knew that was going to happen. I mean, that was excellent surfing. And for him to regather himself and get himself to a place, you know, we got 1 minute left on the clock. Igarashi's out front. Rodriguez is currently in second. And Matthew McGilvray now looking for a score. Ooh, this has been a heater, huh?
And I would say that McGilvray really started off this heat. He had the first wave of this, this tournament, 5.5, good number. Like you think, hey, things are going right. Igarashi having some mistakes, and it took him 4 or 5 waves to get his first number. But that's why those top 5 surfers, those final 5 surfers, are so good. They can, they only need a half a heat. You only need 2 waves, and already posting a solid number from 13.64. That's a good, impressive opening round score.
What I like is that Kanoa, under pressure, thinking about qualification, thinking about the cut, came out, maybe had that little bit of shaky start, but then regained his composure, and he's found himself in a beautiful, with a beautiful heat win and the highest wave of the day so far.
That's good. Good stuff. 8.17. Love it.
Solid surfing out here at Sunset Beach. We're sitting here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, and we have got live action all afternoon for you, so don't go anywhere. But we'll be right back right after these short messages. Welcome back to beautiful Sunset Beach. We're looking at Baron Mamiya, local boy, taking out the win last year here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach and doing it with radical fashion as he slashed his way to victory and came home to a beautiful parking lot full of excited brothers from the North Shore. Everybody's super psyched for him. That was a chicken skin moment right there for a local boy, and that was his road onto tour here.
And that road was filled with top-seeded surfers. As a wild card, no matter what, you're going to be coming up against the best of the best, and that's just how it is. The seeding sets you up. You're going to be surfing against top 5 surfers pretty much all the way through, and to beat everybody that he did to get the win there, very impressive.
Out in the water right now, we got 3 Hawaiians, and I say that about Kaio Ebele because he is an adopted Hawaiian. They love him here in Hawaii. Hailing from Brazil, Baron Mamiya, local boy, winner last year, and Ezekiel Lau. This guy is an animal. He's a champion out here in 2013 and 18. This guy isn't just a boxer. He's in the ring. Second in 2019, fifth. I love this guy. I love watching him.
Well, he surfs really well here at Sunset Beach. I mean, it's you think about the year that qualification came for him again. He finished runner-up to Jack Robinson, who ended up winning to take that. That was so again, think about Sunset Beach. Ezekiel Lau synonymous with at least quarterfinals or above. So you'd expect him to do well here. And he did last year, even though he didn't make the cut, right? His best result came from this right here at Sunset Beach, but didn't quite have the results, 17th on all the other results from the beginning of the year and didn't make the cut. Although, went right back on that Challenger Series and got it done.
proved himself, and that's what a warrior does. It's just so interesting that you can be sitting here looking at what you see on screen and look at how nice it looks out there, and then all of a sudden, boom, all those sets come in, and it's just such a dramatic change of scenery when those sets arrive here at Sunset Beach, Pete.
Yeah, it is. You know, again, it's because it's one of the most challenging waves that we have on tour. You know, one other one that you can kind of bring into the picture would be Margaret River, where it's open ocean, where you have to run and run for the hills when the biggest sets come, and hold position sometimes when you see those big sets. So all of those things are so important. I love having that variety of venues on tour. It's so important.
Igarashi signing some autographs, taking some selfies. You know, one of the greatest part about our sport here and having this league on the beach is the fact that you can walk right up to your favorite surfers, and they are taking the time to do that with their fans. You know, they have security, they have people down there that'll usher them up in behind the ropes, so to speak, but they're saying, no, I'm going to stop, I'm going to take some pictures. So surfers, you know, somebody who's always been an amazing guy at that was Kelly Slater. He would go back down there and do hours with fans.
Yeah, well, that's why he's one of the most popular surfers on the planet. Obviously, his wins and accolades, but ultimately it's the fact that his access. People are accessible to him. If you could probably DM him too, and he'll answer you. You never know.
If you want to start a little battle online, you can do that.
Yeah, right. You probably could. Yeah.
Well, that's why we love Kelly, though. He's always up for a battle, and we've seen that throughout his career. And right now he's battling because he had a bad result at Pipeline, and that's not his throwaway. His words to me, I said, hey, man, you're in the water. I said, did you make this your throwaway? He said, nope, this is not my throwaway. That's not right.
Yeah, well, I mean, and ultimately that attitude's got to change because I think here at Sunset Beach, yeah, his results have been spotty, you could say, but his surfing is A grade. So I definitely can make some big numbers here at Sunset Beach. He's got to do it consistently.
Here we go. Kyle Abelli trying to get things started up. He got up and the wave looked good to start, but then it kind of laid down and let him down a little bit. So probably felt good just to get the body moving, get a little bit of the, I guess, butterflies.
I had a look at Kyle's boards. He came down here pretty early before his heat. He had his quiver with him, his Rusties, digging through, taking a look at his fins. He's got like this old set of GP3s, which are Glen Pang templated futures. They're glass, and they're a really old set. So, I mean, I know that he can go get a new set if he wanted to, but that's how sometimes surfers get attached to a set of fins. He's got a set of fins that are easily as old as some of his oldest surfboards. They're, probably a good between 5 and 10 years old. So there's something to be said about actually getting attached to a set of fins, and there's certainly, just like batches of anything, right? Batches of surfboards. Fins definitely have different flex patterns and different characteristics to them. And I noticed that this set was in his board. I'm sure it's out there in the water now. But there's that glass set that he likes it. They're a little bit more flexible set of glass, so he likes the extra whip, the extra flex that he's getting from those softer fins.
Pete.
What?
Professor Pete.
Yeah.
That's why we love you.
Because I just go diving into the hole?
Yes, you go into the locker room, you pull things out that nobody's getting to see. Kyle Abelli on those old fins that he loves so much, pushing hard, great flex into the corner, another beautiful whip off the top, and he's going to finish on the corner with a little bit of a jam, so to speak. But that wave, the water kind of, going into deeper water, unfortunately, not giving him what he wanted off the end there.
Yeah, and what those sets of fins will do is when you're off the bottom, they load up and they flex, and then all of a sudden they kind of spring you out of it. So you can kind of get used to that on a surfboard, and if you can have that that comfort that exactly what your fins are going to be doing to load you up. It's just something you can put in a board. Hey, if this board works with these fins, it's on.
All right, well, Igarashi getting Abelli getting a ride back out into the lineup with Abe Lerner on the Red Bull ski there. We're going to throw it down to the winner of that last heat with AJ, Noah Igarashi.
And Noah, a very great start to the 2023 Hurley Pro here at Sunset Beach, the first heat of the men to start today. What was your strategy?
What was my strategy? Honestly, I just wanted to find the waves that I always look for in free surfs. You're kind of in the middle of the ocean, so it's really hard to strategize. You kind of have to adapt a lot. It's so weird how 30 minutes out of pipe felt like 10 minutes, and out here it felt like an hour and a half, just because we had skis and you know, and there was actually a lot of waves coming in, so many that we actually got caught by probably like 10 of them. But yeah, the strategy was just to catch, you know, the waves that I wanted, and I didn't really do that. So.
Well, if you didn't do that, I'm so curious what you thought of the 817 because it was one of those excellent scores. If that wasn't what the wave you wanted, how did you turn it into one that made it one of your best waves?
I realized that I don't really know Sunset that well then. You know, I was like, I don't really want this one, but I kind of need a score, and I went, and I'm like, wow, I should have wanted it. It was a pretty good wave. So, yeah, sometimes when the plan doesn't go your way, the plan doesn't go the way you want it to, it probably means that you didn't plan well. So, yeah, I mean, you know, I'm just excited to keep going. I want to catch more waves and surf more.
How much confidence does it give you going into the next heat?
Yeah, it gives me a lot of confidence just to put up an excellent score. You know, it's so hard in the CT. The level's so high that whenever you get an excellent ride, you know you're doing something right. So, you know, it's really hard to please those guys up there. You know, it's you know, I feel like it gets harder and harder every year, which is a good thing, you know. And the fact that we're still getting excellent scores, that means that, you know, we're getting better too, and that's what we're supposed to do. So, yeah, I'm just like I said, I just want to catch more waves, and you know, I'm sure if I do more excellent surfing, it'll get me far. So, yeah, that's keep it simple, and I just enjoy every heat. You know, we don't get to surf many heats out at Sunset with no one else, so I just want to enjoy it.
Anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Yeah, I just want to say hi to everyone watching, all my friends in California and Portugal. 日本のファンもいつもみんなありがとうございます。また今回もすごいこのサンセットビーチは難しい波だけど、いい波を見つかったことで、これからもこのまま続いて頑張りたいと思います。よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。
Yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you, Kanoa Igarashi, and thank you, AJ, for posing the question, because we got some information out of Kanoa there about him not knowing Sunset very well.
It's a wave that's super hard to really, I don't think you ever truly know it. Yes, you can get as familiar as you can, but it's the ocean. It's a big playing field, obviously. I mean, to Kanoa's defense, remember on that wave, it was kind of a nicer set wave, but it did have that tapered shoulder, and I think he saw the fact that it was going to flatten out when he did the kind of the roundhouse cutback. He didn't anticipate the fact that the inside was going to stand up as well as it did. And that's where you're like, wow, you know, like all of a sudden you get pleasantly surprised. You know, you take a wave because you think you need it in that timing, and it turns out to be an excellent number for him. So sometimes you just got to roll the dice.
You won't know until you go.
Hey.
And that's the truth about surfing in critical situations. Out the back, surfers are positioning themselves here at Sunset.
Well, one thing I will say, and just with Ezekiel Lau and Sunset Beach and big waves and stuff like that, and a Warrior, you know, I would say that Ezekiel doesn't go and chase big waves around, but he got an invite to the Eddy, and this year's Eddy obviously was one for the ages, some of the biggest YMA we've ever had. And one of the guys that was very impressive in my eyes, I was able to surf in a couple of heats with him, was Ezekiel. He was going big. He went on some yellow lights. You know, those are waves where you don't think you're 50-50 chance. He had ones that he just aired out and got smoked, and he had ones that he stuck at the bottom and made. He had the best wave of the entire Eddy. Very impressive stuff. So let's talk about a Warrior, and that guy is a Warrior.
Man, I love to hear, you know, going back into the year, what you just said about Ezekiel Lau, that you were in a heat with him, which is amazing. That
because I'm old?
No, just that, you know, we got you sitting here in the booth.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it's amazing to have somebody with your knowledge, your experience, and you're still in the game, Pete, and being out in the water with somebody like Ezekiel Lau and really bringing up the point that, you know, he's not known as a big wave surfer, but if he's given a challenge, he accepts and he really buckles down and goes right after it. I think he's been born and bred to be behind the 8 ball and come after it.
Well, right now he's being very selective. He's sitting with priority, has yet to pull the trigger, down to 17 minutes. So at some point here, he's got to pull the trigger. Although he knows still that you can do a quick turnaround here, especially with jet ski assist. Although it looks like he's making a move here. Oh.
We're going to have Baron Mamiya on the inside looking for a nice little sweeping turn. Sleepy start, but looks like he's getting revved up for another one. That was a beautiful, quick snap into the lip.
You know, Baron's one of those guys that I feel like rides equipment that is smaller than anybody else. I mean, you look at what he rides at Pipeline, it looks like the volume's low, especially here at Sunset Beach. There was a year that it was a 10,000, they called it. It was a QS event that he did well in. And he was riding like, I mean, it was 10-foot Sunset, and he was riding like, what, 6'2" or something crazy like that. So he rides low volume. But what that does is it makes him have a different look. You know, he goes out there and he positions himself well enough to ride it on smaller equipment, but his arcs and his turns are that much more punchy and different looking because he's riding this equipment that is so much lower volume that it has this spicy look.
I want to point something out in what you just said.
Are you going to correct me?
There's feel good and looks good. You can go out and do a big, huge power carve on the face, but and it felt really good, but the guy who went off the bottom and hit the lip, and it's going to look good, and the judges are going to give him higher points. So there's feel good and look good surfing.
All right.
And I feel like with the criteria at hand in this...
How about if you have both? You want it to feel good and look good.
Well, you know what? It's going to feel good when the score comes in. That's for sure. But you got to put that board up in the lip to get those big scores, those critical sections.
Coach Waz.
We're out here at Sunset Beach at the Hurley Pro. It's on. Waiting for Ezekiel Lau to open his account. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the Way of the Warrior. Ezekiel Lau taking the win out here in 2018. Beautiful surfing, long walls, drawn out turns. Really going for it and coming away victorious. This man is no slouch when it comes to Sunset Beach and the inside bowl. Banging away at those lip lines and coming away.
That was
nailing the flag over the head.
Qualifying series event. That was 4-man in the final there with him was Joan Deroux, Jesse Mendez, and Griffin Colapinto.
Well, that is not the way Ezekiel Lau wanted to start his heat right there. Over the handlebars, too far behind the peak. We've been talking him up. Let's get back into it. Let's see what happens. Caio Abelli finding a lip line, bangs it up off the top, free falls over, jumps off as fast as he can, pin drops to try and regain priority in front of Ezekiel Lau. Let's see what happens right here. This could be a really fun paddle battle to watch.
Well, you can see right there, it jumps to his feet, and Caio's right there behind him. There's a slight lead to Ezekiel Lau, and he would obviously know in that situation that you need to get ahead and get yourself out there. Second priority, especially when you have a throwaway score as a 0.5 and you're with 12 minutes to go. Priority is a very important part of getting your quality waves here at the back half of the heat. Ezekiel Lau did get second.
It's just an interesting thing to see a champion like Ezekiel be against the ropes, this far down in the heat. Is that just a bad game plan?
I think no. Personally, I think that when you understand a lineup as well as Ezekiel does, there's a certain level of like, hey, I'm going to choose the right wave, right? And I think that he's just been in a situation where he hasn't been able to choose the right wave.
Barron up and down, trying to find some open face, can't find it. And that was a tough go for him because that was a wasted wave for him to get. Now you have to get back out. Here we go. Ezekiel Lau looking like he's on a heater. Fast wave into the tube. I don't know if he's going to be able to push through that one, Pete.
Yeah, when you get a little too picky, when you know exactly what the wave you're looking for. So sometimes you let waves go by. I mean, similar to what even Kanoa said, it's like, yeah, I didn't think that was a quality wave. And all of a sudden it turns out to be a good one. And that's just it. You think you know, and those decision making, those moments when you have to make those decisions, they're so important. And sometimes you make the right one, sometimes you make the wrong one.
Surfers are paddling back out, getting ready. Looks like Barron Mamiya really hustling to get on out into the peak to get his priority set. We haven't heard from AJ in a little bit. I wonder where AJ is.
I'm up here with the VIPs in the Turtle Bay VIP area at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Fantastic seat, one of the best in the entire house. To get a look at the lineup in the water, I can see it perfectly right here. I've got my cold water, a sweet little koozie, everything you could want at the Turtle Bay VIP area. So you guys, I think I'm just gonna chill here for a minute. I'll be back down on the beach eventually.
Thank you, AJ. Make yourself comfortable, and
why not?
As she does, why not? I mean, if you got time to work along with pleasure, you might as well combine the both of them.
You gotta love your job.
I love our job.
It's good. Look at this, a little foamy one on way outside. And it's not like they're positioned inside. That's just how Sunset Beach is. Sometimes all of a sudden you'll see one will break way up on top of the point. I mean, it's not a very high quality wave, but that's why this lineup is so challenging, is because you get drawn to places. You're like, oh, okay, this wave's going to go here. Like, where are those high quality waves on the reef? And it changes with tide. It changes with direction. Wind is a factor as well.
Well, here we go. Rolling in. Barron Mamiya shracks it off the top. Beautiful turn right there. I like it. Another big blowtail in the lip. I mean, he was putting it down. That was a no-claim claim as he looked down to the board. I like that. That was some fierce surfing. He's going to ride right up onto the back of the jet ski.
Whoa.
Abe Lerner, I believe, right there to pick him up. And that was some beautiful work. That's some just in sync pickups.
You would have to say that that's going to be the best number of the heat. Kyle right now in the lead with a pair of mid threes. Barron with a pair of threes. This is going to be, and he read this one. He knew that this one was going to load up on the point reef. Like, he saw that it was going to have this vertical face. That's why he made the choice. Again, local knowledge. Beautiful arc, drives through the maneuver here, and then underneath it. And the quick transition, the redirect, that's the kind of stuff that the judges love to see, especially in a section as vertical as this. Again, the first turn there carves in the lip, right? So that's difficult to do. It's easier to go out in the flats and do it, but then again, in the lip, big carve, bunch of spray flying off the back, and a huge number to follow.
You know what? That kind of lip line, body torque, you're going to get rewarded. 717 drops for Barron Mamiya, puts himself up on top of the leaderboard there for this heat. And it's just, I was just about to say before he caught that wave, this has been a low-scoring event for such a
high caliber surfers, right?
High caliber heat.
These guys have put big numbers up here at Sunset Beach for sure. Yeah, you got the past champions, both in Ezekiel and Barron. Kaio's had great success here.
So it's fun to see these guys getting the numbers they deserve. As in Barron Mamiya, the local boy, just finding a diamond out there. Aerial view of Ezekiel Lau and Kaio. Kaio with priority. Right now, Barron Mamiya out in front. Kaio in second. Ezekiel Lau needing a 6.27 to jump up into the number 2 spot.
It's not a huge number, though. You think about that at this point in the heat with how it's been a bit of a struggle for Zeke. He had that first wave, caught behind just the 0.5, then had the next one at 0.93. So you could easily see him being very frustrated. But if he's going to look down at his Apple Watch and go, hey, I only need a 6.27, that's not too bad. I could do that with one wave easily.
That's one massive turn or a good 2-turn combo, and you're right back in the game.
Yeah, just one high-quality wave, really. At this point, though, Kaio does have that priority. So Kaio's going to have to get himself a good quality wave here and utilize that priority so that he doesn't have, what he'll do by just getting himself a 5.5 or a 6 is going to be something that's going to be very important because that'll obviously make Ezekiel Lau need something in excellent range.
We'll see if the ocean answers. Surfers are positioning right now. Looks like they're taking a look at something. There's some movement.
Interesting
Kyler
choice.
Belly pulls the trigger. He's up and riding. Bang, straight up through the lip. Beautiful turn. Nice carve down into the bowl, utilizing the power pocket of that wave. Finishing off with a little redirect.
Trying to better the 3.5. I would say,
love
yeah.
that first turn.
Yeah,
I love
that was.
first turn.
I mean, it was an interesting choice to me. I was just like, hey, this isn't a major set wave. It's probably one wave, and maybe in his eyes, he's thinking, I need 2 solid numbers, right? And so he pulled the trigger really quickly. Saw that there was going to have like one of those point-angled waves, which are going to give you vertical face. Yeah, maybe it's not as big, but it's going to give you critical sections, and that's why he made that choice here. As you can see, he saw something in this wave, and sets it up, and then the first turn is nice and vertical, straight up through the lip, carries the speed well, and then beautiful arc with that, the variety, showcasing that, showcasing a lot of speed within those maneuvers. So it feels like he's going to add to his total. Up and over with the drone view. Combination of major maneuvers, that's part of the criteria. The variety is part of the criteria. Speed, power, and flow is also part of the criteria. And then degree of difficulty. And that was a difficult first move. Look at that. Straight up in the lip, attacking it. Unweights and glides down, uses actually the wind to kind of just cushion his landing, and then goes into this beautiful arc, showcasing the ability to have a variety of maneuvers, 2 different styles of maneuvers.
You also get a whole different approach. It looks like he's got more lumber. He's got more length under his feet, so that board giving him the opportunity to accentuate rail carves, throwing it up into the lip, like, say, Baron and me on a shorter board, but it would be a little harder to complete the maneuver coming out of the lip line with the wind like that.
Yeah, well, he did, and he's going to get himself his best number, and he's going to make it a little more tough for Ezekiel Lau.
Here we go on the paddle. Baron back at it. Local boy comes unstuck. You can see his board kind of getting away from him there as he hit it, and that wind pushed it right out from under his feet. So the wind wreaking havoc.
For sure. I mean, it's definitely part of the elements of surf out here, as you see Kaio on the inside bowl.
Go Kaio off the bottom. Woof! Big sweep in the lip. Throws it back up there, trying to get that 2-turn combo. If he could have taken that one through the motions and ridden out of that, he would have been right up there. He maybe even taken the
broken
lead.
stick. Oh. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, it didn't even seem that dramatic, and sure enough, snapped like a twig.
Mother Nature having her way with the lumber out there, and just snappy. This first turn, just beautiful.
Oh, beautiful is right. Look at that. Just such great technique. Keeping the arm above the head, tightens the arc, and right here trying to get himself up into the lip really quickly coming out of that maneuver. Again, a bit forcing it, and when he hits the lip, you can see it just snapped it right under his feet.
Unfortunate. Looked like that was a magic board. He's going to switch out, jump right back onto a different stick in the lineup. Looked like Seth Moniz right there. No.
Quick transition. I actually thought that same thing. But,
it's not, is it?
No.
But he does have a caddy. He has switched out boards, and he is right back out there. Sunset Beach, a very unique place. Abe going to give the caddy a ride back in, but unique in the fact that you can have boards sitting right there just off in the channel. It's a long paddle out, so it's a really tough place to try and get to the beach and get a new board.
It's just really important. The Surfshark Water Patrol, right? They are so important to, obviously, to the fans because it helps produce way more waves, but also for what's happening right here. This is a caddy who's going to get himself a ride in. He's not going to have to swim in. It makes things a lot easier and a lot safer. So thanks to the Surfshark Water Patrol.
100%. Well, a little tidbit. Information coming at you. Round of 32, Heat 7, the Billabong Pro Pipeline. Kaio handed Ezekiel Lau a loss. So there's a little bit of blood that has been,
These guys have surfed many heats together.
Yes.
And ultimately, huge success to Kaio and what he's been able to achieve, but also Zeke Lau. He's kept himself on tour. He's had to battle. He's been able to do it. Unfortunately, this heat is not going his way, but he is not out. He most likely, if he does finish in 3rd position, he'll go into the elimination round.
He does need the highest wave of the day. An 8.8 is not an easy task. If anybody can do it, he can. And we know he's got that in the lip aggressive attack. Kaio back up under the hood, gets a little tube time and a lip line.
And a little cell, a little power fist.
I love it. You know?
I mean, that last wave, just that turn that he did, even with the fall, still earned him a number that went into his top 2.
So there you go. It's just making things harder and harder. That last wave, here we go. This is Ezekiel's answer. 1 minute 10 on the clock, bangs into the lip, big gouge. Looking for more. Another big layback gouge.
A tiny bit more here, but
that wave not giving him what he wanted. That's going to be the best wave of the heat so far for him. With a minute left, can he get back out there and turn around for a quick one? He's not going to need like a crazy score. Just what Kaio, you know, that little head dip in a turn.
Oh, we haven't seen that number yet, but Ezekiel for sure is going to get his best number, probably close to, you know, Baron Mamiya's. I mean, those are 2 really aggressive turns, you know, on a set wave. See where the judges go with it. I mean, I'm pretty confident that it's not going to go quite 8.8.
No way.
But you're claiming no way.
No way. 6.5, maybe, you know, 7. What do you think?
I don't know. We'll see. I like your judging skills, though. I think he's right in that range. But yeah, it's just he put himself back in the heat, but unfortunately, time has run out.
Well, this thing's going to wind down 5, 4. You know, it's just a tough go right there. Ezekiel Lau knows he had a bad heat. He's going to have to regroup and gather himself. As Baron Mamiya is going to take the win. Kaio Ebeli coming in second, waiting for scores for Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, not as impressive as we thought.
No, but he had, you know what, his aggression and his body language sold some points to me.
Same.
Which I like. You know, I think that's something.
I was thinking at least 6, but.
You know, I loved it, but it wasn't, the wave face was a little flat and thus
it really didn't
not
matter.
giving it what it needed.
It was 3rd place no matter what. Anyway.
All right, you guys, we'll be right back as we close this one out with more red hot action with Kaipo Guerrero and Megan Abubo coming up next.
Lashing back to the 2022 Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Ethan Ewing, the young man from Stradbroke Island, Australia, surfing his way to an equal 3rd place finish. And the dexterity, the mechanics, the precision on rail, all coming through for Ethan Ewing. Matched with Sunset Beach, and that is beautiful surfing to watch. And we're back live action here in the men's opening round. Heat number 3, Ethan Ewing out in the red jersey, Nat Young in the blue jersey, and Carlos Munoz in the white jersey. So a great lineup here on paper right now. You would think Ethan Ewing would be the favorite, but what we've already learned is expect the unexpected. Last heat, we saw Ezekiel Lau, who would have been the favorite in that heat, end up in third place. We're going to see him in an elimination round, unfortunately, Megs.
Yeah, that was a really big, unexpected turn for that heat, what I saw come out of Zeke. One of my favorites out here. And Ethan Ewing's probably one of my other favorites out here. But again, Sunset Beach has no favorites.
No favorites, and it's a difficult wave to surf. Positioning that we talked about, the time bandit or the clock management out here in these half-hour heats. Again, top two move into the round of 32. Third place goes into that elimination round. Clock's on, no waves ridden as of yet, and just a setup time out in the lineup for our three surfers.
Yeah, look at that shot, Kaipo. That's your aerial view of this expansive wave we call Sunset Beach. It really has, you have such a big playing field, many different facets to the wave. You know, it brings certain areas have a lot more power. There's barrel on the inside bowl, and out at the point, you know, it just, you can sometimes roll into these big bombs. So really makes Sunset Beach such a unique wave, and you can see your caddy can be out in the water with you the entire time.
Yeah, speaking of caddies, Nat Young out there in the blue jersey has Channel Islands Brent Power out there as his caddy, and it looks like Nat with a 6.5 Proton, 6.5, 18 7/8, 2 7/16 in the thickness. His backup is a 6.6 Proton. When you look at those Channel Islands models, the Proton is the one board with this really continuous rocker throughout the entire board. So more for probably the Colorado waves, but it will allow Nat Young to really tip his board and utilize that rocker to draw some tight arcs.
Yeah, with the amount of power you have that's under your feet when you're surfing out at sunset, that rocker's your friend, Kaipo. A lot of waves on tour, not, but as you said, especially if you want to find yourself in the barrel.
Last year's champ already starting off looking good this year. Baron Mamiya took the win. He's with AJ.
Trying to defend your title here at Sunset. You looked like you just knew exactly where you wanted to be. You were confident in your spots and the waves that you picked. What were you looking for?
Yeah, before the heat, I was paddling out and I watched Kanoa get like a really good wave. I think he got an 8 or something. And I was kind of just watching the waves, and there was a lot of good waves. It was kind of slow, but when they came, they were good. When we were in that heat, though, it was kind of weird. Like the big sets weren't that good, and kind of duck diving a lot. But yeah, I was just stoked I got one good wave at least. And yeah, it was kind of tricky, but there's some fun ones.
What were you telling yourself as you didn't see that big wave come in over and over again? What were you telling yourself? How did you shift your focus?
Yeah, right at the beginning, it was kind of like 10 minutes into the heat, it was pretty slow. I think I had like 2 threes or something. Coyote didn't really have anything, he had 2 or something, and then Zeke didn't have anything at all. So I was kind of just sitting there just like, hey, I'm just going to try and get 1.5 or something. And then I kind of went on a bad wave, and then I ended up backing up and getting that 7. But yeah, I kind of just switched, just like, hey, let's just try and get a few decent waves. So we're not looking for a unicorn. We just got to get through this heat and, you know, maybe find the unicorns later.
Well, you made it through the heat despite there not being any unicorns. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
All right. Well, there's no such thing as a unicorn. But whatever you play is you play in front of you. We saw a little exchange there with Ethan Ewing with a short-lived wave. Carlos Munoz, however, looks like he got a wave all the way from the start to the beginning. Let's review this replay of Carlos.
Yeah, he has a nice looking wave here in front of him. Nice first slash there, straight back into the pocket. Nice roundhouse cut back. And this is where you just kind of build up for that inside section. Another good turn there. Great way to start for Carlos Munoz. You see, drawing off the bottom there. Nice big bottom turn. Good slash, all on rail. Straight into the pocket. Manages to stay right on that whitewash foam. Cuts back all on his inside rail there again. I like that look of his first ride.
Wait for that number. Carlos Munoz, 30 years old, the first man representing Costa Rica on the championship tour. He's entered into this year as an injury replacement, so he's first up to bat whenever there's a surfer injured in the current draw. Came very close to qualifying again via the Challenger Series. Munoz this time, a little shade there for Carlito. Kali with a nice grab rail downturn on the inside. Put it together pretty well. So back-to-back waves, quick start for Carlos Munoz.
Yeah, it was only just a second ago we were commentating that wave, and straight into another one. He's wasting no time. And as we saw earlier this morning, Kaipo, we want to see that. You want to get a quick start. You don't want to be stuck in the end trying to chase a score, even like Zeke just did in that last heat. And we see Carlos taking off here, looking for the barrel. He's going a little too fast for that barrel, but beautiful grab rail, cutty. Nice. I like the look of it though, you know, right here. You can see him stalling, but he's just going a little too fast. And where he took off with the barrel was a little in front of it. But right here is beautiful style and technique. Just grabs his rail, his back arm just touching the water there. Beautiful technique he has.
A bit of a pocket ride for speed for Carlos Munoz, and then yanking on the rail for that down carve, getting the fins skipping out. He was pulling so hard on that one. First wave for Carlos, a 4.67. We're awaiting the score of his second wave. He's going to take an early advantage in this opening round, heat 3 for the men's. Note that Carlos gets off the sled onto the seat of the Red Bull jet ski, much more stable, less bouncing up there when you're in that position on the actual saddle.
Yeah, definitely. When you're on the back, a little bit of you just the entire time is thinking, oh my gosh, am I pressuring the bottom of my board? Are my fins okay? So, and not only on your board, but your body as well.
Yeah, those scorpion positions can happen when you're on the sled at high speed. Second score for Carlos Munoz, a 3.33. Ethan Ewing just with a half a point. Nat Young with priority, no waves ridden for the Santa Cruz surfer as of yet. Nat Young making a move. This is Nat's 6th season on the championship tour. Came onto the scene in 2013 where he was Rookie of the Year. Noted for a very polished backhand, Nat Young, coming from Santa Cruz. And he will be putting and leaning on that great backhand technique that he applies with his assault here at Sunset Beach. Young eases through a first carve. Wave looking to stand up, picks his target, snaps off the top there. Whitewater on the heels, and no more open face for Nat Young. That'll be his opener.
Yeah, Nat, he has a lethal backhand of, as you mentioned, Santa Cruz. One of the funnest right point breaks I've been to on the California coast. Haven't been in a long time, but I remember wearing booties for the first time going to Santa Cruz. Great wave though, tons of great waves in the area.
And Kai Lenny surveying the lineup. He's going to be coming up. He's a wild card in this event for Hurley. He's got his support, Doug Silva, on the side of him, downloading some information there on the beach. Yeah, sometimes it just takes a team. Carlos Munoz staying busy. Up, out, no harm, no foul, under priority for Munoz. Carlos Munoz, also a father and a husband. Great Costa Rican family. Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Beautiful gouging turn from Ethan around the corner again. Flawless on the rails, connecting, keeps it clean for the finish. Throwing the tail, throwing some fins, getting that finish, a dynamic finish, high risk, and that was what we expected from Ethan Ewing. The body mechanics, the technique, it all comes into play for the 24-year-old out of North Stradbroke, Australia.
Yeah, the technique's so springy on that wave, and to be springy out at Sunset's not easy. He's just, it seemed really connected to his board, really fast and loose too, as we see here. He's taking off on this wave, just right here, setting himself up for a nice, beautiful, huge gouge in that first turn. But he still had to maintain that speed into a big carve, and then ends it right here. But I just love how he goes into the lip and just perfectly places his body so that he doesn't put too much pressure on his board, so that he actually floats with the wave. You can see that aerial section right here. There's that second carve, and right here he goes up into the lip, but beautifully, like, weightless.
I love the study here in slow motion where you can see the actual technique and body mechanics in play. Just centered rail work, sharp rail work, no wasted motion at all as he works his way through this, and then the explosion at the end, Megs. Just the exclamation mark at the end of that ride to accentuate that ride. DHD surfboards under his feet. Darren Handley actually here on scene and has been hanging out both for Pipe and this event. So he's got a great support crew along with his shaper. And Darren's going to be proud right now, like a proud dad. 9-point ride, a flat 9, checks in for Ethan Ewing, and Ewing again goes excellent at Sunset.
Very warranted out there. Some of the fastest, most explosive, and just his technique, as you said, with that style that we've seen all morning. And it wasn't the most perfect wave that came through, but just the way he executed it, well deserved.
Paddling back, number 33 on his back, like a double E, Ethan Ewing. And Ewing already showing that he's going to be one of the favorites here at this year's Hurley Pro Sunset Beach with surfing like that.
Yeah, and you can just see it in his technique, how he approaches the waves at this size and this magnitude. He just really knows exactly where to place his body and how to be so quick and reactionary in the right position.
It's nice to watch the journey of a young man like Ethan Ewing, just 24 years old, but growing into a technique and a style that he already possessed, which was exceptional as a 2016 World Junior Champ, but growing into it and putting some muscle into his surfing now. Carlos Munoz snaps off the top. The Costa Rican looking for more, has to ease through a little cut back into this inside double up section. It raises itself to his attention, throws the tail, and wants to double it up. Gets a little bit caught in between turns there and tumbles into the channel. Some nice turns though up until then, thinking he will improve upon his 3.33. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Carlos Munoz surfing really fast, really loose. He just came unstuck on that last turn there. Sometimes it looked like he got a lot of speed out of it, as we can see here. He's taking off. Nice first turn though, way to keep his speed on that turn. Cuts back into the whitewash, but right here is where he really starts to get busy for that inside section. And he executes it well, but then just comes unstuck. He digs his nose in here. You can see what happens. He really cranks that tail, but then just about here when he comes down, he just bogs his inside rail there.
He's kind of looking down the line, and then anyone, another factor here at Sunset Magazine, you can talk about it, is the wave ends abruptly in the channel. So the wave will go from a steep wave to just disappear, and then that's when your rails get catchy.
Yeah, it kind of burgers out, right? And then you're also, like he was, you're doing a maneuver, and then all of a sudden, there's no more wave. Or else you'll kind of go out onto the face and you'll try to do a cutback, and then halfway through the cutback, the wave just stops,
Well, at 14:24, we're going to go to a quick break here. But Ethan Ewing putting on a clinic. This is a 9-point ride. More of Ewing right after this break.
I'm here at the gateway to the North Shore for another great experience. I'm at Turtle Bay Golf, and I'm gonna learn to golf today. Hey Travis, I'm Kaipo, and I'm ready to learn how to golf today.
Right on, Kaipo. Well, welcome to Turtle Bay Golf. We're gonna head out to the Palmer course and teach you a few things. Are you a golfer?
I'm ready to become one.
Awesome, great. I think whether you're a beginner or experienced player, you're gonna have a blast out there. Let's go get it. Pretty epic. Nice little surf spot out there too, right?
Yeah, even on the other side of that.
All right, Kaipo, so we're just gonna give you a couple quick swing tips. Make sure you're on the right track. Stand back just a little bit away from the ball. All right, you've got potential. Let's see you do the real thing.
Stand back, you guys.
Kaipo, that was amazing.
Ah, the ball's in the sand, but that's okay because I grew up on the beach.
Good shot, Kaipo. One of the best things about being up here on the North Shore is when the waves are good, you're out there surfing, but when they're not so hot, come out and play golf just like all the pros do.
Epic times at the Turtle Bay Resort, right at the gateway of the North Shore, just around the corner from Sunset Beach, the site of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach CT #2 on the championship tour. Nat Young with his back against the wall here, the Santa Cruz surfer. This is what happened during the break, Megs.
Yeah, it looks like Nat getting a nice looking wall ahead of him. A couple of turns, you know, not super vertical, but good way to just kind of start the heat. Feel his board under his feet. No, there hasn't been a lot ridden out there besides Ethan's 9. Carlos has a nice score, but definitely room for Nat to get a great wave.
Yeah, Carlos Munoz did check in with a 3.63, so did increase his 2-wave total on that last wave. Nat Young, for the effort that you saw there on the replay, a 2.9. Young needing a 5.23 to get into second place and avoid that elimination round. It's been a long journey. It's been a tough road for Goofy Foots where you look at competition at Sunset Beach. Nat taking a look at this one, you know, the last time we had a Goofy Foot win at Sunset would have been all the way in 2008 with CJ Hobgood taking that win. It's a massive Sunset. So the right foot forward definitely seems to be a disadvantage when we look at the years that this has been running. 1997 was another Goofy Foot. Michael Romalzi, if you remember, Barton Lynch and Tom Carroll took some titles out here in Derrico, but that's it.
Yeah, it's definitely, Sunset Beach definitely favors the regular footers.
So Nat would have pulled through the back. Again, that was no harm, no foul. He was third in priority, so just sniffing around under that priority looking for the score. Getting these a 5.23.
But it's not to say that Sunset's not a good wave on your backhand, because it definitely can be. I think it really just depends on, Sunset Beach is friendliest to those that pick the right wave. It's, you know, as you noted, Kaipo, it's a big ocean out there, and you can get your heat taken away from you really quickly if you don't position yourself in the right spot out there.
It's like Josh Moniz checking out Keanu Asing's board there. Wade Tokoro, Locomotion. Keanu will be up against Josh's brother, Seth Moniz, and Italo Ferreira in the next heat coming up. But speaking of Goofy Foots out here, you know, Gabe Medina actually is a hammer out here at Sunset Beach, and a lot of people don't talk about that. Can't wait to see Gabe surf out here. He did have a runner-up finish in 2012 at Sunset Beach behind Adam Melling, and I remember that year, Medina really, you know, like he does, took surfing to another level on the backhand at Sunset.
Yeah, and that was great to see, because it's not really a wave that you would actually put Medina in as one of your top surfers, but he really turned some heads. And I mean, even recently, he surfs really well out here, even when it gets super big and stormy and chunky on his backhand. I think just recently I saw a couple clips going around about that floater that he did.
Ooh, nice turn there on the backhand for Nat Young. And a second one, so fits 2 turns in a very close proximity with vertical surfing on the backhand. That should be his best effort as of yet. Kind of a small wave, what do you think?
Kind of a small wave, but I mean, he's trying to improve on a 2.9. Here we can break it down a little bit more. Nice first turn there, though, straight into the lip. And then managed to get a nice re-entry closeout maneuver. I do think that, I mean, I'm not a judge again, but right here, this last turn, I think it's going to go above a 2.9.
Okay, well, we'll see and wait for the judges. Just kind of got the swivel on that first turn, and Abe Lerner on the Red Bull jet ski giving him a taxi back out to this drop-off spot in the channel.
You know, Nat's got a bit of time here. He doesn't, even if he didn't get the 5.23, that's why I'm stressing getting more than a 2.9, because he is trying to just throw away that bottom score. He has time to build upon his score line with the 7 minutes remaining.
Still waiting for that, and we'll see how that sets up the heat. You've been playing Fantasy Surf, Megs?
I have.
Any of these guys on your team?
Actually, Ethan Ewing, yes.
Oh.
Oddly enough, I felt weird. I was going to choose one goofy footer, but I didn't this year.
It's okay. I'm not going to take it personally.
You're my favorite goofy footer.
That was the right answer. 6 minutes and 30 seconds. They're counting down. The scores are trickling in for Nat Young, and it will help the surfer out of Santa Cruz. 4.7 under his requirement, but did reduce it to a 3.6 now. So really a battle at this point between Carlos Munoz and Nat Young, because I have a feeling with that heavily weighted 9-point ride for Ethan Ewing, he'll get to his feet and he'll close this one out.
Yeah, I mean, all it's going to take is him to get a small score, and both surfers are going to need quite a bit, Kaipo.
From above, it looks very smooth, but I feel this view is deceptive because there's still a lot of wind out there on the faces.
There is, but I think it's mellowed out a little bit, Kaipo. It seems, because earlier when we were looking at this shot, we saw a lot of white caps out the back, and we're not seeing as many right now.
Well, let's take a look back at the beginning of this heat, because I'd love to see excellent surfing once again. This is Ethan Ewing and his 9, Megs.
Yeah, here he goes. He's just eyeing this section up. Huge gash. And then going straight in with so much speed into the next one. But this is where he really gets those money points, I think. Beautiful way to end that. Here we see him straight on his rail. Just huge snap there. And then he kind of does a speed carve, but here he's setting it up for everything, just lets it all out there and comes out beautifully on that. Definitely deserved the 9 on that.
Great style, great technique, and variety for Double E, Ethan Ewing, and that was his 9-point ride. Still hanging on to a half a point in his score line. Under 5 minutes, Ewing with priority. Doesn't want to let this one get away from him.
Kaipo, you know, on that replay when they slowed it down, you can't help but reminisce the Andy and Bruce back arm. You know, that just his technique and positioning and his flow. It's just so reminiscent of the Irons brothers.
Yeah, he's got some Andy-ish qualities in him for sure. And gosh, why wouldn't he? One of the world's greatest surfers of all time, Andy Irons. First wave in the set. No one's going to take that one. But a beautiful rainbow along with the ehukai, the sea breeze, or the breeze coming off, the sea mist coming off of a wave in Hawaiian. That's ehukai.
2 words for the day.
That's Hawaiian language month. I've been told by the producers from the pieces, so we might as well, have a good time with Olelo Hawaii.
Here, this is a beautiful shot when you can really see the lineup, and you can see this, how big this lineup is when a surfer's paddling for a wave, and you can see how you can kind of get misconstrued as to where to sit in this massive lineup from the aerial shot. When in doubt, though, Kaipo, always follow the whitewash trail, right? The top of the whitewash.
It's your indicator, right? And even, when you're flying over waves that have no surfers on them and you're even exploring, to your point, Megan, I mean, you're really looking for those angular whitewash marks. You're looking for the triangle whitewash mark. You don't want the straight in whitewash kind of trail.
Yeah, and as you can see from this aerial perspective, they're right on the money where they're supposed to be sitting.
Nat Young just takes a look at that. 3rd in priority, no problem for Young. Needs a 3.6. Wave coming out the back. And here we go, double E. Ethan Ewing rolling into this one, needs to make up some ground down the line, loads up the rail, slashes it. Little bobble on the bottom, but got the job done. He's gonna back up that 9-point ride.
Yeah, Ethan, he was searching, you know, when he's going down the line there. He's looking for something big. To get a 9 at Sunset, and then if you can back it up with even just an average score, that's a good heat score to have to come out at Sunset, especially in your first round. As we see Ethan right here, he's searching, he's gaining speed and momentum and setting himself up for this big gash. But as Kaipo said, it's a little bit bobble on it. Here we see it slowed down, but it's just straight on that rail. You see his body positioning, torque. He gets a little stuck right there. I don't know if that affected much. The wave just kind of went past him after that.
Yeah, but it's good to back up that 9-point ride. We're waiting for that number, because remember, in the history of surfing, we've had a number of times on the men's side of things that guys have lost with a 10. John Florence lost in 2017. Jay Bay with a 10-point ride. Ezekiel Lau lost in 2017 on the Gold Coast with a 10-point ride. 2016, Felipe Toledo had a 10 out at Pipe. Lost that heat. So got to put it to bed. You need those two. It takes two, just like Rob Bass and DJ Eazy-E put it so eloquently. Little struggle here for Nat Young as we're catching up to him. Needs a 3.6. Doing it in under a minute. Looked like he battled with that wave a lot, but the number is not that much of an ass, Megs.
No, it's not. On that last wave, too.
Carlos up, out, not going to change the situation. Really important score due for Nat Young.
Yeah, on that last wave for Nat, he didn't need much of a score there. But it'll be interesting to see what he actually gets.
Important ride, and we're waiting for the number of that last ride for Nat Young. Okay, we're gonna hit the buzzer, and we still don't know who's advancing on, along with Ethan Ewing. That was an important ride for Nat Young. Not enough, 2.5. Young goes to the elimination round, and at least he went down swinging right within the last minute. He's getting the news right now in the water.
Yeah, I think he had some potential there, but those two turns were they weren't what he wanted to see out of him. He got caught up on both of them.
So it's Ethan Ewing with a 9 and a 3.43. Carlos Munoz also avoiding the elimination round. We'll see Nat Young in that elimination round. We'll see you back with Italo Ferreira, Seth Moniz, and Keanu Singh in the water. Sunset Beach, new heat in the water, and it's Seth Moniz taking off here, cleanly pulls into a barrel, travels through there, whitewater foam ball, and Seth Moniz starts off with a bang in this opening round at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. The young Hawaiian wants a little bit more on the inside. Why not a little vert tap of the whitewater to finish off in the channel? Seth Moniz with a magician disappearing act. Italo Ferreira behind him. Italo lip glide, solid on his feet. Ferreira looks more down the line, gets caught up in the whitewater. He's going to lean on that one turn for the score. Ferreira back up and riding, making quick work of it. Ferreira again coming through the section here. And Italo Ferreira needs 2 scores from our judges, and we're expecting 1 big score for Seth Moniz. Kaipo with Megan Abubo, 27 minutes here so far on the clock for this opening round, heat number 4. You can see Italo in the red, Seth in the white, and Keanu Singh also out there as an event wild card. What's it like going to be seeing Anuboy back in competition here?
Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see him. You know, no pressure on Keanu. He loves surfing Sunset, knows this wave really well. It would be nice to see him surfing without the pressure. See what he can do out here.
Yeah, Keanu Singh is a... Well, we'll get back to Keanu because I want to see this in and out. 7 Moniz. That was a difficult barrel to weave through.
Yeah, it was. And it's not easy to just, at sunset, go straight into the barrel like he does. I mean, there's a lot of elements in your face when you're taking off. And just to get out of that thing, Kaipo, that was tough.
Yeah, the impressive thing to me with this ride from Seth Moniz, first of all, just getting it right from the get-go. And then the other impressive piece of this ride is the exit he was able to come out of the barrel. We're going to see it in slow motion right here, Megson. And getting in, hey, that might be the easy part at Sunset. But then coming out where he actually had to cross this foam ball for an exit.
Yeah, he's on a heavy, thick foam ball there. And not only the foam ball, the nut doggy door, that's a huge barn door he had to get through. And as you said, Kaipo, you always want to make the judges maneuver. Definitely got him some extra points. We have yet to see. Yeah, Italo looking really smooth, doing some big turns on his backhand. I love his board, looks good under his feet. He looks good out here.
Score came in for Seth Moniz. It's a big one. Excellent 8.33. Take a look here. Our first look at Keanu Singh. Anuboy, smooth off the bottom, carves off the top. Keanu again, very patient with his approach. Up into the lip, slams that lip. Lip line glide for Keanu Singh. That's a nice start for the 29-year-old out of Eva Beach. Italo Ferreira behind him. Ferreira quick to the lip with a couple of trips, and Ferreira knows how to kick it and really make something out of a messy wave. Seth Moniz gliding through a couple turns, has to throw that one away, however, a little late, and the bottom dropped out for Moniz.
A lot of waves to digest there, Kaipo, in that short amount of time. That was neat. See that Val's Reef right there. Uncle Mike used to catch all his waves into there almost back in the day.
Yeah.
Now
back when length of ride was actually part of the criteria.
It wouldn't get you much these days.
No, it's not going to get you. The judges don't buy that. No. But that is the evolution of the science of surf scoring and how far we've come. We've come really far with priority, overlapping heats. Now we have, the Apple Watch in addition to all of the elements that we have to give surfers in the water alerts as far as their priority and scores. So coming a long way, and it continues to evolve. Judges are finally getting caught up with the rapid fire of Italo Ferreira. I think he's got three scores owed to us. The first one was a 3.33. A 5.33 checks in. Judges owe us one more, a 4.83 to set the heat. Seth Moniz, he's going to back up his 8.33 with a 2.43. So the situation, Moniz in first, Italo Ferreira in second. Keanu Asing's waiting on a score. Asing with priority, 22 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, there was a lot of waves ridden. They definitely had to digest all of that and do some replays. But from the little bit that we got to see on camera, I liked what I saw from Italo. That one wave he got, the backhand advantage is Kaipo. You can go really straight up into the lip like he did, and it stands out.
Yeah, Italo Ferreira came to the North Shore with a quiver of Timmy Pattersons, a lot of them with the matching colors on them. He's been going through them, putting them through the paces ever since his exit from Pipe and spending time here at Sunset Beach. This is his 8th season on the tour. Last year he had a disappointing result, Ferreira, with a 17th here at Sunset. Wants to do better than that this year. The Olympic gold medalist Italo Ferreira and 2015 Rookie of the Year, not to mention the 2019 World Champ. With not the start that he wanted to at Pipeline, I'm sure he wants to come back and leave Hawaii in a good place on the rankings.
Yeah, he's always a consistent surfer, and he's kind of one of those guys that sees a long year ahead of him, so I know he's probably wanting to build upon what he did at Pipeline. And then just, he's a momentum guy, right? So building and trying to always improve on himself, which is really inspiring.
9-point ride and a heat win for Ethan Ewing. Let's hear from Ethan.
Ethan, we know you're incredibly comfortable on this wave. You got a semifinal finish here last year. How much do you feel like your confidence here at Sunset played into the way that you were able to do your heat today?
Yeah, I think it's a huge part. This wave's really hard. It's like different every time you go out there, and but yeah, I feel comfortable. I've surfed it a lot, and yeah, I just managed to luck into a really good wave.
Yeah, we can call it luck. We can take advantage of.
Yeah, it was just had really good shape, and I taken the wave before, and it was like a 0.5 or something, and then just saw that, and it was a really smooth face, and yeah, just felt good on it. Yeah.
Felt good. The judges agreed that you looked good on it. They gave you that 9. Knowing that you started out the competition so strong this year, how does that carry forward for you?
Yeah, it's a huge confidence boost for sure. It's I just really like this wave. I like just how challenging it is, and yeah, I just want to keep the ball rolling. But I don't know, you can have shockers out there too. So yeah, just keep trying to work at it, and yeah, hopefully for a good result.
Well, you got one today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing, he got the job done today, and with that beautiful rail work, reminiscent of his maiden championship tour victory last year, 2022. He took that brilliant rail work to the long walls of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa for a win. And so he looks like he's in that, warmer water, but similar form.
Yeah, I mean, that technique is definitely following him back here to Sunset Beach, and just where he positions himself on the wave and how fast he is. He's looking good, and he just looks like super polished this year.
Seth Moniz in this heat looks like he has a decided relationship with Sunset Beach. Has surfed a lot of competitions out here, both on the qualifying series as well as our developmental junior series and even our amateur series here. So no stranger to Sunset Beach, Seth Moniz, and he was able to pick off a gem. He's got that 8.33, and he's holding that powerful single wave score, looking good for Moniz at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure he has Reynolds Hayes in his corner as well, who knows this wave better than anyone. Grew up right here at Sunset Point, so all that knowledge that he has surfing out here and with his coach, Seth's, and as you said, Kaipo, used to caddy for his dad. It's in his bloodline to surf Sunset.
Waves come through here, and Keanu Asing holding position. You can see him in the white jersey and holding position with that priority. Yeah, taking a look back at CT1, and some of the big names that were a surprise to us in the kickoff to the season. We'll take a look at the notable eliminated in the round, the 32. Ethan Ewing was one of them, so not the start that he wanted to for the year. Italo Ferreira, another one with elimination in the round 32. Kanoa Igarashi was a surprise. Kelly Slater was a surprise. Griffin Colapinto was a surprise. So a surprising start for those gentlemen for the 2023 Championship Tour.
Wow, I know. Look at that lineup there. I didn't even realize that when you recollect what happened at Pipeline. And
yeah, so there you go. All those surfers wanted to change the course, of course. First half of the year, first 5 events before that mid-season cut, every surfer has one throwaway allotted. So not bad news. It's not the end of the road for any of those surfers. It's just now you have to up your performances and not accumulate, you know, those early round losses. Elimination round, that'll get you an equal 33rd. You don't want that. There's no way. And a loss in the round of 32 is a 17th. Again, that is basically a throwaway as well.
yeah, you don't want to catch yourself on the bottom, you know, in this early on the tour, and having to play catch up, especially if you're not going into the waves that you might be favored in or that you're more familiar in. So it's always good to, you know, start the year off pretty strong. And then also too, just to not have that added pressure of the cut. You know, that added pressure can wreak havoc on your mind while you're in a heat. We can see all that wind line out there. In the summer months when you live on the North Shore, that's when you become a paddle boarder. And you do your downwind paddles in that wind, and it's actually kind of fun because there's no surf, right, Kaipo?
It's really cool. Bike path this morning, I saw Mike Takahashi, one of the founders of the Molokai to Oahu race. We train, you know, you surf all winter and then just waterman style. In the summertime, like you said, you paddle downwind, you prepare for that. A lot of surfers will cross over and do that race. 32 miles open ocean is the Ka'ivi Channel between Molokai and Oahu, and it is fierce waters. Ka'ivi meaning the channel of bones, and it is it's a real deal race, but it does make you a waterman and develop all of your ocean skills.
Yeah, I've had the privilege of paddling it quite a few times on a canoe and a stand-up paddle. And actually, there's a couple guys on tour. I can name 2, John and used to be on tour, Joe Parkinson, that have completed it prone, Kaipo. So you're right. It being a waterman, overall waterman, is a really important thing. I think it's great to see surfers in the summertime who live out here, you know, hone in their fitness skills and get out there and paddle.
Yeah, I remember the year Parko paddled. I was in the stand-up division that year as well, but he did it prone. I mean, there's advantages to both, you know, stand-up and prone. One, you have a paddle, but then when you're quartering into the wind, it's pretty hard to come in, and that's when the prone paddler will lower to the water, start passing you. 14 minutes, 45 seconds, and we still have Seth Moniz in the lead. Italo Ferreira hanging on to second in advancing position. And Keanu Singh's been stubborn with that priority. Singh in third with 3.9, needs a 6.26 to go into the top 2 and avoid the elimination round. Ferreira takes a look at this one. Here we go. Off the bottom, hacks it off the top, air dropping back into it. Just one turn in the pit for Italo Ferreira, but it was a brutal turn. Bravo. Seth Moniz slashing off the top there. Moniz just freed up to surf, so we need 2 scores to see where we're going to stand and see what the need's going to be for Keanu Singh, who's in third.
Yeah, it looks like Seth's got a little challenge to get back out there. Lucky thing there's the jet ski assist today. Italo taking off here. I like how controlled he is with so bumpy and straight under the lip there. I mean, the way that he keeps his control and speed through this. Look how vertical he was, and he just, all his power and might and kind of almost airdrops out of that. That's a really good one-turn wave for Italo.
Italo has an interesting backhand technique where he chops it on the backhand. And this is Seth with a big turn of his own. But both one-turn waves for both Seth Moniz and Italo Ferreira. Still waiting for those numbers.
Yeah, interesting, Kaipo. The direction of that set must have been pretty similar for both waves because they both did a one turn on almost the exact same spot.
We'll be waiting for those numbers. We need a number for Seth Moniz and Italo Ferreira. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with the update, those scores, and more here from Sunset Beach. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, the official apparel brand of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach.
Keanu Singh dropping into this one, utilizing priority at Sunset Beach. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach catches a rail and goes down. So the Hawaiian, after waiting a long time with priority, had this happen, Meg.
Yeah, it looks like he almost looks like his legs were a little too straight, not bent enough. And sometimes that can happen, you know, when you're riding a little bit of a longer board and you go to extend after doing a bottom turn. And that can happen, or if you're maybe just a couple inches too far up on your board, you can just kind of dig like that.
Extremely unfortunate for Keanu Singh as he sat with priority for a long time before pulling the trigger there on that one. Singh needs a 6.63 to get into second place. Italo Ferreira doesn't want that to happen. Italo in second place and advancing position with priority. So the 2019 world champ knows how to run a heat in these final 10 minutes, Megs, and Italo is waiting to strike.
Yeah, he knows how to put a heat together, and he's got a lot of opportunity, and he's looking really, really vertical when he goes up and hits that lip. He has a little different element to show the judges that the regular footers can't. He can really clock his backhand straight up, and that is something that I'm sure he's going to show them. He get on the right wave, and he's looking really solid. His board looks good under his feet. He doesn't have a lot of chatter, even with all this wind. I really like the way that he's surfing today.
Went to break, waiting for scores. I'll update you on the score. 5.2 came in for Italo Ferreira, keeps him in second place, and a 3.8 dropped for Seth Moniz. Under priority here, Keanu Singh, Anu Boy, frothy face. Little chatter through that bottom turn. This wave goes pretty tapered. Hoping for more on the inside. Just relegated to a couple of figure eights on the shoulder. Not going to be the 6.63 that Keanu was looking for, but just staying busy out there. Again, third in priority, so had to take a swing at it.
Yeah, he had to, because at this point right now, Keanu kind of wants two waves. Two waves because his top scoring wave is at 3.9. It's lower than other surfers. So he's looking like he has a bit of board under his feet, Kaipo. I would almost sit out and really wait for a set, like be on one of those bigger waves, because he's got a lot of board under his feet, and I definitely think he could handle, you know, a good size wave with what equipment he's riding. So I'd like to see him on a bomb.
We got Laura in VIP. Laura,
Hi guys. Yes, I've just been roaming around here. Everyone's had some lunch, but they're all heading off to do their things that they need to do before their heats. But I was speaking to Chris Gallagher, heading out there to coach Jake Marshall. He's been out there a few times today, and I was just saying, how is it out there? Obviously he's sitting quite far inside, but he was mentioning that it is really hard to make a game plan today as a coach. You can do everything you can and, see where the sets are, have your lineups, but you have to be so in tune and, I guess, in touch and trust yourself out there. It's kind of like the flow state and trying to find and just really feel out the ocean. So whoever's in tune and just, maybe saying, oh, maybe I'm just going to paddle a bit wide or paddle a bit further inside for this, they're the ones that are prevailing today and finding the waves they need.
Laura, do you happen to know if any of the coaches are actually communicating with the surfers that they're working with while they're in the heat by chance?
I've seen a few of the surfers, if they've broken their boards or on the way around, if they need anything to switch up a board or something, to stop and talk to the coaches, but they're sitting quite a long way away from them, so I could imagine there's not a lot of communication going down.
Thank you, Laura. In the Red Bull athlete zone there, where a lot of preparation happens before the heat and some downloads after the heat for both the winners and the losers. 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Counting down, Moniz in the lead, Ferreira in second. Keanu Singh in a tough position. How can he come back? We'll see, but let's check out this heat recap. Started off, Seth Moniz in a barrel.
Yeah, Seth straight into the barrel and just manages to get through that barn door there. Aerial view of that, going straight in, managed to hang through that foam ball as well.
Right there, crosses the foam ball, comes out for an 8.33. Italo Ferreira banging the lip on the backhand.
Yeah, looking quick and snappy off his backhand here. Straight up into the lip, just looking smooth as silk.
Seth Moniz looking to back up his 8.33 with one big slash for 3.8. That's how we got to here. 5 minutes, 45 seconds there on the score bug. You can see all of the waves written and highlighted, top two scores for each of the surfers.
That gives you a perspective, right? One difference that we're going to see from here in Pipeline is you're not going to see surfers riding as many waves, right, Kaipo?
Yeah, longer rides. We do have that jet ski assist to help the surfers get back out to a drop-off point in the channel. So that will help a little bit of time management, but still, longer rides equal less waves ridden. And a lot of sitting happening right now in the final 5 minutes, and I think Seth Moniz and Italo Ferreira are pretty happy just to sit through here. Again, nobody loses in this round. It's just first and second go to the round of 32. Third place goes into the elimination round, where then we start losing surfers.
I always like to see at this point in the heat, surfers that are under priority, like Keanu, is he's electing to paddle way up the point. So, the strategy just to get away from the other surfers, try to catch a wave under them. We didn't see that so much. It was harder to do at Pipeline, but I think out here, there's such a huge, expansive lineup. You can really try to find a spot, but it looks like they're trying to follow him anyway.
Seasoned competitors in the way of Seth Moniz and Italo Ferreira. Neither of them want to let Keanu wander off too far. Seth being in the lead, though, would kind of be happy to see his friend Keanu advance with him into the round of 32. Oh, there's the top of the pecking order right there. Seth's dad, Tony Moniz. He's been a great competitor out here and a mentor for so many young and up-and-coming Hawaiian surfers through his years. Tony just has been a tremendous surfer. Finaled in the Eddy. He's made the finals at Pipeline. Has ripped out here at Sunset. Tell you a lot of stories, Tony Moniz.
Iconic Hawaiian surfer. We all grew up watching and, respecting. And yours truly, Kaipo, was his caddy out here at Sunset Beach.
I was when I was a Grom. He was a great mentor. We rode for the same board company, Locomotion, the same one that Keanu Singh's riding for right now. Seth Moniz, our heat leader. Smooth off the bottom, smooth off the top. Nice start for the Hawaiian. And that wave just went a little flat in the channel. So it looked, I mean, isn't that the story of Sunset? You never know.
Yeah, you roll the dice, some of the waves, because it looked like, actually, Seth kind of could tell that maybe the wave was going to fatten out. That's why he put those brakes on really quickly. But you get that with Sunset, you know, you're going to have it, like he's got an 8.33, but then his last couple of waves have just been short, just like that last one.
More waves coming through here, and Italo Ferreira with priority, chasing Keanu Singh, who's got a 2-minute drill right now to get a 6.63. Coming up next, Jack Robinson, Jake Marshall, and the Hawaiian wild card in the way of Eli Hanneman. So that's another great heat to stick around for. Jack's going to be in the yellow leaders jersey out there. And Jack has been a solid performer at Sunset, so a lot to be expected from him. But we've seen a lot of upsets already, and Sunset can hand out more.
Yes, it can. This is one of those waves that you can have, you know, a total game plan going out into the water, but the ocean can go kind of slow. You know, the conditions might not be in your favor. A wave that you're going to take off on you think is going to be good ends up being a closeout. Many factors can be involved. So even if you're a favorite out here, you're still not guaranteed going to make it, as with anywhere. But Sunset really has a lot of elements that are involved.
Down to 1 minute, 20 seconds. Italo Ferreira looking to be the warden, if you will, and just lock up Keanu Singh in this final minute with priority over a Singh. Italo, you can see him paddling close to Keanu, keeping an eye on him. I mean, there's still enough time that Keanu can sneak away, but Italo's not going to give him an inch, and the cat and mouse begin in the final minute between Italo Ferreira and Keanu Singh.
Yeah, there's really only a couple of ways out of this situation. That's if there's a 2 or 3 wave set and Italo paddles for one and Keanu's is better, or if Italo paddles doesn't catch it and Keanu gets priority. I mean, there aren't many scenarios that can get you out of this, especially when the ocean goes a little quiet.
Interval right now, this equals just about 3 waves left on the clock. 1 wave just went under them. This is going to be the opportunity here. I expect a block from Ferreira. We'll see. Keanu with a chance. Ferreira with priority. Now 1 more chance, 1 more wave with allotted time to hit the reef here. Both surfers too deep on this one. Oh, Ferreira blocked him, did his job. Now, that was a defense, a little offense now from the 2019 world champ. And this is just going to be a nice display of backhand surfing. A 6.81 will take Ferreira to the lead. A faulty finish there for Italo may hamper that score, but regardless, it will be Seth Moniz and Italo Ferreira on to the round of 32. Keanu Singh into the elimination round.
Well played at the end there by Italo.
There's all our numbers. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We will be bringing in Strider, Peter, and the special guests after these messages.
Jack Robinson with a ton of speed, wide open. He's looking to sneak out the exit. Nice healthy looking top turn and rock and roll hack off the top. Jack Robinson is your champion of the Billabong Pro Pipeline.
Welcome back here to the Hurley Pro Sunset. Jake Marshall pulls up under the hood. Beautiful, smooth ride right there. Big cutback. Looking for more lip line on the inside corner. Jake opening the account. I like it. Little head fake off the top. Finishing off right there on the inside. We're back here at Sunset Beach on set right now. My name's Strider Wasilewski, and we have Peter Mel, the amazing big wave man himself, the myth. I love you. You're the man.
Yeah, thank you.
And surf marketing magic man over here for Hurley, Brett
Former
Simpson.
championship tour competitor. Had good
It's
results.
all good.
He's got credentials, but right now he's running
Don't
the
gotta toot
program
the
for
horn
Hurley.
too hard.
Beep, beep.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. Stoked to be here. We're stoked to sponsor this event. It's nice to see some waves. I know it kind of was a pipeline finished how it was, but we're here. Waves are pumping, and looking forward to this heat. You got the last event winner, Jack Robinson, who finished second last year, and then Jake Marshall. He's one of our athletes, and same with Eli Hanneman, who's a wild card. So pretty stoked.
Yeah, I love it. You setting up the heat. I like that, Brett.
Boom.
Bring it. Here we go.
Right here.
Little replay for Pete Mel.
Well, this is Jake. You saw he found a little tuck underneath it. We know that barrels score very well at Sunset Beach because they're hard to find and hard to get. Jake does very well at this event. Specifically, he has a house here on the North Shore, so he does spend a lot of time. So he's very comfortable. And matter of fact, he's coming off of one of his best championship tour results last year here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, he took down John, who's one of the two-time world champ, obviously one of the best North Shore surfers ever. And yeah, Jake spends a lot of time out here. So as you can see, that was kind of one of those point waves, and he seems very comfortable, and it's kind of showing. Last year he did get his best result, and I think this year he's probably looking to do better.
Yeah, I think a much better start this year. My favorite moment from Pipe was, last year he took off on that huge apex and pile drove that thing.
That was gnarly.
Live action right now, off the bottom. Eli Hanneman coming out on the open face. He's going to kick out of that one. Hurley team rider Eli showing just huge prospects. I mean, he's coming into this event as the highest ranked Hawaiian on the Challenger Series. So he got the nod into this event as well as a Hurley team rider. Tell us a little bit about him.
Yeah, well, he's been one of our star products kind of coming up through the ranks for these last, 5 years. And I think he's ridden for us since he's 10 years old, and he's just turned 20. So, he's been one of our key athletes for a long time. He just had a really good result at the World Juniors at Seaside. He surfed amazing. Like, he almost pulled one of the craziest airs that probably would have catapulted him into the final versus Levi, the local kid. So, yeah, look, Eli's, this is where he wants to be. I think this is going to be a big test right here against two pretty stout surfers of Jack and Jake. They're a little bit maybe taller and stronger per se. So it'll be interesting to see how his surfing kind of fits. But his air game, his rail game's getting better. He charges. So I think, yeah.
And Eli's had, there's a lot of competitive experience. Coming from Hawaii, there's a lot of regional events here. So, ultimately there's juniors, there's QSs. So he's had a jersey on and been able to compete at Sunset Beach. And that's huge. Any experience where you're in a jersey here is good experience.
Well, he's also moved over here. He's over here next to Kala Grace and Joe Turpel. He's right at the end of the street. He's got a
Staying at his house.
Oh, there you go. See?
Yeah, he's got a beautiful pad. It's awesome. And Linda and Kurt are amazing.
Yeah, so the parents came with, too.
Yeah, they're here. They're here full time. Levi's heart is in Maui.
No, Eli's heart.
Or I mean Eli.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm losing my noodle up here. I'm so excited. Eli's heart is in Maui. He's actually looking at an apartment right now. I got inside source. But he loves Lahaina Harbor.
Yeah.
But this is, and Mom and Dad told him, everyone knows this is like where you got to be in the winter.
Mecca.
This is it. This is,
Well, shoot,
Mecca.
if the parents are here and his apartment over there, I mean, that seems like
he's killing it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's the best of both worlds. He can kind of bop around and go launch his airs and do his thing.
Well, this last heat, we saw some amazing Houdini acts by Seth Moniz, and he's down there right now with AJ.
Strider just said that you pulled some really good Houdini acts in that last heat, making sure that you found your waves every single time you needed them. What was your strategy?
Oh, I honestly was not looking. That was not my strategy to go out there and try to get barreled, but it's kind of my only option. And I took off on the wave a little deep. I kind of thought I was too deep, but I just went to kind of keep them off. And then I was like right behind, backdoored it. Got a better barrel at Sunset than I did at Pipe in the last event, but now I'm super stoked.
The irony of that. But when you find a barrel like that here at Sunset, how much confidence does it give you that you're picking the right waves to take off on?
I mean, yeah, it's like a diamond in the rough when you get it barreled out the back like that. You know, it doesn't really happen that much. But I don't know, I'll take those. You know, it doesn't happen in every contest. So I'm looking forward to the next heat. Started off this contest strong, and now in the next round.
Speaking of confidence, you've gotten the barrel, you've gotten the heat win. How much confidence are you taking into the next round?
Yeah, I guess a lot of confidence. We'll see about this forecast. I got some good smaller boards right now, so I'm looking forward to it.
Congratulations, to see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, AJ and Seth. And out in the water, Marshall throwing down. Another beautiful carve into the pocket, finding some open performance on the face. That's what we like to see, putting up some numbers right there. 3 great carves down into the bowl. I like that surfing, Pete.
Yeah, so do I. And one of the things that he does is he's really quiet through his maneuvers. You don't see him do any kind of erratic pumping. It's always set the rail, through the maneuver, back to that bottom turn rail, and he just sits back and he compresses. He doesn't have to do those elbow pumps or anything like that. He just holds his speed.
Style matters, right, Pete?
It does.
Here we go, Jack Robinson out there. Your current #1 in the world, throwing down off the lip, carve, 2-turn combo behind him. Here we go, Eli Henneman. Let's see if he can contort in the corner. Beautiful. Love that turn right there. A lot of core strength through the lip line. Wow, this is adding up to be a huge wave for Eli Henneman. Wow, the flow was on point right there, and the power.
Yeah, a little different from Jake Marshall, but very similar in the fact that they were going rail to rail, very clean, but a lot more spice in Eli's kind of attempts there, especially with that first maneuver.
Team Hurley
contortion
looking good
corner.
right there.
Yeah, that was a great exchange for us right there. I mean, Eli loves to attack the lip, and he doesn't know anything different. So it was different. Jake was a bit more carvy, and like Pete said, he's very connected, great style. And then Eli's was like the big carve, and then connect through the lip is a little more risky.
Yeah, it is. It's high risk and committed.
Risky.
So you'll see that I think Eli's going to get the better of the exchange. But both good waves. Take a look here from this angle as we watch Jake. Looking at the channel, a little different approach on it. Again, just so solid on his feet. He doesn't ever look like he's sketching out. He knows how to control the speed. Look, compressing off the bottom once again. I guess the only thing that really lacked there was that, real punch in the lip, which is so hard to do at Sunset Beach.
Sharp eye looking tight though, really smooth and on rail, which is a beautiful way to surf Sunset. But like you said, Pete, that lip line eluded him, so he had to go to a different type of turn. Instead of going into the lip, he went to the rail.
There's Jack Robinson's attempt, and again, wearing that yellow jersey to start off the season, winning at the the Pipe Pro, and up and over in the lip there for Sunset Beach. It's huge, that Jack can produce a result here because he has won in the past at Sunset Beach, and if he can come away with the double wins, I mean, how awesome would that be? And then Eli.
Yeah, Eli right here connects again, so he gets the 2 kind of lip maneuvers with the carve. Be interesting to see how this one pans out. Jake gets the 6.5. I kind of feel like it's a little better. Now he's on another bomb, so he's connected right now. Let's watch this.
He's in a flow. Beautiful turn right there, coming off the bottom. He's going to find some more lip line. Gets a little lip in the face, shakes it off, and gets out of that thing. But wow, that was a beautiful wave when it approached the reef.
The shampoo right there. He sprayed himself. That was pretty cool. But the waves are firing, and it seems like Jake's he has the connection out here. He knows what he's looking for. We're still waiting on that wave for Eli. It'll be interesting.
Well, you saw the 6.5s come in for Jake Marshall, which was that wave with just this flow.
Yep.
It was nice and smooth. You know, Eli, a little different style and approach to it, but a little more risky. We'll see what the judges think as we watch this replay here.
Maybe a little bigger wave, too, this one. So nice swoop back into the pocket. And then this one, he was like thinking maybe carve, and then he jams it. It lifts up right there and kind of gets a little shampoo in the face. But it was nice maneuver. Anyhow, pretty good commitment.
I think that he would like to have had that section back again, because a little indecisive on what he wanted to do, and it went vertical and burps. And that's what, like, you know, this wave is so much water, you know, jumping up and down in the face of the wave.
Yeah, it looked like he almost had to be there a little earlier or go a hair farther out and do the carve. And yeah, I always find waves out here where I feel like I'm going fast and I have all the speed, but I just can't find the right place to turn.
To use it all, right? And then all of a sudden you get awkward. You're like, oh.
Yeah.
Well, it's
find
definitely
myself carving down, and you're like, there's nothing there.
super hard wave to attack the lip line.
Yeah.
You know, and
Well, this is why you should. I mean, Eli, look at. We thought maybe it was going to go the other direction, and the score comes in, and it's a little bit lower. So it's, it's interesting, right?
Yeah. Well, you know what though, I feel like the intent was out of Jake was super strong. And I know that Eli was having a good go at that wave, but it wasn't really.
It was a little more
critical.
horizontal,
Yeah.
or like he going through the lip. It wasn't super vertical, but he was connecting with the lip. So it's just the different styles of surfing, and they've always kind of transitioned to Sunset Beach, big power rail maneuvers, you know. And I think if you can find the wave out here too that allows you that committed finish maneuver, is always icing on the cake. And not all the waves do that. A lot of them seem to die out into the channel, and
it
it's
does it
kind of
so
like
quickly, too,
yeah,
right?
it
It's
can
like-
be a little lackluster.
And I mean, you have all the peaks. It's nice and steep, and all that. At some point, I'm going to get that open canvas, and all of a sudden, it's gone.
It's
Yeah,
gone.
you're in
Yeah,
fat
you
water.
got to really capitalize while it's in front of you. But I mean, 5.9. That's all. 6-point ride, pretty much. You'll take that any day of the week out here.
Well, today, 100%. That's a score. You know, we've seen a couple of excellent rides, but not a lot of them. I think there was 3, and you know, for this heat, that's pretty solid. Out the back there, bright yellow jersey, Jack Robinson, current #1 in the world. This is the first time he's been in that jersey, I believe, and you know, it's got to be. Well, they say gold is heavy.
Gosh, he had an amazing.
A little thicker
year last
material.
year. He had an amazing year last year. You know, the climb has been.
And think about, I mean, we had touched on this, but he's had 4 wins, one of the quickest to 4 wins ever. You know, all the athletes that we had, Slater, Gabriel, all, you know, each of them. Yeah. That's pretty impressive. But the thing that's impressive to me is that those wins came in waves that weren't perfect waves. They weren't like what we
Almost
know
thinking
to be.
Jack, yeah. Like
Yeah.
Jack Waves is like this.
Yeah.
Like Sunset
And he has
Beach,
one here.
Pipeline. Yeah, this is Danger Man right here.
Here we go. Jack Robinson backing up his score off the bottom, cracks into the lip line. Ooh, barely recovers. That's going to throw him off for the rest of the wave, though. That's not what you want to see. He's got to get back out there, reset. Here we go. Jake Marshall behind him, looking for some open face. Off the bottom, straight down into the corner. Has to dodge the lip line there, and then he's out of there. Not what he wanted either.
Snowboarding right there, halfway through. Here's that mammoth.
Oh, don't get me started on the snowboarding.
Those second waves, like they're cleaner, but you never know if it kind of doesn't break far enough out. That's what happens right there.
Goes into the moguls. And Jake read it. That's one of the things I think that one of the positive points of Jake's approach to get into the championship tour is he's so smart competitively.
He's a genius.
Right? I mean, he's always been that way.
I'm talking anything, Pete. He's like fantasy football.
Really?
I was at his house for the Super Bowl, just betting, whatever it is. He's very methodical and meticulous. And yeah, he's
And you can see it. You can see it in his approach. I mean, he doesn't want to leave anything to error. He's going to learn about it, study it.
No, it's like every heat out there too, the analyzation of like what's going on in the heat, like he just adjusts really well too, and
doesn't get flustered.
Exactly.
Right, that's the other part.
It's like there he is.
Toledo,
Champ.
he's ready to go. He's all fired up. He wants that jersey back, boys.
Yeah,
he looks pretty relaxed, actually.
Actually looking good in red, but yellow's pretty nice.
Oh, he's chill. Look at him.
He's chill, but in that
these
mind,
waves
he's
could
on
be
fire.
lethal. Phil's put on some extra weight and power, and I feel like, you know, the turning point was a few years ago when he won in Margaret River, and I think that was like the power and like his timing. He's always been such a great surfer.
But he's
it's
always
like,
been powerful. I mean, you add a little extra weight now, and it's just going to accentuate.
I like it.
The bigger turns, longer rail, like, and then you combine that with the spicy lip maneuvers.
He's good, and watching him surf Sunset Beach, he surfs Sunset so well.
No, last year he lost
different.
The most informed surfer in Ethan.
Yeah.
You know, they each had 16+ points.
Yeah.
It was like kind of a bummer one to lose in, but that's the way the cookie crumbled.
He got a world title, so
yeah,
he's not worried about that.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't look back.
I'll take the 9th place at Sunset for the #1 at the end of the year. Paddling in again right here. Jack Robinson, beautiful little looking wave, but there's nothing
clean.
left on the corner, so he kicks out.
This is an interesting place to put Jack. You know, right after a win, back against the wall here. He's got a couple groms, up against the ropes a little bit. Hasn't got a good number, so it'll be a good time to see how he reacts here in this next 13 minutes.
Well, he settles in. I mean, we've seen him buzzer beater last year a couple times, right on the money, literally.
He's pretty ice cold.
He's not scared. He's not worried. In his mind, he's always winning, and it's an interesting look into his psyche. And if he can pull it around at this event, let's just say, come away with the win, it'd be the first time since I think 2016 Wilco won twice on his year. Well, we got a slack in the action here and a view right there of Ty Lenny's boards getting ready to go out. We'll be right back here at Sunset Beach at the Hurley Pro after these messages. Super Surfer dropping. Go on to Hurley.com to check that out. That's going to be one for all ages. I mean, I could see myself fiddling around with that thing.
You look like
at the
Huey.
Airport. Was that me?
That was Huey. Yeah. The Simpo was Tribal King.
Yeah, no, it's fun, boys. We just, we were kind of scheming around and just thought about something that's fun we're a youth brand, and it's exciting. And we thought, I'm always like, hey, I love games, but I'd love to have a game that's surfing, and that's kind of our brand, so it's important to us. And it's coming out soon. It's going to be fun. It's interesting. We just want to, surfing's getting so big. We got to kind of feed it to everybody. And at some stage, we'll try to, get some athletes in there and kind of utilize it that way as well. So win prizes, win swag, stuff like that, which is, keeps people hooked.
Tight. We're ready
Digital
for more.
age. Digital age.
Digital age.
Yeah.
Droms will be psyching. They're going to be all over that
I'm
game.
on my phone too much.
Oh, well. Seems to be that way.
Last thing I need is a video game, but I'm playing it.
But guess what? This is where we live, right out here in the ocean.
If you always have this for a surf, no matter
we're
what.
We're very
right?
fortunate to be attached to something so natural and beautiful and raw,
Yeah.
giving us very good life. And right now, there's 3 surfers sitting out in the water. Jake Marshall in the lead out the back with 8:55 on the clock. Eli Henneman and Jack Robinson trying to fight from behind, leading a very small score, 3.81.
This is a pretty important part of the heat because Eli's got priority. And if he can find a pretty decent score here and obviously, keep Jack off it, it'll put a bit more pressure on him. We know he's pretty clutch. He's pulled out some big wins.
He puts up a 5.5. Jack needs a 7.5.
Yeah.
Right? So it's huge.
Best case scenario right now.
Uh-oh. Jack standing up on his board again.
What's your theory, guys, on...
Does that actually work?
Well, you just see so many lumps when you're out there. You're like, this is going to break in the middle of the ocean. Should I paddle out? Should I paddle in? Should I paddle sideways? I always wonder, do you paddle, paddling deeper with someone that has priority, like, what's your thoughts on it? I just feel like it's easier. You kind of pigeonhole yourself. Yeah, you're trying to bait the guy to go, but I feel like if you fall, it really takes a lot of time. They do have jet ski assist, but it's kind of riskier.
I would agree, especially at Sunset Beach, because you do risk getting caught inside, getting out of position, and it's not like the ski brings you right back to the lineup. It brings you still pretty far away. Like,
yeah.
Ultimately, if you go all the way to the channel side over here, it's a good 50 yards. Yeah,
like
it's
3-4 minutes.
Yeah,
It
it's
could
still
be decision time right now as we see a big set approaching. Are these guys going to get one of these nuggets? What's going on here?
Jack had a sniff, but nope.
So he is dangerous because third priority allows you a little, in this sense, a little more freedom, but it all comes down to a pick'em right here. Who can, if Eli can find himself that one with Wall and, like Pete said, get himself a 5+, makes Jack's life quite a bit difficult, in the 7 ranges. So,
and even having time tick away is even, beneficial to Eli with this priority here. So, Jack is definitely playing the game, and look what he's doing. Exactly what you were touching about.
Point.
Right.
Well, if Eli can pull through this heat, it'd be a big confidence booster
for sure.
He's got 81st here in 2019, so it's not like he's had some huge results. It'd be great to see him.
I don't think it's a wave that he, like, coming to the North Shore, I don't think it's a wave he hasn't focused on.
Yeah.
Right. He's like pipeline, find some rocky ramps, do some crazy airs, but Sunset, and I think all these guys go through the phase of you have to surf it well. It's a very important wave. It's an iconic wave. So
it is, and it's difficult.
It's so hard.
Right.
And it's
so that's the part I feel like it's something you have to put the time in, and you have to kind of learn to love it.
For sure. It is pretty lovely when you do try to figure it out. You just get your butt handed to you.
Yeah, and that's
but
fun.
It's like, it feels good when you make it to the beach.
And once again, I'm torn and on the fence because these darn Shaper rankings, the CT Shaper rankings.
It's all over the shop.
My Mayhem's out there, right? We got Eli on the Mayhem, but then I got Jack on my fantasy team.
Oh, my gosh. I wouldn't get too stressed on it. I wouldn't
a little
get too
stressed.
wrapped up into...
I'm wrapped up, man.
That's like fantasy football for me. Fantasy surf, I'm just like, I don't know who to pick.
Pick them, let them fly.
Yeah, just let them fly. What do we got, 5:20?
Not a lot left on the clock. Yeah, 5:20 on the clock, and Jack.
At Sunset, that's one wave.
It is. Well, now that we have the jet ski assist, we're back out in about 2.5.
It saves a good minute, 2
One
minutes.
wave, and then you need a big, kind of a swinger set to maybe get one.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a little love affair with the ocean at that point in time.
Ooh. So lets Jack go. Gets a little cover time. Can he push through? Jack does. Open face carve back into the corner. Looking for a finishing move on the inside. He's going to go straight into it. Nice little carve right there. And looking for more. Bango throws the hack.
So
I like it.
That's a mistake.
That was an interesting right onto the back of the ski, and he is in the flow and rhythm back out there. Now, remember what we just said about time. Okay, there was 5 minutes left. He's going to get back out there, and we'll see how much time is left back on that clock.
Gosh, it would be interesting to. That was a. It might have looked like it didn't have a lot of wall. That maybe that's like we were talking about, Pete. That was one
Not
of those.
Not a lot
waves.
of time in the water, Eli out here. Remember?
Yeah, and maybe he just didn't see it, or, Jack wrote it perfect, but They doubled up right here, and when you're out there, that you don't see that.
Yeah, it's true.
You don't see that.
It's absolutely true. It looked like it was going to be a big old shoulder, and it turned out you got 3 turns on this inside section. So
Well, that's why Jack's a champion out here.
Well,
he saw it.
He saw it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and also he's kind of forced with the time at that point in
that
time.
always
He was
helps
forced
too.
to
And
see
your
it,
third priority, you're like, I'm going to roll the dice. Where Eli's going, oh gosh, should I go, not go? And he gets the 7-3-3.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
So that'll leave a mark.
Well, but now Eli still
got
with
a
priority
chance
only needs
here.
a 5, right? A solid 5 is turning around. So I
You
mean,
had control. You lost control and you could be in the driver's seat sitting on a 7-3-3 in first place in this heat.
Yeah, I think the
Eli.
goal is too. You just look at it like, hindsight, you take that wave. Yeah, he obviously doesn't have a 7-3-3. You probably get at least a 6+ if you surf it out.
And I think Jack's reputation also probably let that wave go to Jack, just because the fact was that Eli's going, well, this isn't that great of a wave.
Doesn't look perfect.
Yeah, and I mean, but he takes a wave that he doesn't think is that good, and he rides it and leaves Jack out the back.
Yeah.
Right onto the back of the ski.
That's an
That
extra
was-
point.
That's a couple
8-3.
points for
Oh,
sure.
come on.
Style
Yeah,
points.
There, it can't be.
to.
No,
That's just flow. I'm calling that's it's not in the judges' criteria, but that gives you.
it
flow
is
in
though.
the
Flow is
It is flow.
It is flow. It is in the criteria. So
Look,
yeah,
240 on the clock. He's just about back out there already. He could go out there and mess with Eli and sit on him, give him some weird head
Well,
fakes.
I'm sure Eli's going, darn it.
at this point when he heard or looked at his watch, went, ooh, shit. Now I need a 5:04.
So stats back in. They were watching from the sky. Just over 2 minutes to get off the
2
ski,
minutes?
back out there.
Pretty quick.
That's
It's
pretty
quick.
nice.
That's pretty quick.
At
That's
sunset,
usually about 10 without the ski, because you could shoot it early sometimes and get
Get lucky.
out there, but
You
if
risk
shoot
getting
it early
pounded.
and get smoked. It's 12.
Yeah, right. Exactly. That's the risk by cutting
2
it early.
minute mark.
Yeah.
He's back on the peak
He's on
in
him.
front of him.
He's gonna go get a
They're staring at his jersey right now.
point barrel.
That's pretty impressive. And that's, again, Jack's been able to do this kind of stuff all last season. And that's why he was in the Final 5 at Trestles. That's why he's got 4 wins. Already on the championship tour. He's been able to win these big heats. He's been winning from behind when he's, had needing scores. He's been able to figure it out.
Here we go. Eli finding some inside. Looking for the face. Let's go for the lip line. Nice arc. Grabs the turn in. Boom. Gets another hit. Buckets out the back. Goes for the layback jam.
He likes his 5:04 chances on this one.
I like it too.
Jake behind him. He's not done. He's going to wind up into the corner as well. Oh! Slips off there. Wind gets a hold of the board. Gets a little dramatic over the falls finish.
Wow,
51
so
seconds on the clock. Will the score come in for Eli?
Ice in the youngsters' game.
Was he committed enough on that wave? Remember, the score that came in for him before.
5.9.
This is Jakey's little inside one.
Yeah, this is he only was carrying a 5.33 is his low. I don't think that's going to change anything for Jake.
So remember the score. 5.9 is what he's got to beat, or it's kind of comparable. Remember his other wave. So that's what the judges can compare this wave on.
Almost feels a little different. Whereas this last turn wasn't as strong as his last turn on the 5.9.
Yeah.
But his outside work felt pretty darn
Better?
good. Yeah. I
I
just
think
the
it's
arc.
the score. It needs a 5:04 every day of the week, but I'm not a judge.
It's over now, and I mean comparisons can happen for sure. The judges over there can do it.
The one turn in the middle there, he threw buckets, a lot of spray. The rest of it was a little soft to me.
Yeah. First turn swoop, kind of up through the lip. 3 nice maneuvers though.
And we saw this. Think about another comparison is Jake Marshall's wave. Which was
5.33.
No, the 6.5 was Flowmaster, right? It was
Yeah.
kind of similar.
But carving and using that
You
rail
felt like he was digging
engaged.
harder.
Here
One
we
more
go.
time.
Here it is again. Let's take a look, Pete.
Well, first move, again, nice technique. Didn't push very hard. Second move, in the lip. Not a ton of spray. I don't know. We'll see. Look at there's the number starting to trickle.
It's gonna be close.
It's pretty soft, man. It's going to be really close. It's going to be right on the line for that. We're going to wait for those scores to pop in. We got a 5 on the line. Young Eli waiting for more, looking in.
Ooh. That's not. That is.
Got it. Wow, this is so good. I love it.
You did. Barely.
Just gets it. Beautiful work. Eli coming through that one. Jack Robinson relegated to the elimination round. He can't believe it. He's in just disbelief right now. Jake Marshall out in front.
You got another heat at Sunset Beach, bro. It's all good.
Woo!
He actually had a shocker of a heat, but he got the best wave just because he's good.
Well, we'll be right back here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Fun to watch. Eli pushes Jack Robinson into the elimination round. We'll be right back.
I'm Kelly Slater. I committed my life to this, all of this.
There is so much pressure now. It's really do or die.
He's not coming here to participate. He's coming here to win.
Her career is at stake.
You want to perform in the big stage? This is the biggest stage you can have.
Oh my goodness.
This is sport history.
Welcome back. Here we are at Sunset Beach for the Hurley Pro. And out the back, trying to get some game going. Looks like we got Kai Lenny looking for some beautiful turns out in front of this wave. Let's see what he's got on the inside. He's got a nice little kick out. Welcome back to the booth. Strider Wazalewski sitting along Peter Mel and Laura Enever. What's happening, guys?
Not much, Strider. Just a little bit Sunset Beach and another great heat in the water. You consider you got a wild card in Kai Lenny up against fellow team rider and Felipe Toledo. Of course, that's going to be a good matchup for Kai.
What do you think, Laura? Who's going to take this one out?
I mean, I'm just excited to see Kai, in the event. He missed out on it last year. He was, in it as a wild card, but was ill, actually, so couldn't take his spot. So it would be really cool to see him take it to these guys. And another newbie out here at Sunset Beach is Liam O'Brien. So I'm going to love watching these two take on Felipe Toledo.
And the fastest surfer in the world, Felipe Toledo, putting some weight on. So he's going to throw some extra rail strength into that surfing. I can't wait to see that all go down. Kai Lenny, actually his first win ever in an event was here at Sunset Beach. It was a stand-up paddle event, and he took it down. So he's got some mojo out here at Sunset Beach. He's definitely a man of many trades.
Well, and the fact that you talk about somebody who knows how to read the ocean. I mean, every sport he does, he has to be able to understand what the conditions are doing and when they're changing and how to adapt to those changes. He is probably, of anybody in this draw, spends more time in the water. I mean, he's either kiteboarding, sailboarding, foiling, big wave riding, stand-up paddling, stand-up paddle surfing. Talk about a water man. He is the epitome of that. So you need to know how to read the ocean with that type of expertise. Very accomplished at a very young age.
He's the Bruce Lee of surfing, just flow like water. He's got salt water in his veins. And he also did
Definitely.
really well out here at an event.
There was a Sunset Pro. Yeah.
And he made the semifinals and was just on a tear, and the waves were huge, and he was just knocking out giants left and right, and unfortunately got an interference where he
That
took
little
off
too
on
happy?
a wave, did 2 turns, and then somebody stood up in the whitewater behind him.
Honestly, Kai Lenny could ride a door.
And then paddled it across the Molokai Channel.
Basically.
Stand up, laid down, doesn't matter. He's got it all. Right now, after that last heat, a lot of flow and energy coming out of this young man. Jake Marshall takes the win against 2 players on the WSL, and he's down there with AJ.
That's right, Strider. Jake, we talked about just the flow that you seem to have that entire heat. How do you feel like you found your rhythm in the ocean?
Yeah, I felt really good that heat. I think that's a good word. I had a lot of flow, like just with my rhythm and the waves and everything, which you don't always have out at Sunset. So I felt really good to just be able to pick some good ones and get off to a good start. And then the back half of the heat seemed to go a little bit more like how I was watching before, like there wasn't very many good ones and you really had to just pick the right wave. So I just kind of tried to play priority, and Jack ended up getting one pretty good one under both me and Eli, so that was kind of a little bit of a mistake, but I was stuck to just be able to ride out till the end and make it.
What about the wave that just really put you over the top? What did you see on that one?
Yeah, I actually had I think 2nd or 3rd priority, and I kind of went back up the point because everyone was sitting a little bit wide, and the boys were just a little bit too far on the shoulder and just gave me that nice 3 turns, and I didn't really have to do too much. The wave kind of just helped me out, so it was good. It's always good when you get a wave like that where you kind of just get the score, just surf it, and you don't have to oversurf the wave.
Sunset is a wave that you're very comfortable with. We saw you go very deep in the competition last year, but how young were you when you first started surfing Sunset, and what kind of confidence did that give you out here?
Yeah, I've been surfing Sunset for a long time. Back when I was 10 years old, it was one of the first waves I really got stoked on, about kind of pushing myself in bigger waves and more in the open ocean surf. So I've had a lot of experience out here just through the Pro Juniors and the QSs that they used to have out here, and I've competed here a lot, and I feel super confident this wave.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Right on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jake. AJ down there on the glass. That's a nice moment when you're on the glass. You know you've done something right.
Feels good to be on the glass. But, going back to Jake, he was out there with Chris Gallagher, and I actually saw him right before he paddled back out there. And, Gally was just saying how after being out there a lot today, he's working with quite a few athletes in the event. Was just saying it's hard to make that game plan. And just like Jake said, talking about the flow, being in rhythm and actually just really feeling it out and trusting your instincts as a surfer while you're out there is one of the most important things today.
I'll bet. Here we go. We got a paddle. And he's up. The man in red, red hot Toledo, coming around the corner, looking for the lip line. Not going to get anything out of that. It's a little bit of frustration maybe, but at least he's in a flow and he knows where he sits on the roster for priority.
One of the things about Felipe I think that he can do, and he's always done, is that he doesn't have to be on the best waves to put up big numbers. He is so quick and so fast and has the ability to go above the lip. Sunset not necessarily a wave that you're going to go out there and do an air, but his surfing is so fast and quick that
Neither
he can
was
literally.
J-Bay. Look what he did there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right, exactly. So we could see him do an air out here. I'm not going to say a discount that he can't, but ultimately, his surfing style and approach, he can surf waves that are average scores and lift them because of his ability and quickness.
Liam O'Brien going through the motions on that one. Out the back behind them, Kai Lenny. Looks like he's got a nice wave. Quick turn in the corner right there. Another beautiful sweeping turn. Kyle kick out of that one. Not finding the face that they wanted to, I'd say. They want more in the lip line and more to do, but kicking back out, he's excited. He wants more.
Who would want to get in a paddle race with Kai Lenny? That's no fair. Look at
Liam O'Brien does. Look,
Yeah.
he's like, I'm not backing down. He wants it.
He's got the long arm, man. Look at he's definitely giving it a go too. That Kai's all here. Go ahead.
Liam's not backing down either. Look, he's not done yet. He wants it. He's back out there. He means business. I saw him coming in.
He wants his little Apple Watch to buzz and tell him where he's at.
from his surf. He was out at really bad V-land the other day. He was just wanting to keep the boards. He's riding the Sunset boards, but just making sure he knew how they felt. So these surfers riding their bigger boards,
I like that.
not just here because it wasn't even breaking out here.
Yeah.
This was a couple of days ago, and he was over at like bad V-land, just mushy, but just riding that bigger board.
Yeah, we saw Slater doing that last night as well at the beach park. He was actually, doing some work with snips and going through some boards and stuff. Obviously, totally different waves, but sometimes just riding those boards and getting them under your feet. Even when it comes to big wave surfing, people surf their big boards out here. They're 10-0s at like Sunset at this size.
You don't want a lemon when you take off in your first wave at a big wave, right?
Here we go. Toledo wraps the corner. He's going to duck under this, try and get around it. Not much on that one for him. Wave selection kind of letting him down right there. Out the back, Liam O'Brien going to get out on the face. Second wave of the set. Nice and clean. Bang off the top. Beautiful lip line drop. Comes around for more. Woof. Big layback. Drop wallet turn right there. So great surfing from Liam O'Brien. This kid is really quiet, and he lets his surfing do the talking, Pete.
Let's see what happens here. We got Felipe jumped on the ski, and he's going around, and we got Liam choosing to paddle back out. We'll see how the priority ends up panning out. Ultimately, you would think that the ski's going to beat the paddle.
Ultimate.
Yeah, you would think. But we don't know.
One benefit of the paddle back out can be a wave.
Yeah.
Right? So you never know on the way back out you could see something that you like.
But also
getting
the ski's not
but there's this point there where they drop off on the ski is kind of is a straight out line, and then they both have to go across.
All right, so here's the wrap from Felipe, but nothing going after that. So not going to be a huge number there. Liam definitely getting the better of the exchange here. I mean, especially when his wave got out into the clean water. It had the little froth on the face, but then here's the clean water, and look at these two turns. Really nice for Liam. Again, showcasing that variety, but the speed he carries through the maneuvers is always nice. It didn't slow down at all, especially this connection with the lip here. Just through it.
That was so nice. I love Liam surfing. We didn't get to see much of him on the tour at all. We didn't get to see any of him on the tour. So to be here at Sunset for his first event, opening up, I'd love to know what he's riding there. He usually rides DHDs, but would love to know what is under his feet there.
Well, definitely surfing really well on whatever he's got. And talking about surfboards, AJ has got Kai Lenny surfboards.
I do have a little bit of insight on Kai's surfboard. So he's riding a KT board. It's a 6'6", but Doug telling me that it paddles like a 6'8" and turns like a 6'3". You guys, he called this a magic unicorn board. So you want to talk about confidence in what is under your feet. That is what Kai has coming into this heat. Doug told me that it's based off of the Tacoros that Mick Fanning rode 2010 to 2012. So this is a unicorn that is hard to find, but they hold on to them once they do find them.
I love it. Thank you, AJ. So it sounds like Doug Silva in the corner of Kai Lenny down there. Doug Silva, surf coach extraordinaire, and those little mini fins off the back of the board there, Laura. What do you think?
What are those little doobie whackers? What are they called?
Kinetic. Kinetic. Extra grip when you're going fast, cool. And ultimately you lane into a turn, smooths it all out, gives you the ability to push extra hard.
I've seen Carissa Moore with those on her board.
Yep.
I'd love
to try. Kai Lenny with those on his board.
That was Kai's board.
Yep.
He's also using a construction that KT is at the forefront of using. Carbons and epoxies, and I don't know if these specific.
Who knows
what's
underneath that spray, right? Super secret, top
totally
secret
true
stuff.
Well, and that's the whole thing of paddling like a 6'8", meaning that the construction can help you to have that extra buoyancy and extra ability to paddle, but also the looseness and the ability to turn like a smaller board. So a 6'6" that turns like a 6'3" and paddles like a 6'8".
A lot of water moving out front here. Let's see what's going on. No takers on that set, as that looked like just a big frothy whitewater bowl coming in. Nothing happening. Surfers just trying to stay in position. It's so interesting that the playing field out here, the way that the waves come in from different directions, giving you a different look and feel on the surface. And we got Kelly Slater coming up next. He's ready for more action here at the Hurley Pro. Stay tuned, because we're not done yet. We got lots more to go. Let's go. Sunset Beach delivering. Welcome back to the Hurley Pro. Here we go. Toledo up and riding in the red jersey. Big slam in the corner. Setting up this inside bowl. What's he got? Another sweep. And then into the lip line. Oh, and he goes down. All that water on his chest, backing him up. Kai Lenny on a beautiful wall. What's he coming into? Little under the hood snap. Doesn't take the cover, though. Big gouge on the face to finish. Nice work right there. Just barely holding on in that whitewater line. All that conversion coming onto you. Kai Lenny getting busy out there.
That was a beautiful, big inside bowl turn. Very impressive by Kai Lenny. You see he's on the biggest wave out there, of course, right? He loves those bombs, but just has such a great read, and especially in those big open ocean surf spots like this at Sunset.
Kai Lenny, Hurley wild card. Just, man, we want to give you a chance. Come on in. And, you know, nobody's taking him lightly out there, Laura.
No, I'm stoked to see him in here. You know, he's incredible in all types of waves. I've seen him do crazy airs, and when it's small, and then he charges and gets barreled off his head at pipe on his shortboard and his stand-up. It's really cool to see what he's going to do. This is Felipe's wave here. You know, he swooped into that one, and it looked like it was going to be nice. He got a nice carve here, but it went a bit flat, and so he just had to work through here, wait for it to bowl up, and this was where he just came unstuck, and that's a lot of points missed out there. Kai Lenny behind, he went to go hit the lip, and then this was the nice arcing carve down at the end there. I'm just wondering whether they'll say he rode out. It's like he did, but
questionable, huh? I was thinking the same thing. But beautiful. Look at that gouge. I mean, just laying into that, Pete.
That was Slater-esque.
And again, right, he kind of completed it here, but that's where the convergence happens. And again, the judges will take note of this. You know, is it in control and coming out and completed the maneuver? Because, you know, if it's not complete, that's really the meat of the score came for that type of maneuver. So we'll see what the judges think.
I don't think they're going to say it's complete. He did not ride out successfully. That's kind of a question mark, right? But that wave was incredible just to start and finish. And there you go, 3.73.
No credit, absolutely no credit for that. And that's that's again, right? It's this little thing sometimes, and that's you know, something that the surfers have pushed pretty much on. You know, they want to see it with control, right out into the flats, so you know that you pulled the maneuver off, you're going to get scored for it.
Statement made by the judges, Laura.
Well, you look at Felipe's 3.57, and then Kai Lenny 3.73. So both of them incomplete last turns. When I first saw that, I was like, let's get a closer look to just see. And, judge is not calling it as we see the GOAT.
The GOAT is on the beach. He's ready to go rekindle his relationship. He wants it back.
You wonder if he actually went out there and wrote down his little things he was negative about Sunset Beach.
Yes.
And he burned it up like Laura wanted.
Yes, I was
so
saying,
he's got this relationship all solidified now.
The last full moon, just doing a ritual to really cleanse and leave behind all those old dark thoughts.
Yeah.
Looks like he's on a forefin too, Pete.
Cool. That's a little different. I think that's one of the few surfers that we'd have, the only, really, that's riding a quad at Sunset Beach. It's not something I would necessarily do, but Kelly's definitely unique, and he does things on his own, right?
I mean, the greatest ever do it, still pushing design form forward. It's
that's how he stays
that's
inspired.
super impressive, yeah.
And I think that's another reason good reason for him to go, hey, I'm going to ride something unique and come out there with a look that you haven't seen at Sunset Beach. I mean, you actually look at those fins, they look pretty big. They actually look like they've got those
Reiki.
Yeah, the Reiki. He's riding those Reiki
Weber
quads, right?
rake.
Right. So it's
Weber
going to have a different look, and it's very unique.
And I feel like him and Kai have that in common. Like, Kai dedicates so much time into the innovation of his craft and all these little bits and pieces that he's putting into his boards and equipment. And, Kelly, he could also ride a door as well. So, it's just cool to see what they turn up with.
Laura, were you on a forefin on that 50-footer out at Himalayas?
I was. I lost one of them, so it was a 3-fin by the end of the wave.
What happened to it?
I forgot to screw one of them in.
Doesn't that
please,
suck? And why would you do that when it's like 100
Do
foot?
yourself a favor and go on
on
Laura Enever's Instagram. Please go on Laura Enever's.
You got distracted when you were doing it?
They were clip-ins, but you should put the screws in, and I screwed in 3, and then I just forgot one of them. But anyway.
Laura, we know you got to screw loose.
That was a setup.
Now go to her Instagram and take a look at that wave she caught. It's monumental. Oh my gosh, AJ, where are you? I know you're out there somewhere.
part is look at where Felipe Toledo's kiddos are. That's Mahina and Koa that you were taking a look on. And you guys know everybody gets ready for their heat in different ways. But for Felipe, his role as defending champ and world-class surfer is also as important as his role as dad. And so just a few heats before he got in the water, he was down here teaching Mahina and Koa a little bit about water safety, making sure they know exactly where they can be and can't be on the beach, because as we know here at Sunset, it's all fun and games until one wave comes in, and then it can get you into some deep water pretty quick. So Felipe Toledo, we know what important his family is, and that's how he was getting ready for his heat just a few minutes ago.
It's awesome because that Val's Reef protects it, and so you don't get big surges of water, and that's why it's a good place to sit for the kiddos. They're not going to get swept down the beach.
Just make sure they don't have their back to the ocean.
But pay attention is a good one, too.
Number one.
I mean, you go on the other side of that reef, and then all of a sudden you start feeling about currents and stuff close to the shoreline. So, yeah, Felipe has it dialed in.
We saw a swing and a miss by Liam O'Brien. He was paddling his heart out for this wave right here, and he missed it, so he's going to lose priority. Mistake.
I saw Felipe actually, put his hands up there, so maybe he was thinking he should have moved up, because Liam O'Brien down to second priority, not third.
Right.
So,
interesting. That's right. So Felipe was out there, but not far enough to get allocated.
Totally.
And Liam took advantage of that.
Yeah.
Well, you know what? Toledo always fighting, always wanting more. He's even if he's not, and he knows he's not, he's still going to ask for it.
I mean, he's world champ now, but when you're a world champ, you still want to win those events. He wants to win Sunset. He got his best. There we go. Liam is down to 3, so that little
okay, so they figured that one out. The appeal worked.
Yeah, the appeal. They've gone back to
the appeal worked. All of a sudden, now he's got priority. All you got to do is raise your hand.
What's it called?
And you're world
Football?
champ. Cool.
You do it. Yeah.
Here we go. The live action. Liam O'Brien, he swings. He's got third priority, but he still wants waves. He's going to keep the board moving. He's up and out of that one. And here's another wall of water behind. We see another surfer paddle in. And we do. Kai Lenny swooping to the corner. Frothy, milky one on the inside, letting him down. Doesn't get what he wants out of it. He's out of there. You can see the body language when they're just looking down the line, not seeing what they want. Here we go again. Felipe Toledo off the bottom, straight up into the corner. Beautiful arc. That was a power torque right there. A lot of core strength. What? Are you kidding me? Woo! That was just fire flying off the rail right there. That second turn was money. That was incredible.
That was the two-stroke paddle into it, too. You just kind of poke the tail and just 2 easy strokes to get into it, glides into it. But those 2 turns were on fire.
That whole situation there felt like such a momentum shift for Felipe then. He wanted priority, he got it. And then look, boom, these amazing turns here. That first turn was incredible. This was unbelievable. He hasn't been able to open up like that the whole heat, so to finally get those 2 sections and just go to town on them.
And the difficulty of that second maneuver, as we watch again here, straight up vertical. This one is good because he does the arc way up in the top of the wave, right, and carves back. But this one here was a steeper face, and then the angle. Look, that's right there at 11 o'clock, and just loosen the tail and still able to drive through. I mean, that was the turn of the day, really.
That was
impressive
incredible.
stuff.
The follow through on the body weight onto the rail to really compress in the end of that turn to keep everything going. Double drop wallets, 2 hands in the wall, holding himself up. This the technique on a bigger board like that was just poetry in motion. Really fun to watch.
It was unbelievable.
Look at that score line coming in at an 8-point ride. Judges going excellent. Felipe Toledo
well
on
deserved.
fire.
Yeah, well deserved. I mean, and again, anytime you have that wow factor, right? I mean, that's what we felt. When we watch that live, you see it, you feel it. The judges get that same feeling. And of course, that's why the number's going to go excellent.
And that wasn't one of the best waves we've seen of the day, but he just had two beautiful sections. A smaller wave, but the way that he worked his body there, just getting it all the way, wrapping around. This was wild. It looked like he could have caught there, but just jams his foot on the tail and just throws spray into the heavens. It was unbelievable. And, that was, in my eyes, like a 6.5 type of wave. And he surfed it to an 8, an excellent score.
And that's, again, what Felipe can do. That's what world champions do. They surf waves with the quality of, average quality, but surf it into excellent numbers.
Surf them up, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's some of the greatest in the world. And you know, he's so dangerous, just to say the least, and his body structure and the weight and everything that he's putting into it now, that's how he's going to try and get to the next level of his performance. He's going to put something else into it, Pete. And, you know, is that going to be the formula for him to make it all the way down to the Final Five?
I think that if he can get himself the Final Five, which, I mean, you look across the venues that are on this year, I mean, you've got the Surf Ranch, which he is a favorite, right? You look at all the events we've ever had, the Surf Ranch, Felipe's there. J-Bay, one of the best at J-Bay. You know, Australia, we've got, you know, those 2 events there. This year at Narrabeen, right? We're going to see the CT there.
Oh, Challenger Series then.
No, but I think, back me up, no? Help me out. Shaking fingers.
Challenger Series.
Okay, got it.
You go
So we're
Margie's.
Vanley still for the big event. But, oh yeah, Margie's and Bells. So, but Bells, another champ, right? I think maybe
He's
the one
won
they have to
Margaret's.
think about is Margaret's, another one, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, all of the events on tour, the man is capable of a win.
This is one of the events he hasn't taken a win at, and you know his best result last year, 9th place. So I feel like he'd be wanting to just find that connection and find that feeling of getting into the quarterfinals, semifinals here. I mean,
well,
I'm sure that's kind of like Kelly as well. They want to get back in those final brackets at a wave that they haven't really had that connection with.
Yes, 100%. I mean, Felipe Toledo, 298 days in the yellow jersey.
Since Bells, right? He was
Can you
at
believe
Bells.
that? Since Bells to Pipe, I mean,
That's
just
got to be a record.
it's monumental for him to hold on to that long. I mean, it's a beautiful thing, but you
It
just think
stained
about
his
that.
skin.
You get used to it, you know, and you get that comfort. It's
Does
a
it count
beautiful
that he
thing.
carries it all the way into the next season?
It does.
It does, right? So I guess
100%.
the break- yeah, okay. That's why it's almost 300 days. I was like, man, that's a lot of days. Like,
He
300 is only
There's some
365
time
in a
off
year.
in between there, but those are your dancing days, right? You've got it on, you know it's not coming off.
He
And
had
then
Christmas
you get-
dinner in that.
Yeah. Beautiful view from above right there as we can see the surfers getting ready. Toledo, he's ready for another swing. Off the bottom. Quick, smooth carve off the top. Another nice sweeping turn back into the whitewater section, and he's out of there.
So now
Might even better is this 3.57.
reflecting back, right? That was the change, is that the Manly event, the Challenger Series, is actually now a Narrabeen event, right? So that was the big switch that had confusion, which I think is a good change, right? I mean, it's to your home beach.
Yeah, I love Narrabeen. Narrabeen's the best. Well, that was just the year with the COVID protocols, keeping all the events, in New South Wales there.
Ah, got it.
But that was the year we weren't at Bells. So Bells was the Narrabeen that year, and it was an awesome event. And so it's going to be a Challenger Series event this year, which I'm excited about as well.
Are we going to see a jersey going for Laura?
I don't think so.
Put Laura in. Laura's got it. Look at how beautiful
Hashtag?
these
Yeah.
waters.
Give Laura the wild card.
Well, we got 1 minute left, you guys, in this seat. Felipe Toledo out in front right now. Liam O'Brien holding on to second.
You're
Kai
right.
Lenny needing a 5.45, and Toledo does better the situation for
You're
himself.
right,
Gets
Strider.
a 5
Agreed on
the
that
last
one.
The energy, it's back.
Here we go. Surfer in white looking for a 5.45. Can he do it on the buzzer? He kicks out. He doesn't like it. Ooh.
I think there would have been a little difference if he had obviously completed that move. That was a pretty solid move. Probably could have been upwards in the to Liam's 6-ish zone.
Here we go. He wants it again. He's got clean water. 23 seconds on the clock. Big carve back into the bowl. See if he can get that board moving. 6-6 on the rail, and he goes down. Digs a rail. Doug, rail.
That was rough.
Doug Silva, his coach.
Yeah. That wave was just didn't really have the energy or the power in it that I was looking for. I think, he'll look back on this heat and really just, his lost opportunity was in that one big carve that he was incomplete on. But yeah, needing a 5.45 on this to get into second and take over Liam O'Brien, and obviously not going to be there.
He needed more on the end of that wave to offer up, and I'm not sure if he was after this, it was going to be the score. So unfortunately, he's going to bow out into the elimination round. Toledo takes the win. O'Brien moving on. We'll be right back here, the Hurley Pro Sunset, with more action.
Taking a look back to 2022, where the road starts here on the championship tour, and Kelly Slater, at the verge of his 50th birthday, took out his 8th pipe title. A sporting story, not just in surfing, but in all sports. The GOAT proves why he is the GOAT with a tremendous performance at pumping, pipeline, and backdoor, Megs.
Yeah, what an incredible day. There wasn't a dry eye on the beach. What a feat after watching Kelly Slater his entire career. I was definitely crying.
Making 56 championship tour wins as well as 11 world titles. Kelly Slater is out in this opening round heat against Maxime Husno and Miguel Pupo. So an interesting mix, and we don't have to talk about it because it's already been said so many times. Kelly Slater, Sunset, not his favorite dish.
No, it's not. It's well known, but you know, as we said earlier today, Sunset doesn't have favorites, right? So you never know.
You never know. I want to see what's in front of us right now. Again, non-elimination round. This is the opening round. Third place goes to the elimination round. Slater out there in the blue jersey, along with tour rookie Maxime Husno and Miguel Pupo.
But you know, Kaipo, interesting enough, maybe he hasn't done well here competitively in the past, but Kelly's had some great surfs out here. Haleiwa, it's not just pipeline that Kelly surfs well on the North Shore. He surfs a lot of our waves wonderfully. Of course, he's the GOAT, as you said, but he does suit this wave, so maybe he's just never been able to put it together in a heat.
Take a look at the tour rookie here, 30-year-old out of Reunion Island, representing France. This is Maxime Husno, and Husno loses purchase on the fin, spins out at the bottom, and that is not the way you want to start it out here. We talked about it before, Sunset being the time band. You want to strike fast and furious, get some scores on the board and secure yourself. Another wave coming through, and no takers. Look okay to me, Megs.
Yeah, this has been a nice set, just rolling all the way through from the point. You know, time dwindles down here, Kaipo. 30-minute heat just seems like 20-minute heat.
Right in the corner there, quick up and out for Maxime Husno. Previous waves of 2.17. Here comes Kelly Slater. Slater on the carve, right back into the pocket. Wall in front of Slater, and jams it, times it perfectly with the wave, a little bit of backwash hitting it. So nice start for the 11-time world champ.
Yeah, we were wondering how that quad was going to look, and I like it. I like the look of it. Spicy.
It's actually a 6'3" 5 fin. So there's 4 fins and a black trailer. It's that guitar pick kind of trailer. It's a 6'3" Slater design. He's got his endorphins on there, which is his own fin company. They're in Futures boxes, and he's done a little bit. You know, he's always tinkering with materials, tinkering with designs. Guest shaper in this board for Slater Designs.
Wow, that's unique. 5 fins. I know it always looks like a 5-fin setup, so you can have that option to do thruster or quad, but actually 5 fins in his board.
You can see a little black nub right in the back there. It's like a half moon shaped fin. I think it's to stabilize the speed of a quad. Let's take a look at we're always interested in Kelly's design. There you go. So that back box there, it's a moon shape, a half moon shape stabilizer fin in that 5-fin setup. Big raked fins that Kelly's been working with Weber on, actually, a Weber design in the fin aspects. And here's a replay of that wave, waiting for this number.
Yeah, we can see that 5-fin go to action here. I like that. Look at that first turn, cutting back into this nice pocket section here. Yeah, really able to like put all his power and might into that turn. So maybe that extra fin there is just helping him hold that rail in. Here we go, just really just throws it out on that back foot. I love the look of that turn there. And he's putting a lot of power there and keep maintaining that speed throughout.
Yeah, again, the speed and then the projection off of that little stabilizer. 5.83 is a start for Slater. Nice start here, and we talked about it before. Quick start out here. Sunset being the time bandit, clock management, all coming into play for success. And looks like Kelly knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he does. He can build upon that 5.83, and with this score, you can, you go higher, and that's your lower score or just build on it. Even if you just get a similar score to back it up with, that's a great way to start the heat. And for Kelly, you know, he's one to sit around and really wait for good waves. So it's nice to see him busy early on in the heat out at Sunset.
With the priority, we have Miguel Pupo. He's in the red jersey out there, the 31-year-old out of Brazil on his 11th season on the championship tour. Pupo finishing number 6 in 2022. Miguel with his best year on the championship tour. Pupo's been surfing competitions out here at Sunset since 2010. His best result, a 17th in 2016 and 2018. So a veteran status with Miguel Pupo. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and Miguel Pupo, he's looking really good this year. His equipment looks good under his feet. And that backhand attack out here, as we saw from our goofy footers earlier, one of them being Italo, they can really get their boards very, very vertical. So I'm pretty sure Miguel's going to be able to put his board in places that maybe the Maxime and Kelly might not be able to do so much on their forehand.
Yeah, point of differentiation with Miguel Pupo. Getting ready. Super caddy, Kikoa Bam Bam Bacalso, along with Jackson Baker. Baker just throwing the rugby ball there. Jackson's going to be faced up against João Chianca and John Florence for the final heat of the day. We're going to go to heat number 8 in this opening round for the men.
You always wonder when you see Kelly in a lineup shot, what is going through this man's head, how many heats he's surfed, all the accolades underneath his belt.
Well, let's hear from Felipe Toledo, because he just won his heat. He's with AJ.
He did just win his heat and immediately came into all of his family here to celebrate with him. Felipe, we're going to get into that in a minute. It took you a minute, it seemed like, to find your rhythm. How did you find it in that heat?
Yeah, it started kind of tricky for me, actually, you know. Being honest with all you guys, it was actually my first session at Sunset, first session with this board too. But, you know, it was kind of small, pretty average the last few days. So it's like I just might as well serve in front of the house and, you know, try my big boards in front of the house. And, you know, this is actually the board that I rode last year and felt really good under my feet. So I was just like, just put it on ice, and when I'm back on the North Shore, just, you know, take it for a quick surf before, but I couldn't. But, yeah, I don't know if it's just me tripping, but I feel like the wind just picked up during my heat. So it was pretty hard to surf, and actually taking off in a wave, there was actually a lot of water and wind, so it was hard to see. It was kind of hard to find my feet at first. But after, you know, I got the 3 or whatever, and then another 3, and then that was one little wave that, you know, they kind of let it go, and I was like, oh, okay, this is, you know, a good 2-turn wave, so I'm just going to go hammer on it, and just did like 2 turns and got an 8. So it's like, okay, now I can relax, and you know, I was blessed enough to get that one last one, the 2 turns, got a 5, and you know, against Kai and Liam, 2 amazing surfers, and especially Kai, you know, he was supposed to surf this event last year, but I think he couldn't make it. But it's kind of intimidating, you know, like with a guy like Kai had surfed 60-foot waves, and you know, what to expect from him at Sunset, 6 to 8 foot, you know, it's just gonna go crazy. So I was just, you know, concerned, but at the same time focused on my strategy and happy to advance.
When you put a board on ice like that and then you get into the heat a little bit slow, what are you telling yourself to get the confidence to take off on the wave that you got the 8?
You know, I just kept reminding myself, like, oh, this board is amazing. You know, you surfed really good last year. The board felt really, really, really good. I just lost a heat to Ethan last year because he surfed better, but I had like an 8 and a 9, and he got 2 9s, whatever. But you know, I just kept reminding myself, you know, like that I can surf, and my board was good, and I just needed to find the right wave.
Now you're here with your daughter, Mahina. I saw you giving them a little bit of water safety tips before you got in the water yourself. What does it mean to you to have them here to support you?
Oh, it means the world, you know. Get them in an environment like this of, you know, contest, competition, and, you know, going up and down in the world. And it's just like, you know, one day we're here, another day we're in Australia. So it's good to have them traveling with me, and gives me a lot of energy, a lot of motivation. But, you know, fatherhood becomes first when we're on the beach, and especially here in Hawaii, it's kind of scary. So just telling them to respect the ocean, right?
Right? Respect the ocean?
You gotta respect the ocean, right?
Yeah. Você quer mandar mensagem para o Brasil?
Sim, eu queria agradecer a toda a galera que estava torcendo. Obrigado de coração. Bateria foi um pouquinho difícil ali no começo, mas depois consegui me encontrar. E amarradão de estar aqui com a minha família, estar aqui com os meus amigos. E vamos aproveitar e bora pro próximo round. Deus abençoe a todos. Valeu.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
18 minutes on the clock, counting down. Slater out in the lead. Miguel Pupo holding down priority. Still no wave ridden for the Goofy Foot out of Brazil. We were talking about Pupo and the great year he had last year. I think a lot of that came from the motivation of having his younger brother, Samuel Pupo, on tour with him.
Yeah, that must be such an emotional support while you're traveling. I know it's even just to have friends around and family, and let alone they're all going to be at all the stops with you. That's a great emotional support, and just surfing with each other, you know, that pushing each other to the next level. That's no one better than a sibling.
There's Sammy Pupo there, younger brother by 10 years to Miguel Pupo. We're not going to see Sammy surf today. When we kick off the men's and finish up this opening round, Sammy Pupo will be in that heat number 9 in that round. He'll be facing Griffin Colapinto and Ian Gentile when we return to Sunset for the next day of competition. Another conversation that we're having right now is already, will Slater make the mid-season cut? Now remember, last year he took that big win at Pipeline. After that win, he only won 2 more heats before the mid-season cut. Finished number 13 on the rankings, above that 22 mark to move past and do a full season. A little bit tougher road ahead of the GOAT this year when we look at that mid-season cut.
Yeah, Kaipo, so I'm wondering if here at Sunset he has a little bit more of an urgency to get a good result here because of that. You know, Kelly is consistent in so many different types of waves, but it's a matter of how much he really wants it. You know, that's always a question for Kelly. What's motivating him, the waves, the conditions. So it'll be interesting to see what the rest of the season has for him before that cut and see how motivated he stays.
That's right, 10,000 points for a win. And really the threshold, when we look at the cut for the men in 2022, the threshold was about at 9,300 points to get into that top 22 cut line and continue your season to the back half of the year. So a win is really, really valuable. Semifinals is also valuable. So Slater with a 17th last year here at Sunset wants to do better than that. Turn our attention to Miguel Pupo. Miggy just set up so far. Smooth off the top there. More of a chop on the second turn, and he's going to go into the channel. So opening score coming up for Miguel Pupo. Decides to paddle back out. The surfers do have an option to hop on the Red Bull jet ski. Replay here, Megs.
Yeah, Miguel here, kind of trying to gain some speed going down the line. It's like a quick off the top there, and then another one until another nice actual slash there at the end pocket, but the wave just completely dies out in the channel for him. But he managed to get one nice slash before it does die.
We're going to take a break and be back with the conclusion of this Heat 7 in the elimination round. Miguel Pupo on the paddle back out. We'll pay off that score more after these messages. Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach, Kelly Slater streaking down the line, setting up a long bomb turn around the corner, throws it up in the lip. Nice carve, great control by the 11-time world champ. A little caught up into the channel, but no problem there for Slater. That'll be his second scoring ride. Maxime Busno, tour rookie, snapping that Channel Island surfboard, and Busno goes down, unfortunately. And the big view here of Paumalu, Sunset Beach, Pipe along with Megan Abubo, and we'll be waiting for some numbers to populate. There's the second score for Kelly Slater, 3.33, Megs.
Yeah, Kelly's looking pretty good and nice and spicy on that board under his feet. I like how full his turns are looking, nice big arcs and the real good follow through. He's holding his speed and projecting to the next section, so good choice equipment.
I like to see the motivation with Kelly Slater right now. We talked before we went to break a little bit about, you know, the challenges up ahead for Kelly when we look at the mid-season cut. You know, he got shot out of a cannon last year with his 56th tour victory at Pipeline, but now he needs to perform here at Sunset Beach. Can you imagine, Megs? Kelly has surfed 284 events, 30 seasons on the championship tour with those 56 wins, has made 84 finals, and he's still relevant in 2023.
I can't even imagine that. I mean, when we talk about GOATs of any sport in the world, he is definitely one of the greatest of all time across every single sport. Just to be your head in the game at this stage. And I love seeing that he's a bit hungry. You know, last year he had that win, coming off the win. Maybe he wasn't as motivated. It's such a deflate after winning. You know, you're 50 years old, you win the Pipe Masters again. I mean, to see him hungry right now, motivated, like you said, this could be a great year for Kelly.
Yeah. Number 11 on his jersey. We had those new jerseys over at the WSLstore.com, but at Sunset, you can get some of those right here on site.
We're over here at the merch tent where you can get your official merchandise of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. They have so many things you can come over and grab, but this is one of my personal favorites. This sweet hat, look at the underside of that brim. I love that. But they also have Yetis, they have some bags, they have jerseys, shirts, tanks, all of the above. You can come right here to the merch tent at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach and get all your swag, you guys.
All right. Nice. I like the brim too. 9:45, not a lot of action so far. Only 8 waves ridden between our 3 surfers. Kelly Slater on top. A motivated Slater just celebrated his 51st birthday, I believe on the 11th, along with Jordy Smith, celebrating his birthday. So a couple birthday boys, big handshakes here. Jackson Baker heading out for battle in the final heat of the day against Joao Chianca, who's coming in with a lot of momentum, and of course John Florence, always one to watch. But I like the pink board for Jackson Baker.
Yeah, Kaipo, I was just going to comment on that. I like the pink board. I remember when Julian Wilson used to use the pink board as well. I like to see it. It stands out. And you know, a place like Sunset, Steph on her yellow board this morning, it popped. It looked great. Color looks good at Sunset. You're out far. It's better for the judges to see you.
I've heard surf coaches, and I've overheard them, when talking about the approach at Sunset, is the goal is to surf big. Surf big with big turns, big arcs, because the judges are so far away. And to your point, another thing that can help your visibility out there is a brighter board. You know, it is just an aesthetics. There's no science to it, but there is something about a colored board making just easier for the eye to follow.
It is, Kaipo, and also as a surfer, there's something about an airbrush or a colored board that you like, that you know you can connect with. I feel like you end up surfing better on it too. I don't know, it's just a nice airbrush, a nice color that you're happy with. It just kind of puts a little pep in your step when you're surfing, and like you said, it's catchy for the judges, even for the spectators on the beach.
Yeah, you look at the history of Sunset Beach going all the way back to 1976. Barry Kanaiopuni won an event here at Sunset Beach. BK would say he would ride these red boards, these narrow red single fins, right? He would say, I would have these colored boards, so when I lost my board in an ocean of foam and whitewater, I can find my board when I swim. Now, of course, when we talk about 76, likely a lot of guys not using leashes back then.
No, yeah, what a great point that he made, you know, find his red board. A lot of guys back then rode red boards too. Eddie Aikau rode a red board. Red was very popular back then, and I think that's why, Kaipo.
Here we go, Maxime Husno wants to get it going here. Nice carve for the surfer from Reunion. Little catchy there, but is able to double up. Is he going to survive that collision? No. Slater bails out because Miguel Pupo has priority. Smart surfing with Kelly Slater. Now, time to get busy for Miggy. Nice carve on the backhand. Pupo may have chance for one more right into the deep channel as he kicks out.
Yeah, really good observation on Kelly's part there to notice. Sometimes, you know, your ego can get the best of you and you catch a good wave and you just kind of go full throttle, but he quickly jumped off that wave.
Here comes Slater. Double pump bottom turn. Arcing snap, finds a barrel. Little shade time, floats it, lands it, and cannot hang on. Great effort, however, but the impact just gives the goat a bounce.
Wow, Gumby. I mean, his knees are rubber bands.
Well, that's one thing, impressive thing about Kelly is that he's maintained this incredible flexibility throughout the decades. Hawaiian Water Patrol on the Red Bull jet ski for the pickup here. Slater quick to the sleds, got to beat this whitewater. No problem.
His flexibility, Kaipo, his fitness, nutrition, as we see him on this wave, he's setting himself up here for a really nice first turn, maintains his speed, pulls right into the barrel, but straight into a floater, as you can see there. He actually made that floater, but you see him pulling in here, eyeing it up really quickly here, but almost comes sideways, makes it, but then just buckles in there and just loses it on his back foot. But wow, he really tried to hang on there.
He did a lot in a short amount of time on that wave. Maxime Husno replay.
Yeah, Maxime, nice first turn there. Looking a little more polished on this wave. Almost digs his rail, but manages to overcome that section and then gets swallowed up here. I'm glad he made that turn because his other wave, he dug his rail on, so it's nice that he made that. And then here we see Miguel opting to take this wave from Kelly and draws out a nice first turn into a good hook on his second turn and manages to squeeze one last turn off the end there. And the last turn not getting him tons of points, but always pleasing for the judges to see that.
Felipe Toledo. He's through today with a heat win. So we'll see him again in the round of 32.
Yeah, he surfed incredibly well in his heat. His rail surfing was above all today almost. Him and Ethan just really stood out to me so far today.
Scores coming in for Maxime Husno, and he goes into second and advancing position. We still need a score for Miguel Pupo as well as Kelly Slater to give you the really what the situation is in this heat at the 3-minute 40-second mark. Husno out there on a Channel Islands. We talk about the CT Shaper rankings. Husno's out there on a Channel Island, 6'2", it's 18 3/4, it's 2 1/4. It's a prototype model, but the interesting thing is it's an EPS. So it is an epoxy, or we call it EPS, an expanded polystyrene is what the acronym's for. And that construction known for its spring and its lightness. But I don't know if at Sunset you necessarily want too light of a board.
Yeah, that's surprising, Kaipo. Actually, usually guys opt for traditional foam out here in Hawaii because you want that extra weight. Like you said, it's so windy. It can tend to really respond too quickly and too much to any kind of chop and bump. So you want a little bit of extra weight to you, but opting for that. So maybe that's why. Oh, here we see live action.
Live action, Miguel Pupo on his Sharp Eye surfboard, just streaking down the line, yet to get up into the lip at all, and kicks out. Previous wave of 3.6. And Pupo's in second. Slater's last wave of 3.87. Slater in first, Pupo in second. Maxime Husno now needs just a 2.33. Hey, this is our heat recap. Slater opens up with a 5.83, Megs.
Yeah, Kelly looking sharp here. Beautiful hook right there in the pocket. Board looking nice. And here he is again, flying down the line, getting ready for setting himself up for another big turn. Times that one really well, Kaipo.
Maxime Husno.
Yeah, Maxime.
Looking sharp.
There's a nice opening turn here. Sets himself up. Manages to hang on to that, but comes unstuck on the end of that one. You know, nice to see Maxime, as we were saying earlier, riding an EPS board. His first couple of rides in this heat, he dug his rail a couple times off the top, so I'm wondering if he's just trying to get adjusted to that, but I think he's figured it out, because I like that turn he did, Kaipo.
There we go, all the scores, all the waves ridden highlighted are the top two for each of the surfers. You can see that 5.83 still the highest single wave score in this matchup. That started right at the beginning for Kelly Slater. So fast start for Slater. And again, time flies at Sunset Beach. We're down just to a minute remaining. Husno with priority needs a 2.33.
This heat is a lot closer than you realize. All these surfers are so neck and neck right now.
See a wave coming through. Maxime appears that he will have one more chance. And yeah, I can't really tell from the drone angle right there. Flattens it out a bunch. So that wave looked like it was going to break from high above if you were a bird, but I'm sure at sea level you could tell that was a no-go.
Yeah, your point of view sometimes from this aerial shot, it's really beautiful, but everything kind of looks similar in size, right? You see like a little bump, and you can't tell if it's a wind chop and the coloring, so sometimes it's really hard to follow.
Well, 5 seconds and it's official. This is going to be Kelly's first heat win since the World Cup here in 2019. That happened in the third round. So it's been a long drink between heat wins, and that's a nice start for Kelly Slater, as well as Miguel Pupo. We'll see Maxime Husno in the elimination round. We'll see you after these messages. Looking back to last year at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, John Florence at the Bells Bowl, looking strong and in form. Throwing the Pizelle around, batting through snaps and roundhouses, finishing it off right on the sand John Florence at the legendary Bells Bowl. And John had a big matchup here against Joao Chianca. There's a high-scoring affair in this round of 32 between the two regular foots. Chianca fought back with some quick surfing of his own, Megs. Snapping, release, powering through the quickness of the rookie at that time with Chombinho.
Yeah, Kaipo, to get that release at Bells Beach in the bowl, that takes some serious talent.
Joao Chianca, live action here in his matchup against John Florence and Jackson Baker. Chombinho from Saquarema, 22 years old, coming into this event with a lot of momentum. Semifinal finish to start at Pipe, and Kelly Slater out of the water, looking happy, getting ready for an interview. I want to hear some hard-hitting questions before the 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater, when we get him against the glass. Inquiring minds want to know. So many. Scores in. Joao Chianca, 1.93, a 3.5 for the Brazilian. Jackson Baker opened up with a 2.83. A quiet John Florence is out there in the red jersey, yet to have taken a wave. John with priority. John, I got the news from the Paisel camp. He's riding a 6'2", 18 3/4, 2.56 in thickness, just a little over 29 liters in volume. A ghost model for John. It's the same exact size and design that John rode at Pipe, which is unusual because Sunset and Pipe being very different waves, but he has trust in that design by John Paisel.
Trust, and John must have made him a really versatile board.
Joao Chianca on his third wave. Nice rail turns. And the big snap there. Got to survive the whitewater. He does so. So great surfing right from the get-go by Joao.
Yeah, Joao really applies that pressure on his back foot. You know, he really jams it.
I mean, he had a tough rookie year. He met up against John at Pipe, high-scoring affair. He met up against John at Bells, high-scoring affair. For Joao Chianca in his rookie year, most of the other heats in those rounds, he would have made it out with his two-wave heat total. But it didn't work out. Here's Joao again, wave number 3.
Yeah, Joao setting up for a nice first turn there. Swoop, see how he just applies all that pressure on his back foot and somehow manages to come out of that thing. And then we see Jackson Baker here taking off. Nice first turn back into the whitewash there, but right here just flying up into the lip line, and it looks like he almost got caught with the wind.
So we were just getting caught up there. That was a 2.83 for Jackson Baker that we needed to pay off for you, so everyone could see that replay. 2.83 star for Jackson Baker. Last effort for Joao Chianca, that was a 6.17. Chianca with an early lead, 6.17 and a 3.5. John Florence still quiet and sitting on that priority.
Yeah, the judges really like Joao's last turn on that wave. He really jammed it right there in the super critical part and managed to come out of that thing. It was pretty hard section to actually make it out of because of all that whitewash. So he got awarded for that.
Greatest peak coming. John on the move with priorities. Going to get his choice of any wave coming through right now that he wants to execute on. The wave number 1 of the set, not interested at all.
I like this perspective, Kaipo, because you can see how they just kind of hunt the wave. They're like looking at it. They don't want to flinch too much when they have priority, you know. They're just hunting it down.
It's good for that. It's good for seeing the positioning. It does flatten the wave out a bunch, so you can't really tell the quality of a wave when you're flying from above. But it is nice to see the positioning, yeah.
Definitely. I used to always get thrown off when we'd show up at Honolulu Bay, and just being up on the cliff, you know, it's 3 foot. Or,
Yeah.
You know?
The same thing, right?
Yeah.
Honolulu, anywhere where you're looking from above. Hey, speaking of above, who's on the top of the mountain right now in the most event wins ever in the World Surf League history? Kelly Slater. most heat wins as well. Kelly Slater, and Kelly's with Laura.
Kelly, back here at Sunset. I saw you surfing on Sunset last night up the road at Pubicaya, but what were you riding? It looked really fun out there and obviously out there today.
I'm riding a 5-fin 6.3 V double concave. If you can fit that, that's like a coffee order these days. It's I got it at Starbucks.
Yeah.
Actually, my friend Trinko shaped it, who lives here in Hawaii, and I surf with him a lot. Kind of an underground shaper. It's a Greg Weber pre-shape, and then Trinko and I jumped in and finished them. So it's kind of a little mix of international and local, and something I've kind of been messing with for a few years. And on the free surfs, I have a few of them. The other one didn't feel great, and then that one last night in small waves felt like I could turn it and really control it, and it felt like it'd be the right weight and balance out here.
Amazing, and talk about that heat. You got to a quick start. Board looked amazing on that, but then not much of a backup.
Yeah, not much. I actually probably would have got a pretty good score if I didn't fall on the floater on the one. I kind of did a setup turn and sort of went through a pocket and up into a lip line floater, but the angle I had to take threw me off, and out there's a little bit of if it's not a really big one outside, you're trying to get the turns done real quick before the water gets deep and goes flat on the face. So it looked to me like it might close out ahead, so I was kind of trying to fit it in, which is not how you really want to surf anyways, but I had to hit that section at some angle, and that seemed like the best one, but I almost stuck it. It had a little flair for dramatics there, and I almost greased it at the bottom, but I kind of fell onto my back, and then the wave. Not a lot of good waves in the heat. Miguel didn't catch a wave for, 15 minutes or more in the heat. Just a little bit of wave-starved heat. There were a few good waves over on the point, but we weren't sitting there because the waves that come are 6 foot, 8 foot, and they're pretty nice.
And you just had your 51st birthday. Yeah. Anything fun? What have you been up to between Pipe and here?
Doing dinger pairs. Actually, my birthday. Last year we had such a big birthday for my 50th and Pipe and everything. It was so exciting. I think Kalani threw me 5 birthday parties last year, and we had a golf tournament. It was 50 people, and it was really fun. This year it was the opposite. I just kind of was at the house with my daughter and her husband, Kalani. A couple friends dropped by, and then we had a Poppy's Tacos from down the street came and catered the house, and it was just one of those nights where everyone was busy doing something. There's a UFC. Ross was celebrating his birthday with family from a couple weeks ago, and so all the people we thought were coming didn't. So I got tacos for everybody at the house still. So we're probably gonna throw that down tonight, but not much. I did dinger pairs, caught a little wave before dark, and that was about it. Pretty quiet night. Watched UFC. Volkanovski, great performance. If he's watching, that was epic. That was a great fight between him and Islam.
Well, bring those tacos down tomorrow. I'm hungry, but we'll see you into the next round.
Yeah, sounds like John just got barreled or something.
Awesome. Right. Back to you guys.
All right, yeah, Poppy's Tacos shot out, and yeah, that fight went to the cards. It was a grueling match. Here we go, during the interview, replay, John Florence. He took a while to get this, but he went to town, Megs.
Yeah, he's searching for it, pulling in at Sunset, and manages to find that gem out there. Only John, here, this aerial shot, you can see him, he almost sees it as far down the line as he is. He's searching, and right here, just ducks up right under it, stays in. He's on the foam ball there. Beautiful. That is not easy to do out at Sunset, and backs it up with a nice roundhouse cutback. As you can see here, all version stalls in there. He's on the foam ball this entire time. All you can see barely is his jersey through that. Coming out with that, gotta be happy with that.
8.33 for the effort. Excellent scores. You saw in the bottom third all of the judges' numbers. Again, throw away the high and the low, average out the remaining 3, and all of a sudden, John Florence is a big part of the conversation. Joao Chianca is in the lead. That's because Joao has 2 waves in his scoreline, a 6.17 and 5.6. Lots of lines starting to hit the reef here at Sunset, and positioning coming into play as we track our surfers.
Yeah, it looks like from this perspective, you can see that they all opt not to go on that wave. As you said, Pipo, it's such an interesting view to see the surfers. This kind of gives you a better idea of the lineup from here.
Jackson Baker with priority, rolls in the corner here, whitewater roll, and he's going to have to prone into it and does not get it, so he's going to go to the back of the line.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You try to catch it, and you just get so discombobulated in the whitewash that you end up going nowhere.
Yeah, sometimes these waves, especially at this size, you talked about it before, Megan, in that they're hard to paddle into, and sometimes you almost want that little corner of whitewash to just push you into it. And even if you're 3 feet off to the shoulder, they're almost impossible to scratch into when they're that, you know, kind of flattened out at that size where it's not really lurching on at the reef. You know, we have a declining swell, and it's evident right now.
Yeah, and as you have mentioned before, however fast you're paddling and the wave is going, you know, that's going to help project you onto the wave. And you know, everybody's riding pretty small boards out there, but if there's a lot of water moving, it's harder to get into. So a little bit of chip shot from the whitewash is definitely going to help you.
That's exactly what Jackson Baker wanted, and he's going to be disappointed in that. John Florence now has priority and the 8.33 in his pocket, 17 minutes counting down. Sunset taking a little bit of a breather right now.
Yeah, Kaipo, listening to that interview, Kelly mentioned Trinkle as helping him with that board. Trinkle, a local shaper, I got to give him props, you know, a great surfer and has always been shaping boards, has a bunch of local guys riding his boards, and yeah, it's great that he got props for that.
That is cool. Shaped in glass right there in a great town of Wahiawa, where the factories stay. Peter, what do you got?
I'm hanging out in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and you guys were touching on the equipment and what people are riding in the water. Well, John Florence is on that 6'2 Ghost, as you had mentioned. Also out there, Joao Chianca on a 6'2, but the one surfer who's got a little bit more lumber, Jacko Baker. He's on a 6'6. Here's his backup board of a 6'8. Similar design, just the standard kind of rounded pin with the 3 fin. Nothing super special, though. But you got to love that he's out there on that pink one, which was a board he had from last year. That he loved at Margaret River. So it's one that he loves, and he's up and riding right now.
Florence carving through that first section there, utilizing priority. Good looking wall in front of John. Lays into that final turn, just bending the fins of John Florence. He's going to back up that 8.33 and take the lead.
Yeah, John looking really good out there. Just super quick on his feet. Oh, we got live action here.
Trevino finds the pocket, finds the barrel, needs to fight for a door, needs to fight for an exit, gets caught up in there and goes incomplete. I like the effort, though, from Joao Chianca.
They're obviously scoring barrels today, Kaipo.
I like to see it.
It's not easy to get barreled out at Sunset either. It is not a perfect barrel. Most of the time you have to actually come out through some kind of doggy door out here because again, it's not a perfect barrel.
Yeah. Here's John.
Yeah, John right here. He's just looking super fast. Gets some beautiful first arcing turn there. And then he's setting up here to give you a textbook layback, drop the wallet. Hammer right there.
Looking at it one more time, you can see the leverage of John throwing the fins above his head, getting inverted, if you would, bending those fins through this turn. Let's check this out in slow-mo. And the technique, the release, the commitment, the nose pokes, the fins are just humming through that. John with a dynamic finish. Still waiting for that number.
And John, I like it. He's got that red under his feet, too. We were talking about color on the boards, standing out for the judges.
Here comes the numbers, and there they went. It was a 7.5 for John Florence. 8.33, 7.5, 15.83, and there's the numbers again. One judge went as high as an 8 for John. Dominant performance in this opening round by the 2-time world champ and the 2011 champ out here from the World Cup at Sunset. So he's already got, he knows the winning feeling out here. He knows he's been successful in a number of heats out here. And again, John, his understanding of this wave seems to be evident to me.
Yeah, I think his timing in this heat as well, getting busy really early on and looking for those particular waves that he knows he can light up on. And not to mention his equipment that looks absolutely amazing under his feet right now.
He was so patient at the beginning of this heat. And you know what? I'm asking for you to be patient too, because we're going to take a break. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. If you're going to go anywhere, just go for a minute, and we'll be right back after this. Hurley Pro, Sunset Beach, John Florence, final heat of the day, finds the puka and busts out the door for 8.33 to start off his opening round action. And John wants more. This time, let's go for some turns. Arcing through that first turn, bending the fins, slashing layback hack. That's a 7.5 for the two-time world champ.
Textbook perfect. That is how you lay down a turn at Sunset Beach, Kaipo.
Now we're back to live action here. 10 minutes, 23 seconds on the clock. John Florence out in the lead. Jackson Baker with priority. Jackson needs a hefty score of 8.94 to move into second place and take that advancing position off of the Brazilian João Chianca. Peaks coming in here at Sunset. John finds a little corner chip in. And just the difficult, we talked about that before, Megs, on just how hard it is to get into some of these waves.
Yeah, and paddlers don't get better than him. You know, you can see it too, because when the wave starts rolling, it's almost like it's going past you, and you think you're on it. You think the whitewash has you, but you're just kind of floundering there. You know, you can't quite get on the wave, and then it goes back.
Yeah, it's a fine line, isn't it? Too far in the whitewater, chances are you'll just get bucked off your board. Too far on the shoulder, chances are you're not even going to get to your feet.
Yep. And when you're sitting in the lineup at Sunset, you know, you feel all the water moving around. There's all kinds of funky boils around, and they're not necessarily boils because it's shallow everywhere, but it's just because there's weird pockets of, you know, different, you know, sets of reef. Even though it's deeper, you tend to get like kind of stuck in these little areas sometimes, even when you're paddling for a wave as well. And
I like that you bring that up.
Yeah.
I like it because there's actually lava reef fingers on the bottom here when you talk about the bathymetry of Sunset, right? So there's like these fingers that go from the shoreline out through the lineup. So like you said, there's little shallower, little deeper, but just that little bit of change in the bathymetry of the bottom configuration does affect fast sections, slow sections, where a wave will break, where a wave won't break. It's tricky.
Yeah. And that's why sometimes that aerial shot when on a clear day at Sunset today, you can't see it so much because I think, all the texture in the water, but you can see those fingers in the reef. And we see, it looks like John John's really paddling far up the point. So, you know, with that third priority, he's roaming.
Yeah, he knows it. He knows this lineup. He's third in line. Why not go up the point? Why not take one off the point? Why not find one of those little more northerly aspect ones and continue to surf and continue to perform? He's a tricky one, John Florence. I'm telling you right now. Watch him.
You know, and if you have the patience, and he's already got the scores under his belt, he can take his time to find one of those super long runners we've seen today, but it's just no one had the ability, the time to be able to kind of find that spot that he's looking for, and now he can do that.
Yeah, and with heat IQ and with knowledge that he has, he knows, hey, I got 15.83 points in the bank right now in this heat. I can roam. I can take some chances. I'm really far ahead of everyone else. And again, top 2 advanced into the round of 32. So for all practical means, John's safe right now. We'll see him in the round 32. The fight's for second right now. And leading this fight is Trombino. Joao Chianco. Oh, did the dip and gets under the lip. And what a trip he comes out. That was a great little bubble for Joao Chianco.
Yeah, Kaipo, it was like a bubble. He almost like elevated in the barrel there. And I want to say there was a water photographer right there. We'll be able to see it in this replay. Takes off super late with the lip. Managed to get around this section here. Does a nice open face carve. And then here he goes. He's eyeing up that barrel. Gets himself in there. Goes over the water photographer.
You know what's cool here is that stall off the bottom, the delayed bottom turn to mid-face snap to get under the hood.
Yeah, I like it right there, how he gets under the hood. As you said, he stalls there. And that's an easy spot for you to fall, and he just manages to perfectly come out of the thing untouched.
Well, he's got a low of a 5.6. Think he improved upon that?
Actually, you know, at borderline, I mean, they're liking the barrels today, so he might have.
Wow. Well, we got a stingy judge there with 5.3, 6.5, 6.5. That looks a little bit better. We got one more, 5.5, a 6.07. He does improve slightly on his two-wave scoreline.
Yeah, I think for the judges, they're looking for something different, and that might have been, of course, the barrels are looking good to them today, and that might have been why John went up the point too. He wants to give the judges a little something different to look at, since he's already got his two waves under his belt. It's always that point of differentiation you spoke of earlier, Kaipo.
5 minutes, Jackson Baker, 9.41 is his requirement. So it would be the top score of the day for him to avoid the elimination round. Jackson Baker on your screen there, 26 years old, the Novocastrian, second year on the championship tour. We know he knows how to put in work. We know he knows how to grind. And he's just one of those no-nonsense surfers. So he just needs an opportunity right now. It's going to be really hard, however, for Jackson to get out of this and to do it in two waves. It looks like with the time up, he's going to need just one wave, and it's going to need to be excellent.
Yeah, although he has priority right now, and even if he catches a great wave, he's going to probably want to back that up, but then he's not going to have priority, and he'll have someone probably sitting on him.
Yep, thus is the game of surfing as we're at the 4-minute mark. Hey, remember, 40 minutes left in this heat, but we got much, much more for you. After the final heat of the day, stay tuned for the 8:05 post show, where all of today's happenings will be wrapped up and presented to you along with today's top 5. Stick around. 8:05 post show, we're going to crack into it right after this heat. Three and a half minutes, and Jackson Baker just holding his ground, but things get bleaker as the clock ticks down. Looks like there may be a little interest right here for Jackson Baker.
He's just been a little out of rhythm with the ocean in this heat, Kaipo. And interesting too, he's, as Pete was mentioning earlier, he's riding a little more length in his equipment. Usually that allows you to catch a little, you know, more waves out in the lineup, gets a little bit more foam under your belt, so more confidence in catching those waves, but it just seems to be out of rhythm out there in the ocean in this heat.
Rhythm is so important, but all is not lost. Again, opening round for our surfers, non-elimination round. Third place moving into that elimination round. First and second reseeded into the round of 32. For you folks playing fantasy surf at home, remember, for the men, you have until the start of the round of 32 to lock your lineup for that fantasy surf. For the women, you have until the start of the round of 16 to lock your lineup. So pay attention, take a look at what you got, and give it your best shot.
Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Kaipo. Take another look at mine.
I'm super giving this year with insider information when it comes to surf fantasy, helping you guys out. With all the rules, look out for friendly fire, look at the draw, look at the seating. I know some of you guys are really sharp at it. You're giving me a run this year. Jackson Baker. Wow, big off the top to begin. Nice carve. He's going down swinging here. And steadfast in that finish. Wanting a little bit more. He's going to reduce that deficit. Shominho, Draushianka. Looking quick and whippy. And Joao staying busy out there. Looking to better a 6.07. So nice little flurry and exchange in the final 90 seconds of the final heat of the day.
And Jackson Baker answering back with the, so you're saying there's a chance, Kaipo.
Yeah, he's going to have to make fast work of it, get back out there, and get to his feet one more time. Draw early off the Red Bull jet ski.
Yeah, without the assistance of the jet skis, that wouldn't be possible, but you might have a shot here. You see Jackson taking off here on this wave. Looking good, looking for eyeing up this section straight up into the lip. Beautiful control on that. Nice top turn there. Great way to end it. 3 solid maneuvers on this wave. Here we see Joao. Draws off, huge turn off the top there. Another huge arcing turn in the bowl. Finishes up, almost releases the fins on that one. She manages to get a cut back on the end there. So I really like what I saw from Joao. So he's just, I think from what I saw there, he's probably going to improve on his scoreline, give Jackson a little harder time to get that score.
Well, we're still waiting for the numbers to make it official. Between Joao Chianca needs a score, so does Jackson Baker. And we're going to stick with it so we can close this out. Baker needing a 9.41. Surfed that wave really well, but I don't think it was 9.41.
I don't think so. And again, Joao got another wave there after him, and still waiting for those numbers to drop as well, Kaipo.
You guys can wait with us as well as we fly above sunset.
This is the most beautiful time of the day here at Sunset Beach. Why it's called Sunset Beach. I mean, we're still a little ways away, but this is when it starts to get real golden. See that infamous bike path there?
Last wave of Joao Chianca here. We're waiting for this number mix.
Yeah, Joao square off the bottom there. Huge hook off the top there. Right back into the lip. Right here, though, sets himself up. Releases the fins there. Manages to back it up with a nice cut back at the end. Super well completed wave for him. Jackson Baker straight into the lip. Really like that. Another big arcing turn there.
Yeah, we got the numbers now. That's a 7-point ride for Jackson Baker on the replay. Last wave for Joao Chianca, a 7.47. It's official now. We can look at the numbers and wrap this one up. There we go. John Florence, Joao Chianca, and Jackson Baker going to elimination round. 8:05 post-show coming your way after this.
Welcome into the 8:05 post show as the sun is getting ready to set here on the first day of competition at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. What a fantastic first day of competition we had today. Welcome into the 8:05 post show. I'm AJ McCord alongside, of course, Megan Abuo and Peter Mel. Welcome in, you guys.
Good afternoon. What a day, right? I mean, to finish off on that last one, too, pretty much the heat of the day, really, with John's performance. We had Kelly Slater there towards the end of the day, but even the beginning of the day had some solid work done by the women. So overall, a lot to digest.
A lot to digest. We'll get into it, but Megan, what are your thoughts on the day?
Yeah, what an awesome day to start at Sunset Beach. You know, this morning the ladies got some really nice waves. It was like 6 to 8 feet when we showed up at the beach. And then, you know, there were some really competitive heats out there, and I loved seeing everybody on a little bit longer equipment. And then we went straight into the men. Everybody, some really high performances out there today.
That man included John Florence signing autographs after he gets his first heat win here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. A 15.83 against Joao Chianca and Jackson Baker in the water with him. But John, this is a guy who knows how to turn, and he showed it off.
Yeah, turn and barrel ride. I mean, he's a magician. He really is. I mean, he sees stuff that no one else sees. He steers through stuff that no one else can do it. I mean, we saw the wave that he had at backdoor that was similar to that, where you just don't think he's going to make it, and all of a sudden he comes out at the perfect spot. And then he goes to turns, and he does things, and he is so into his equipment that, he is riding shorter boards. They got more curve and roundness to them. The tails are super narrow and thin. It allows him to ride these shorter boards but feel bigger so he can push on them. He's riding a 10-year-old pair of fins that are in the surfboard because he loves the flex pattern. That's how techie he is that he understands just the little differences. And he is able to communicate that to his shapers, to his surfboard designers, to his fin designers, and ultimately that's why he's a world champion.
So important, that relationship between surfer and shaper, especially when John has been working on his equipment for as long as he have. Of course, Joao Chianca, Jackson Baker also working on their equipment. So we'll get to hear from John, who won that last heat shortly, but there were a lot of good heats today, you guys. Megan, we talked about the women a little bit earlier, but I want to hear a little bit more. You talked about the competition and the great surfing that we saw. Dive into a little bit more of the women's surfing for me, actually, here in just a second. This is the opening round. This is heat 5. This is the one between Marshall, Eli Hanneman, and Robinson. So, Megan, what did you see in this heat?
Yeah, this was a really well-contested heat. It was really close, but honestly, it came down to the very end here. We had a good exchange. All surfers, catching great waves, but Eli in the end, he ended up getting him on his last wave, so that was a great exchange.
Well, we saw Jack basically fight back here. This is your rankings leader. He's using the yellow jersey. He's expected to win this heat. He did not have a good beginning of it, right? He was having a shocker, couldn't figure it out, and all of a sudden he put it all together on this wave, got himself the best number of the heat, needed the backup. He actually moved into second place at this point, but you were talking about that. When he caught that wave, he actually caught it with third priority. Remember that? He had the third priority, so just to even pick up the 733 was awesome. And then Eli, with all the patience in the world, he had priority when Jack got that wave. So that was a crushing blow because Jack thought he had it, got it done at the end.
Yeah, and I think Eli caught that wave almost knowing that. He kind of surfed it knowing like, oh man, I gave that wave up. But he surfed it well enough to make it through.
So Jake Marshall getting the win there over Eli Hanneman and Jack Robinson. We had a few heats today that had quite a bit of drama to them, but the one that just wrapped up, John Florence had wrapped pretty well from the very beginning. Joao Chianca, Jackson Baker also putting up a very good fight, but let's hear from John Florence. He is down on the beach with Laura Enneber.
Yes, guys. Good afternoon, John. Last heat of the day, 15.83. That heat had fireworks in it. What were you seeing when you paddled out there?
The waves are actually really fun. It's kind of a fun size for Sunset. It's like good on the wide bowl. And there's just some nice, I don't know, when I was paddling out, I saw some really clean waves. I was really excited to kind of get a lot of waves and do some turns. And after the heat ended, I was kind of sad I didn't get a lot of waves.
And you and Joao have a lot of good battles recently. Do you think you guys bring out the best in each other?
Yeah, we had a couple good battles last year. Some really fun heats with Joao. And so coming out here for this heat today, I didn't really know what was going to happen. I was just kind of focused on myself, and I was starting to get some waves, but I could just see him kind of going on one wave after another on the inside there. And it's hard when you're out there because you don't know if guys are getting 9s or 5s, and so kind of I'm like, I gotta get a wave.
And you've been obviously not present down at the comp site all day, just hanging at home. You didn't surf here this morning. How have you just been getting ready for this last heat of the day?
Last year of the day sometimes sometimes hard. You're sitting around all day waiting for it, but I kind of just do my daily thing. I went for a surf this morning down by my house and just kind of hung out and then made my way down here, and it felt pretty relaxed and I like surfing heats like that.
Hope you got a front row park.
Ross's friend's house, so we're good.
Yeah. All right, well, we'll let you go home and rest up for next round.
Cool, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Laura. I love that from John just talking about there's so much mentality that comes into it, right? Whether you're the first heat or the last heat. But the thing I want to get into that I'm so curious about is the John and Joao thing that Laura pointed out. And I feel like there's already some old history, right, between a lot of these surfers. But what's your reaction now? Because Joao obviously had to battle back on the Challenger Series. This new season, Megan, how much does that feed into recent rivalry?
Oh, yeah, you always want to get them back. You always want to have a little revenge. But I feel like Joao and John have a nice, healthy rivalry. It's healthy competition. It's, no bad blood. So that brings out the best usually in competition.
And you think about John is he's already got 2 world titles, and Joao's trying to fight for, an event win, let alone. So he's always going to be just kind of the underdog. And I think that's something that I think Joao kind of, he comes to the occasion with it and likes it, and he wants to prove to everyone that he is one of the best, and I think so far he has. Even with those losses against John, he proved that he is really good at Pipeline, he's really good at Sunset Beach, and then the fact that he was able to fight back on the Challenger Series after such a crushing loss of the cut line, after the performances he put together, was pretty amazing stuff. So a lot to see from Joao.
And it was fun. And when I was talking to him at Pipeline, he talked about, I'm in the best headspace that I have been in. I am confident in what I'm riding. I'm confident in what I'm doing. And you can see that in his surfing. So it's been very fun to watch Joao the first few heats of this 2023 season. Someone else who's very fun to watch. I promised we'd get to the women, and here we are, okay? I want to take us back to the women's opening round. Heat number 3, Carissa Moore, Luana Silva, and Caroline Marks, Megan.
Oh, yeah, this was a great heat. Carissa really stood out in this heat. She was full rail carbs. Her equipment looked really good. I know she was riding a little longer board. And Luana Silva, really impressive in this heat as well. Really aggressive, I thought. Aggressive surfing from her. And managed to stay out of harm's way on that last maneuver that we saw there. But Carissa, again, just really impressive heat.
Yeah, and the one thing that I will take note of this is Caroline Marks, right? And Caroline Marks came out firing in her first couple seasons, and it's been a very slow comeback with her injury to come back into this. I mean, the Pipeline didn't have a great showing, so this is another heat that she's going to have to battle through the fact that she's like going, wait, did I lose it? So Caroline, this is an important next round for her. To get through that one, which she ended up doing, I think, right? So we're good there. She's into the next round of 16, but ultimately we want to see those performance lists for her.
Absolutely. So Carissa Moore getting the heat win with an 11.5. Luana Silva in at a 10.94. Luana battling back from a bit of a back injury that she had a few months ago. So good to see her in the water and riding as confidently as she was. Of course, the surf provided all day long. I felt like we got a little bit of a various conditions, if you will, but there was surfable, really, really fun waves all day long. So let's get into the surf line forecast. And Pete, why don't you talk us through what we can expect based on this?
Yeah, well, we expected the swell to kind of peak through the day and then drop off through the evening, but we did get that last heat of the day with some quality surf there. So it still is good signs for tomorrow. Ultimately, you heard Jesse speak in regards to tomorrow, wanting to be able to finish the next 4 heats and then go into the elimination round for the men, maybe finish a half day. So that's something we're going to look at early in the morning tomorrow. But there's swell coming even on the back end there. So if you look at the next 4 days, we've got another bump up for Wednesday afternoon, Thursday. Wednesday looks a little bit iffy in my eyes just because of the fact we've got these northerly angled winds, which aren't great for Sunset Beach. It handles it. If we had to run, we could, but ultimately we want clean conditions, and we've got opportunity and lots of time, right? So there is going to be plenty of waves coming in. It's just picking and choosing what that is. So, Jesse's got her work cut out to figure out the best moments to run this event.
And that's why we see the quivers being so important too, because the conditions change so much. You have to be ready for anything here at Sunset Beach. So we had a few surfers who were ready for absolutely everything today. So we have our top 5. I don't know how we really picked 5 moments out of how many great ones there were today, but let's get into it, shall we? The first one coming in at number 5, Kanoa Igarashi, coming from behind in the opening round, heat number 1, finished with a 13.64 in this one, Megan, fighting back.
Yeah, Kanoa just showing true grit here. Really impressive, not easy to come from behind. Kanoa just looking on point, super on rail. I love how spicy he is on his turns too.
I think that's what makes Kanoa so strong, is that even if he has a rough start, psychologically he's able to fight back and do no worries and get that back in the heat.
Speaking of fighting back, how about Stephanie Gilmore coming in at number 4? She was eliminated early at Pipe. You would not know it based on the way she surfed today. Came out looking very strong, very confident.
Yeah, Steph is looking so good today. You know, just really taking these big walls at Sunset Beach into her favor, and just part of her repertoire, big arcing turns. Steph's looking nice and polished, looking to definitely improve on pipeline.
Let's talk about Brisa Hennessy, shall we? Coming in at number 3. She's off to a hot start. She knows a thing or two, Pete, about how to surf Sunset.
Yeah, and she didn't have an easy heat. And as a defending champion, to be able to keep your nerve together and get a heat win is a positive sign for Brisa to be able to back up the result that she had. Already a quarterfinal at Pipeline, so things are looking good for her. I mean, you never know at the start of a year. I mean, you could finish with 2/17 at the start of the year, and you're like, oh no, what am I going to do about the cut line? But not for Brisa. She's able to get good starts going on here, and that's where she's been proven is the big CT win at Sunset Beach.
And that's a good point about just having that confidence as you're defending your title. Let's talk about on number 2, we're going to double dip, shall we? Seth Moniz and John Florence with their 8.33s and a pair of barrels.
Right, I know. The judges were loving the barrels today, and these guys knew it. Seth just sneaking into that one. You know, Sunset Beach and the barrels, not easy.
But you can find them, right? Pete, John finding one.
This guy can, you know, and they're fairly rare. And today wasn't a barrel riding day. Generally, if you get a bit more of a north angled swell, you'll see them focus on the inside bowl more. We see a couple more barrels on that inside bowl, but you know, the 2 best found it today. But this guy was on fire.
Talking about the best, coming in at number 1 of our top 5 moments, Ethan Ewing, razor sharp with a 9.0.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing just really honing in his anti-iron-ness style here, just looking like he owns Sunset Beach today.
I love the precision that he carries, the speed through his moves. It was very impressive and well-deserved, the 9-point ride.
Very, very well deserved. Altogether, a really fun first day of competition here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Cannot wait to get it all started. Again, next call tomorrow morning, 7:45 a.m. Hawaiian time. Hopefully, we get as good of a day as we had today. Thanks for joining us, guys, on the 8:05 Post Show. We'll see you tomorrow.
Morning from Sunset Beach. We've got some surfers arriving. The hype machine is on, and it's Mother Nature.
When I close my eyes, yeah, my chest gets loud.
Here goes Golden Gilmore.
Help me up, never let it fall.
Wow, beautiful slice right there.
When I think of the word Sunset Beach, I think of challenge.
Carissa Moore in the yellow jersey, throwing a lot of spray out the back.
We have the men's in the water. I am excited, buddy.
You are, dude. You're spitting flames.
Woo!
I'd love to win over here. It's almost like a war with the ocean, you know?
Sunset's one of the hardest waves, in my opinion, in the world to surf. You definitely have to surf this wave and know kind of what you're doing.
Here we go, Ethan Ewing. Beautiful gouging turn. 9-point ride, Ewing again. Excellent at Sunset.
Just managed to lock into a really good wave.
The fastest surfer in the world, Felipe Toledo. What? Are you kidding me? Woo! That was just fire flying off the rail right there.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.